Sabo, hi! Yes, 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 yes. I am fine. I am fine. I am fine. But we are doing a serious stream today. Going to be psychology. I'm going to be verbally delivering the leading expert of psychopathy and dark triad, basically dark personalities, narcissism, psychopathy. They're all the same thing. I'm going to be delivering her thesis. I am going to be. Okay, the stream was a bit delayed. I'm still getting the chats up. I only have TikTok and YouTube up right now. One sec. Let me bring the others up. And delayed though. Oh, I see what you mean. Like it going late. Honestly, I was a bit early. On Fridays are the days that I go live a bit late, just because it's Friday. Everyone's kind of chilling up late because it's a Friday. Okay, but yeah. You were worried? Oh, no, no, no. On Fridays, Sabo, on Fridays, I am always going live late. No worries at all. Subliminal hi. Got the clock, got the clock. And time set. Hi. Yeah, we're doing psychology today. It's been a while since I've done a psychology stream. I was looking, the last time I did one was in October, my birthday month. That's pretty fitting. I like that I was wanting to bring awareness around my birthday month. But this will be the first one that I do with my new computer setup. Hi Neo, hi. You just got back. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. How are you? How are you? Uh Hoa, Hoa. I'm not a physiologist and I'm not a psychologist. I am a layman. I am a layman. I'm going to be verbalizing, vocally delivering Dr. Karen Mitchell's. This is the leading expert. I'll get you her link. I can get you her link though. Um uh yeah, here's the link. I'm a layman for the record. Okay, wrong I need to update the bio actually. Oh, I'm glad you asked me that because I went in the bio and realized the bio doesn't have the links I'm supposed to have. Okay, now it does. There you are. There you are. And hello, Ahmed. I have interest in the field. I myself have lived experience. So 9 years of direct in communication every single day, basically every single day with psychopaths. So I myself am a victim of PDF psychopaths. So I educated myself. Thank you. Oops. Thank you for following. Thank you for following. Um, yeah, and I want to bring awareness because I thought that abusers could change. I didn't understand the depth the depth of psychopathy, how it can't be changed, how it's 10% of the population, how most psychopaths are outside of prison, how most psychopaths come across as kind, normal people. So I want to bring awareness because this is something that should be taught to our children in schools. But because a lot of psychopaths run a lot of fields, it hasn't been taught readily. We've been given the false notion that abusers just need a little bit of love and everyone has good in them. Psychopaths actually don't. They are all sadistically motivated and but don't always come across as so. Usually have a very, especially the high IQ ones, usually, which are the ones I dealt with. I dealt with ones that were professionals. Um, they come across they in public a very, very good facade so that they can get away with the crimes in secret. Someone speaking in another language on TikTok. I'm so sorry, but the only language I can speak is English. Adil, hello. The topic is psychology. I'm going to be delivering leading expert Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis, as well as calling out, he's not a professional. He is basically like an online, not really an influencer, because he just, I think, just has a Twitter page. He is someone who I have been following for a while, and I'd been getting red flags about him, especially, which I have it all linked up, which we will be going through. There had been some things he was saying that were off. He was standing up for Marilyn Manson, which I have that, and I'll show you guys, saying that, being an apologist, a rehabilitation for Marilyn Manson, and also spreads the false dialogue that it's either malignant narcissists or basically overt or covert psychopaths. Both are psychopaths. Just some have higher IQ, different social standing, and it's all the same, and neither can be changed, and there isn't a differentiation of psychopaths or narcissists. It's one overarching dark personality type. They're all the same. It's not that you're a little bit narcissist or a little bit psychopath. You're a narcissist, psychopath, predator, dark personality, or you're not. And they make up 10% of the population. So this fellow, which his name is Ryan Daigler, it's in the title of the video, and I will be bringing it up and such. It popped up on my Twitter feed because I was just browsing Twitter this morning. And I saw that he was trying to rip on and humiliate and sabotage classic psychopath sabotage attempt against Karen by Ryan Daigler, and trying to blame her for, she didn't even do anything wrong. She never did anything wrong on her page at all. But he started sharing private photos of her family, which he could have blurred out her family's photos. He chose not to, because he knew that would hit where it hurts. He knew that would hit where it hurts. And he knew the impact that would have, and specifically went out of his way to try to professionally humiliate Karen. And then it clicked for me, because I had seen on Karen's Twitter, this was a few days ago, that she had said that that there's some certain people that were trying to sabotage her and defame her, essentially. She's the leading expert. She's speaking more truth about it than any psychologist, any professional, anyone. And I was already, and when I saw that, I was going to be doing this, this psychology stream anyways, and then it popped up on my Twitter today that Ryan Daigler's posts attacking Karen, posting personal family photos and defaming her. And then it clicked for me, and I was like, this is the guy. I understand myself, the sabotage from psychopaths. What they want is to silence us. They want us to sit down. They want us to shut the fuck up and keep quiet. They want us to keep quiet. And because people like Karen are openly bringing awareness and saying it how it is, and saying they cannot be changed, saying it exactly how it is, and calling out people that are spreading misinformation. Dr. Karen Mitchell is not afraid to call it as it is if she sees it, and call out a psychopath. Because most psychopaths are, as I said, outside of prison. Most are your average everyday folk, the woman or man next door. And about 50% of the psychology profession and people who speak about psychology, 50% are psychopaths themselves. So, and I've come to find out, by the way, which I'm going to go over and show, that Ryan Daigler is one himself and is hiding within a lot. They do this. It's like how my first pedo abuser was on a children's charity board, and the day before he got arrested, he was going to an internet safety for kids, because I didn't know, but he had a daughter. And the day before he got arrested, he attended at his daughter's school a presentation on how to keep your children safe online from predators. The perfect facade is to be hiding in plain sight with vulnerable communities as well. So for Ryan Daigler to be trying to spread awareness, but this is what I talked as well. Another one that I don't have full confirmation for this fellow, but the way things do it, and this is what I want to talk about as well. It is easy to get fooled because they have such a good facade, people like Ryan Daigler, and they hide in plain sight. Why would a guy who's specifically advocating against this be like that? Because that's the perfect cover. Yes, they go to those lengths. That's how you get away with it. They're not going to be obvious. Psychopaths, they're not going to be telling you unless they have an extremely low IQ. You know, we need to look at this realistically, but again, most people are not taught this no one's really taught this, not in our adolescence and not in professional, in even university, unless that's what they choose. And even then, it has been muddled down by psychopaths that try to twist it and don't frame it exactly as it is. A fellow that does this, that I believe is also hiding in plain sight and is a dark personality himself. And I want to show, I bought his book before I understood that he himself is likely a psychopath, dark personality. And with his book and with his psychology in here, they spin the truth a bit. So, and it's the same thing that Ryan Daigler was doing and what he does on his page, which says that, well, there's just two kinds. It's malignant or malignant, or what's the other kind they use? It's the same thing. Psychopathy is psychopathy. Psychopathy, narcissism, all the same thing. A narcissist is the same, has the same brain, a composition as a serial killer. Will all psychopaths become serial killers? No. But they still have the same brain composition. And many aren't overt about it where they straight out kill someone, but they will manipulate and coercively control people into death. So, and this is a falsehood that Dr. Todd Grande, as well as Ryan Daigler, spread in their dialogue when speaking about psychopathy. So there's all these different subsets. There's no subset. It's one overarching dark personality type. Wacky AI Ryan, the person I'm responding to is not Ryan Daigler. It is a fellow on YouTube. It's a lack of ability to feel empathy for other people, right? There's a few things. That is one of the traits, yes. They do not have empathy. They only are self-centered. They can, because they've known since they were a young age that they're different, they've spent their whole life lying and creating this facade, so it comes easy for them to pretend. They've learned how other people show emotion. They've learned how to show that, but they don't actually have empathy for anyone else except for themselves. Sadism is another main trait, and control, to exert control over anyone else. Yes. But yeah, anyway, so there's a lot of misinfo spread, especially by psychopaths and in positions of power and in the communities, which is educating about this. Psychiatry and sorry, I just saw Sabo. Sabo, I just saw your thing from never mind. I got a notification for your Discord thing after the fact. Sorry, I'm not responding to all the comments. I just want to do a good I just want to debrief this before I get into it. Thank you for following on Twitch. I'm going to turn off alerts so it just doesn't show up on the page, because I just don't want that to be too distracting. They don't have empathy. They only care about themselves. They're all the same. Every single narcissist, psychopath has the same psyche as a serial killer. So we need to put that into consideration. But they like to distract and say ones like Ryan Daigler, ones like Todd Grande, as well as ones like, what's his name? I did a video about him. Let me see his name. I just can't remember it off the top of my head. He's another one. He's like Ryan Daigler. He himself isn't a professional. But he is admitted cheated on his wife, and now his whole online presence is making money off talking about narcissism, but not outright, and how to fix your relationship, and not outright saying that he's a narcissist, but it's very clear to see for those of us who have a trained eye that that's what they are. Yes, Cubs, I did cover it at the very beginning. I'm breaking it down, and I'm gonna be going over, I have tweets from him that I'm gonna be covering. I'm not gonna be able to re-explain it a lot, like go over the exact same things. I want it to be concise so that I can get through everything that I need to today. But basically, he is like a, Jimmy Knowles. That's another one, like Jimmy Knowles. Ryan Daigler is a lot like Jimmy Knowles, who is he's a Twitter influencer, acting as a educator. He's a layman, bringing awareness to psychopathy, narcissism. They don't really say psychopathy because they never want to bring up the connection that narcissism and psychopathy is the same thing. Yeah, like Jimmy Knowles, that's his name there, it came to me. So yeah, he spreads a lot of, he does a lot of tweets. Ryan Daigler specifically. But yeah, a lot of these hide in plain sight, in reputable positions. Psychologists, psychiatrists, lawyers, teachers. Why would someone in that profession who's bringing awareness to it or trying to protect people turn out to be a psychopath? How could that be true? Because that's the perfect facade. Because that's the perfect cover. So we need to be aware of that before being like, that can't be true. Because if it's true, it's true. And you're not aware of psychopathy and how psychopaths go to hide the truth of their nature. So yeah, and to then continue, there is a lot of psychopaths that are in domestic abuse awareness, narcissism awareness, and vulnerable communities like, which is interesting, mental health, including speaking about autism, including speaking about ADHD and such. There's a lot of and LGBT, because these are vulnerable. I'm not saying everyone who's in those communities are psychopaths, but there are a lot of psychopaths in vulnerable communities, like how Ryan Daigler's bringing awareness in, trying to bring awareness, but he's a psychopath hiding in plain sight. In the narcissism arena, the narcissism, as well as, and I will go into this, as well as him identifying, but I do not believe he's diagnosed with autism. This is one thing as well that I want to bring up. A common thing that is taking place as well is psychopaths are, and ones that haven't been diagnosed, are latching onto the neurodivergent or autism label because that is, it's a vulnerable community, and it's a way for them to excuse away their behavior. It's a way for them to excuse away their behavior. Am I saying most of the people who identify as? No. There's a lot of people that, it's hard to get the diagnosis. It's really hard to get the diagnosis. So there's a lot of things that have to go into place to get the diagnosis. So I'm not saying that everyone who identifies with these communities is a psychopath themselves, but I have seen, especially with my generation, I'm 28 years old, 1996, are hiding under these labels. There was a guy that I had relations with, and he openly online tries to hide behind the neurodivergent label. So we need to be aware of that as well. That's just something, a side note I want to bring up going into, because Ryan Daigler does identify with that community. So, and that it's a slap in the face to people who are a genuine part of that community. And that's why it is so hurtful. But we need to realize that that's a perfect facade for them, though. If they have all these excuses and these covers, and if they're in positions or in communities that are supposed to be helping people, that's the perfect cover, right? And the ones that are very intellectual, that are very smart, will go to those lengths and craft their life their public life in a way so that people don't believe when it's found out that they are psychopaths / narcissists. Both of the pedos that exploited and raped me, both of them, their wives stood by them. I believe both eventually did leave for the safety of their children, thank God. But they stood by, and one of them actually helped him in the court system to be able to get a lower sentence and allow him, while he was on house arrest, to have access to the internet, which is where he first found me, and actually helped and aided in lowering his sentence and giving him access to the internet and be able to get access to more minors. So we have to be aware that they hide in plain sight, and that for most people, it is hard to believe when people that are in these positions of power, these communities, as a normal family guy, it's also that behind the scenes they can get away with stuff, and in plain sight get away with stuff. But so we need to be aware of that, and this is why bringing awareness to psychopathy is so important, and what Dr. Karen Mitchell is doing is so important, and why people like Ryan Daigler are trying to silence her and trying to get her to shut up. Same reason why they try to silence me, because if no one talks about it, the dialogue can't be had and people won't learn, and more people will get married to psychopaths, have offspring, and be the breeding mule for psychopaths, and then stand by psychopaths when they abuse minors and vulnerable communities, and then that cycle continues. So I need to bring awareness, especially with my lived experience of 9 years in daily communication with psychopaths. I have learned a lot. So anyways, so that's TLTR. 25 minutes in, that's what we're talking about. Okay, now I'm going to get to some of chat. Sorry, guys, that I did this very long intro, but this is I want to make sure that this is that this is to the point that I say everything I need to, that I have all the disclaimers or whatever, so that when people watch it back, so everything's makes sense. Good question, Cubs. Is there a way to know you're not a psychopath? You asking that alone shows and proves that you're not a psychopath, because psychopaths, they don't wonder if they are or not. They've known since a very young age that they are different. And so if you're asking and wondering, that actually means you're not. That actually means you're not. Okay, and also, Cubs, so narcissism is the same as psychopathy. This is a false narrative that's been spread. Not everyone. No. You're either a narcissist or you're a narcissist / psychopath. Those terms are interchangeable. They're exactly the same. People that have access to empathy can make mistakes, but that doesn't mean can get emotional and say the wrong thing. But that doesn't mean that it's a narcissist trait or they're being narcissistic. And this is the dialogue that's been falsely spread by the DSM and by a lot of psychiatrists, because that's been falsely, so that the eye's taken away from actual psychopath narcissists, and they can say, no, everyone has a little bit of that. No, you're either a psychopath or you're not. That's the TLDR, and I'm going to be covering her Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis, which goes over this. And this is, I have in the description, both on Rumble and on YouTube. In the description is the first 2 videos of me verbalizing her thesis, and also her Twitter, which you should follow. Okay, and yes. His wife didn't believe me. The first pedo that exploited me, his wife didn't believe me, thought that I was lying, but she didn't look at all of the evidence. She didn't actually gain access to the evidence and look at it. She just took his word for it. So, and then sympathized with him. Yeah, was fooled by him, was a flying monkey. Yeah. Yeah, and no. Being masculine is not narcissistic. Okay, yeah, this needs to be said as well. Psychopathy is not a gender thing. It's not men versus women. It's psychopathy 10% versus the rest of society. There's both men and women that are psychopaths, and one gender isn't more. Just men, most men naturally have higher testosterone. So, because of that, the testosterone will sometimes fuel and make male psychopaths act on their desires to commit more physical, violent crimes, but like how most men are serial killers. But that's just due to testosterone. It doesn't mean that more men are psychopaths than women, nor does it mean that masculine traits are psychopaths. For the record, this is not a gender thing. There's fucking evil women. There's evil women. And a lot of evil men as well. But it's 10%. So we have to remember, this is, okay, I should say this as well going in. As people who have access to empathy, we need to know that we make up 90% of the population. Even though a lot of these psychopaths, because they want control, they end up in high ranking roles because they also don't have access to fear. They don't have like the same kind of, they don't really have emotions like normal people. So there is a lot of people in high governmental roles, in positions of power, in affluential families, influencers, content creators that are psychopaths because they gravitate towards those roles where they have a lot of power and control. Yeah, thankfully she left. Thankfully she, the first abuser, his wife has left, and her daughter is safe and no longer in the hands of her pedophile father. Okay, I'm gonna get to some other comments. Hey Moose. Wow, reminds you of your female ex. She was a straight narcissist and tried to have you killed. Yup. Thank you, Josh, for saying good intro. Exactly, Sabo. Abusers can't change. It is impossible for psychopaths to change. RC, thank you. Neo, sorry if you're feeling sleepy. I know you don't like coffee. So, I know you don't like, so I can't recommend that to you. Don't know what to say otherwise. And you know my opinion on that. I've stated my opinion on that before. About you saying that before, and me responding to that before. I agree with what Sabo said. Moose Cubs is saying, so sorry, but you made it, Moose. Cash, hi. Yes, in an objective way. I want to, because it's really unfortunate that psychopaths are hiding under they're narcissists, but they're hiding under the neurodivergent autistic label. It's really sinister. That they do that. It's really sinister. But we have to know that they specifically go in vulnerable communities. Thank you, Pablo. Hi, Oswald. You are as well. I'm so sorry. They should be, yeah. Psychopaths should be held to the court of the law and held accountable, yeah. But so many judges and lawyers are psychopaths. To become a judge, you have to be a lawyer first. So a lot of the legal system throughout the entire world has been infiltrated by psychopaths who cover for each other. So yeah, we have to be aware of that as well. So true. Sucks when someone tries to kill you. Makes you wary of other people. Yes. Okay, Kick. Sorry, Kick. It is a large portion. No. Only 10%. Only 10% though, but around a good, going by the information we have, around 50% of people in psychiatry and psychology itself are psychopaths. So it's a crazy high amount, because if you're a psychopath, but you're a psychologist or you're a psychiatrist, you're reputable now. You're reputable by society. You paid your way up. You took the classes. Your family paid the money for the classes. Now you're in that position. You memorized the stuff. You learned how they actually learned. One of my pedo abusers has a master's in psychology himself. They do this to be able to learn how regular people feel, to help their facade more. And then they're in a position now where they're to be trusted and diagnose others when they themselves are, but not on the record. You see how that works? How do we fix the system? Do you feel being a psychopath is enough to be in prison? So my answer for that is what can be done, because this is what I believe should be implemented, and this is what science corroborates, is MRIs can show whether a person is a psychopath or not. The prefrontal cortex and amygdala is completely different than a regular person. And what's really interesting is it was a psychopath himself who found out this information. So, which is really funny. But yet he's kept his position. But we now know he inadvertently has helped, because now the way forward is to implement law to before being in a position of power where you have authority over other people. I believe that it should be written into the law that you have to get an MRI to prove whether you yourself are a psychopath or not, especially positions like psychiatry, like psychology, like being a lawyer, like being a judge, like being a teacher who has so much access to children. That is a non-invasive and because we don't want to take people's rights away, like just lock them all up. You know, I say, but I don't think this will ever be implemented, but ideally, instead of their victims and people who have trauma being put in mental institutions, if the MRI is done and they see this, they should be put, all psychopaths should be in padded locked rooms, actually. Not their victims, which majority of the time that's what it is. So yeah. Ideally, you know, they would be in the locked rooms. There would be at a certain age that they do MRIs. But I don't think that will ever happen. So what's realistic and what could be implemented is to be able to stop them from harming on a large scale level and being in control of society, that to be able to, as well as being a politician or a prime minister or a president or whatever the other governor, whatever the other names for stuff is, they should have to get an MRI. And then you'd have to do the MRI of then that makes doctors as well. There's a lot of black swan events. If I'm missing certain professions of power that have direct impact and authority, sorry that I didn't mention that. It's not that I'm forgetting or saying they're not. It's just this is all I'm remembering off the top of my head that are like, this is for sure positions where psychopaths should not be in these positions. So they should have to get the MRIs done. But the most thing, realistically, what we can do right now is bring awareness. And the leading expert is Dr. Karen Mitchell. And because I'm not in a position where I can be giving MRIs, or even though that would be like the logical solution, what we can do for the populace is to open up people's eyes to be able to identify psychopaths. Which is what Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis goes through. But we have to remember, like how even though I was educated and I was fooled by Dr. Todd Grande, as well as I was fooled by guys that I had relations with after my abusers, they have good facades and they can fool you, and people who have been victims of abuse are vulnerable, kind, good-hearted people who have been broken down before, so their empowerment and confidence is lower. Those are optimal victims for psychopaths, and we can still be fooled by them. So just nobody's perfect, as in being able to identify everyone, but most people don't even believe and even with the evidence of if someone's a psychopath or not. So, First step, what I'm doing in this moment to help, bringing awareness to how to identify psychopaths, what psychopaths are, and the fact that psychopath narcissism is the same thing. I think that I'm going to actually start calling it narcissism from now on, right now in the stream, because most people are, the way the dialogue is, and from people like YouTubers like Dr. Todd Grande, who are spreading some misinfo about it, saying that you're a psychopath or a narcissist or a dark triad. They're all the same, but they're trying to split it up into different categories, and which one do they fit in with more, so that we're confused trying to place which one is which, when actually what the science shows, it's all one thing. The MRIs, the science shows that it's all the same. A psychopath is a narcissist, is a dark triad, is an etc. So I'm gonna start calling it narcissist now for new people who are joining, because most people, when they have been with an abusive partner or parent or sibling, are told that, or are made aware, or call them narcissists, not psychopaths, even though it is the same thing. So I'm going to start using the word narcissist right now, but it is all the same. No, Sabo, because they all pose the exact same risk. There is no different type. There, like that's what it is. There is no different type of psychopath. It's one overarching dark personality type. They are all our exact same kind of brain makeup. So no, but that is one of the false narratives that's in place currently, to confuse people, so that we're caught up in technicalities. What did you use that word the other day? Predanics or whatever? Caught up in the many things. Oh, what type is it? This, or they're all the same. Ted Bundy has the same kind of brain composition as your narcissist ex, It's exactly the same. Just not all will go to the lengths of killing, but they still would get off on that. And think about those things. So yeah, there's no degree. It just depends. Some will, if they're given the opportunity, if they're intellectual enough to carry out, by the method they choose, different socioeconomic backgrounds. That can change how the psychopathy goes about, but it's all exactly the same personality trait, same brain makeup. So, psychopath, dark personality, narcissist, all the same. Okay. Yes, there are many people that live stream that are narcissists and psychopaths. Many content creators. That's a position where you have power and influence over people. And yes, they are predators. Sabo. So, Dr. Karen Mitchell is the leading academic. She has the thesis, and the behavior patterns are all the same. That's what she realized, actually, Sabo, when writing her thesis and speaking to all of the experts and such, that all of these different areas, child abuse, spiritual abuse, domestic violence, coercive control, they're all using the exact same tactics, yet they're in different groups, yet they're put in different groups, told that they're different types of people, different kind of personalities. But no, that is misinformation, actually, that's been spread. It's because a lot of people who are behind in psychology, in psychiatry, the people who gather together once a year and decide what's in the DSM, psychopaths have infiltrated these positions of power and have specifically misled. So what she, to have a specialized name, yeah, Sabo, and she has so if you want me to use the term that she uses, it's dark personality, which can also be referred to as predatory personality disorder. And it covers all those because they are all the exact same thing. Would you rather me say dark personality? I was going to say narcissist because that's what most people, what that makes sense to people. what that makes sense to most people, to be able to have people understand that, to have it click for people, because that's what's tough as well. People hear psychopath, they think that it's a 0.0%. It's 10% of society, and it's all the same thing. So anyways, I can say dark personality, but I feel like narcissist is the correct and the smart term for me to be identifying them as right now in this live stream. And now for people who are watching this back, they're hearing this entire dialogue, so they will be able to understand this. I think I'm going to use, but we're going to be reading her thing anyway, so maybe I don't even need to choose a specific word, because I'm just going to be reading her thesis. So yeah, one sec. Let me, there's a troll bot in, Twitch, so I'm just going to delete that. Wow. Okay. Yes. Yeah, Moose, yes. Moose, you're saying, from experience, you can say most judges and juries are fucked. You can bribe 90%, 95% of them. That's crazy. Well, as I said, to become a judge, to become a judge, you are a lawyer first. And so many lawyers are psychopaths, are dark personalities, are narcissists, all the same thing. Okay, yeah, Cubs. Yeah, they do have a grandiose of self-importance. That's because they only care about themselves. They only care about themselves. No, Persephone, that's not at all what I said. No. I never said I believe everyone online. No, I did not say that. I think you have, misunderstood what I've said. I would recommend to, listen to the first, 48 minutes of this video to be able to, make sense of it. Yes. And they need a supply. They like narcissistic supply, which can be seen as excessive admiration, but a lot are lone wolves. Which isn't really excessive admiration. They like to kind of work by themselves. But yeah. So it could be seen as admiration, but it's not people who are like genuinely insecure or low confidence and they want to feel loved. That's different, and that's why I worry about the wording of excessive admiration. But yes, just to break that down, lack of empathy, tendency to manipulate. But the main, or belittle others. Yes. But the main traits are, and Dr. Karen Mitchell breaks this down as well, is sadism, control, power, lack of empathy. Yes. Miscommunication was the word, and it wasn't with you, Cubs. It was with Persephone on okay. Was because they were really confused. So I was trying to break it down for them. They were a bit confused. Okay. Yeah, okay, this is the differentiation I need to make. Is there is a group of society. There's predators and prey, and there's some people which are, and I've discussed this on my before on my live streams, and Dr. Karen Mitchell has also spoken about this. Is and I can bring up her tweets. There is we're going to read her thesis, but she specifically addressed this. There is a group of society, and this is what stuff. It's called sociopathy, but the DSM has put it alongside psychopathy in antisocial personality disorder. The two are different. Sociopaths are people who do have a conscience, who do have empathy, who do feel shame, but have been abused so much that they have adapted. They can manipulate and can make mistakes and be toxic. But as nobody's perfect either, but they're not psychopaths. They do have empathy and they feel shame. That's different than psychopathy, narcissism. The prefrontal cortex, the MRI is different. The MRI is different. So what I'm speaking about today is psychopathy, which is the same as narcissism, which is dark triad, overall dark personality, predatory personality disorder. There's predator and there's prey. It's like how victims of MK Ultra have killed people, were made to kill people under guidance from psychopaths and grew up with that, but they feel shame and they get out of that and they heal. But if they're a psychopath, they can't ever change because they never will feel shame. They think they're superior because they don't have fear or conscience or empathy for anyone else except for themselves. So I'm not talking about sociopaths, but what we must be aware that a lot, with me even saying that, psychopaths immediately have logged that information and are thinking, that's the play I'll make then. I'll say I'm that then. So we have to be aware of that. But sociopathy is different. And it's interesting how the DSM tries to put that in the same, yet acting like narcissism is completely different from psychopathy, which it isn't. Yet is putting prey with psychopaths, narcissists. Yeah, okay. So that's the explanation on that. We are talking about psychopath, narcissist, dark triad, dark personality, the predators, the brain anomaly. And the thesis is covering those traits. Sociopaths do not have these same traits. They feel shame, they feel empathy, and their demeanor is different. Their demeanor and traits are different because their brain is like ours, but have been trained and guided to, in the past, to harm people. So that's the differentiation for that. But know that a lot of psychopaths are going to call this card because that's a smart thing to do for them, right? So just FYI. Just FYI, yeah. We don't want to give them an out. No, a parent who abuses their child out of, if a parent's like abusing, they will say it's out of love because that's a perfect cover. But them saying that doesn't mean that they actually feel love or they're doing it out of love. That's what they're saying, but they're not to be trusted. Hey Matthew, hey. Serious stream today. I've really just been speaking a lot to the camera, and I'm going to be delivering Dr. Karen Mitchell's lines. It's exactly, okay, thank you, Josh. It's not the same as an empathetic person that blew a gasket. That's not the same as a psychopath. And I'm gonna, with Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis, I'm gonna help you identify these traits, Sabo, okay? I'm gonna help you identify this and make sense for you to be able to understand. Um, most abusers are psychopaths. Most abusers are psychopaths. Most abusers. But going by the law, both need to be held accountable. But the second group wouldn't exist. Like sociopaths wouldn't exist if it wasn't for psychopaths. And they can, sociopaths can heal, psychopaths can't. But know that now psychopaths, now that they know this, will be trying to say that they're sociopaths instead and hiding under that, and that they can change when it's not the case. Because that's a perfect cover. I'm not sure what you mean by that, Sabo, but I'm going to be covering her. I'm going to be covering her thesis, and in her thesis, they. I know that you're not in the field of psychology, or that you're in economics, yeah. But the pendantics, that's the word. The pendantics of it, is what has allowed psychopaths to go. The DSM of trying to say a psychopath is different than a narcissist, than a dark triad. It's all the same, and the pendantics of that is what has led people astray and made people not be able to understand. So, and she covers all this. Okay, well, hopefully I am answering your questions. You know that, and I've said this at the beginning of the stream, I'm not an academic. I'm a lived experience. 9 years with everyday communication with psychopaths. And then I educated myself as well. Many hours I've spent and listening from leading experts, of which we are covering today. So yes, but yeah. Yes. It could, yes. Yeah, Cubs is saying, now wouldn't this stream attract them? Freaky. It could. This is why they hide within vulnerable groups, right? This is why I've specifically said, this is why I have to be careful, even saying about sociopathy, because then they hide under that cover. So, yeah, but the information needs to get out, right? So if they're here, like, I don't really care. I don't really care. Yeah. Yes, she's amazing, Matthew. She's amazing. We will, this will be my first with third. This will be my third stream, vocalizing her words. Yeah, this is a thing. A lot of, especially a Sabo female, a lot of female psychopaths are given diagnoses instead of what technically psychopathy is, which is currently defined as antisocial, which I think that's ridiculous, because there's a lot of people that are antisocial that keep to themselves that are not psychopaths. That's another thing that I really hate that they've named it that. There's a lot of women psychopaths that have been diagnosed with borderline personality or bipolar, but actually the correct diagnosis would be antisocial personality disorder, psychopathy specifically. So yeah, this is specifically a problem, actually, if we're talking about differentiations of how society treats the different genders of abusers. This is something that happens a lot. Female abusers, instead of being diagnosed as ASPD, antisocial personality disorder, are diagnosed with bipolar or borderline personality disorder. But a lot of people who are just trauma victims and just genuinely have emotional outbursts but are not abusers are also diagnosed with borderline personality and bipolar. So emotional outbursts. That's why if they're angry, and psychopathy, it might be that, so I don't agree with the current DSM, Sabo. Borderline personality disorder, like, let me bring up this is a great cover though, and Dr. Karen Mitchell, I would recommend like reading her entire Twitter for you, Sabo. All of these questions have basically already been covered on her Twitter, and I am just reverberating what she's saying, reiterating what she's saying. And a lot female psychopaths are usually more covert and play the victim, the woe is me, the emotional manipulation. Just from my experience as well, and what we see more so than men. Yes, it is. The DSM is used as the main mental health figure for diagnosis. Yes. Okay, for example, severe mood changes, feeling happy, feeling sad, extreme anger or problems controlling anger, outbursts. Anger itself is not a bad thing. There's been times I've been very angry because of injustice and abuse, or from being overstimulated. That's not the same. If they're being angry and just being cruel and mean, that's psychopath, not borderline. Up and down relationships. Actually, most psychopaths have very good relationships. Overall, especially the high IQ ones, they are not as much that they up and down relationships. Or most won't admit that. Most won't say, yeah, I have unless they're playing the victim. See that... These are, what I'm listing are the main symptoms of borderline personality disorder, Sabo. Okay, she wasn't an angry person. Okay, the second trait is extreme anger or problems controlling anger for borderline personality disorder. So interesting. Extreme fear of abandonment. I'm reading out borderline personality disorder traits right now. Rapidly changing sense of self that can cause sudden changes in goals, values, or behaviors, feeling disconnected from themselves, their body, or reality, or having paranoid thoughts, ongoing feelings of emptiness. This is all borderline. Self-destructive patterns. But listen to how this is. Self-destructive patterns such as substance abuse, binge eating, unsafe sex, unsafe driving, and reckless spending. Anyone of anything can be victims of that. See how a lot of these, and this is what it is, and a lot of these DSM arrangements, pedantics of putting it into these different groups, it's predators versus prey. So, in the suicide attempts, that's borderline personality. They're saying that could be bipolar, that could be schizophrenia, that could be depression, that could be anxiety. See how that's symptoms of trauma victims, for the most part, whereas the other, psychopathy. Okay, so let's get into this. A lot of crossover, correct. That is why, and this is why with Dr. Carmen Bolter's, which she speaks to, Sabo, she speaks to all of the ones who have created all of the other measures to identify psychopathy and such. She spoke with all of them. She spoke with us, so she addresses all this. And as I said, this is all on her, this is all already on her Twitter. So for now, I'm not going to be just engaging in specifics for your specific situation, but try to speak about it as a whole with Dr. Karen Mitchell and provide commentary on this. Okay. It's okay, Sabo. That's okay. You're not annoying. I just not annoying at all. I understand that you've had experience with abusers yourself, you're saying, and you're in academia, so you trust the DSM and trust that she must be borderline personality because that's what a professional diagnosed her with. But there's a lot of problems with the DSM and stuff, but Dr. Karen Mitchell talks about this, so I'm just trying to speak about that. But yeah. Hello, Oak. Is bipolar the same thing as borderline personality? A lot of the symptoms you could say are. But what's interesting is they will diagnose both predators and prey, so psychopaths and regular people, in either or. So, yeah, the DSM though, in communist countries, like you're saying, you don't trust it because she's from a communist country, so you don't really trust the DSM there. But the West, it's not much better, Sabo. It's not much better, especially like in America where it's for pay, so you can pay a certain psychologist that you prefer to get a specific diagnosis. So, and just the amount of dark personalities that are in those positions of power. So yeah, there's just problems with it overall, and things are changing and constantly updating in academia, which Dr. Karen Mitchell is the driving force of in psychopathy, so that's why I'm covering it. Okay, let's see. My DSM, because my friends, one of my best friends is from Finland, and she's made me aware as well that the DSM is still the main one. Is like the most newest one. I believe both are very, very similar. DSM-5, yeah, and then both very similar. But as I said, I'm talking about this set as a whole. I'm not going to be doing, I could do a video doing the differentiations of what I think of, but neither are right. Neither are right, though. Both have been compromised, so then I'm specifically talking about, yeah, psychopathy. So, yeah. Okay. Is there a video documentary? There is an interview that she had recently. I can link you to that. Hoa? Yeah. Hi. Thank you for the heart on TikTok, Chris. Thank you. Very interesting subject matter to analyze for sure. Let me bring up Hello, Miss on Twitch. And then I'm gonna put this in the description. Then I'm gonna link you to something else, Hoa. But these links will all be on YouTube, and I'm about to do it on Rumble as well. Thank you, Hoa. Take your time. That was a lot to unpack, to be honest. Thank you. I'm trying to cover everything. She isn't Persephone. She isn't going by the traits, and also my critical eye, being from lived experience of dealing with them. But you also were spreading misinfo up above, so I'm more so worried about what you're saying. Because you're trying to say, well, then everyone's a narcissist. Then no, it's not what's being said. And yeah, okay. Just adding this in the description of Rumble. Okay. Okay, yes, and then I was going to link you to the thesis. Here we are. Yeah. And I'm actually going to just delete that comment, Persephone. On YouTube as well. Live on 5. Okay, for the record, I'm live on 5 platforms right now. Wait, yeah, no one's saying that though. We're not listening to those people. Hoa, that was from Dr. Karen Mitchell. On her Twitter, she has it. Yeah. I can't remember if that specifically is in the thesis or not. Yeah, no one was saying that. Persephone. No worries. No worries. I'm live on 5 right now. I'm live on 5 platforms right now. I'm live on YouTube. I'm live on Twitch. I'm live on Rumble. I'm live on Kick. And I'm live on TikTok. For the record. So that's verbally documented. Yeah, a lot of celebrities, Moose. A lot of celebrities are psychopaths as well. Right, because it's a position where you have influence, and as you know, Hollywood is overrun by by psychopathy, So they naturally platform a lot of other psychopaths. 5, yep, 5. Yeah, Oak, what you were saying about that person yesterday, I'm not like that person. I don't use that word. So I'm not like interested about that. And I don't stream on Twitter /X because I don't stream because you have to pay a monthly fee to be able to stream on X, and I'm already paying the monthly fee for Streamlabs to be able to multi-stream, period. So I'm not going to pay. I make less than minimum wage, so I'm not going to be giving a Twitter my money. Okay. Yeah, Scientology Scientology is part of Hollywood and is part of Hollywood and is a lot of psychopaths. Goes hand in hand with a lot of Freemasonry, very similar to Scientology. Knights of Columbus, a lot of the time, a lot of that has been compromised. Okay, it's a website. Okay, maybe I was confused. Yeah, x.com, aka Twitter, is because I won't pay the monthly, is why I won't pay, is I don't, I'm already paying $19 a month for Streamlabs. I make under minimum wage, and to be able to stream to Twitter, I'd have to be paying like an extra $7 or $9 or more of that in Canadian, because our dollar's so fucking low, a month. So I can't stream on Twitter due to that. Yeah. But I'm hoping to, what's it called? I'm gonna be switching once I hit 1,000 on TikTok. I'm gonna be switching to OBS with item, which is completely free. Because but you have to have 1,000 followers, 1,000 followers to be able to get the stream key to be able to do it for free. So technically it's TikTok that's costing me the $19 a month, technically at this point, but I'm not about to pay another 7 or 9. Maybe if when I get the 1,000 on TikTok and then can do the stream key, maybe then I'll switch over. Maybe then I'll try paying for the blue check mark on Twitter to it would be less than 19, and then I'd no longer be paying that 19. Thanks, Cups. Yeah. I don't do those kind of things. Like the follow for follow, don't do that. I tried that years ago, like with my Twitter when I had a manager, and that's manager. He was speaking of psychopathy. He was one, and he told me to do that, but I don't do that anymore. Better to just keep streaming and building my Thank you, Hoa. Well said, Wacky AI Ryan, not Ryan Daigler, but Wacky AI Ryan. Scientology is not a part of Hollywood, but some people from Hollywood are in it. There are, Knights of Columbus. My grandfather, my papa was in Knights of Columbus, and he wasn't a psychopath or PDF, but you know, a lot of the, because religion is a vulnerable, religion is a vulnerable but also trustworthy position to be in. A lot of psychopaths gravitate towards that and work the way up, and there are a lot of psychopaths that have been documented in Knights of Columbus. I'm not saying all, but it's a position where they get the get-togethers, and ones that they know are fellow psychopaths are, there's ways for that to. Moose, okay, I do have that, Moose, thank you. I need to refill my water, actually. I got rid of the no yoga ball today and no hula hooping. I am Catholic, yes. That's adding some humor to this very serious stream. Okay, let me go fill up my water, though. And let me also open the window. But for me, cause I was actually spiritually abused with the second pedo used, Buddhism and compartmentalization, which is MK Ultra tactic. That's the way that I was spiritually abused. So it was never the Christian church or Catholic church that I had spiritual abuse with, but my second abuser, he did go to Catholic church, and he would text me say, this was when I was a minor, he'd be going with his family, he'd be messaging me on Kik, KIK, not KICK, for the sake of transcript of this, because transcripts are created on YouTube, I stream on KICK. I do not stream on KIK, aka the text messaging app that pedos use. Okay, I'm not sure where I was going with that, but oh yeah, so but he did go to Catholic church on and off, and he would say, I'm going to hell and stuff. I'm like, no, you're not. I was a child. I was a child. Like, no, you're not. So there's good ones. There's good ones, just like there's good people in Freemasonry as well, but there's a lot of evil as well. But the good ones won't know about the evil because the psychopaths can tell if someone else isn't a psychopath, so they won't open up like that unless someone with empathy that was specifically trying to infiltrate it, and then you could get the psychopaths to open up, and then to be able to infiltrate and bring awareness to. Anyways, that's a whole different thing. Yeah, hula hooping while reading out a thesis would be wild. It's turned off. If I added the kiddie pool, yeah. Me in diving gear with fin feet. Yeah, spiritual trauma. Okay, be right back. I'm gonna actually pee. You guys can laugh at my ugly chair. Be right back. I'm gonna fill up my water and go pee. Crack, I forgot that I made a pot of coffee, guys. I forgot that I made a pot of coffee. Also, Kate, it's my bedtime shirt. It actually looks, I need to make it look a bit more serious. I'm sorry. Sorry, my room. Censorship. Yep, silencing is what abusers try to do. Silence us, because if we're not bringing awareness, if we're not talking about it, if we're not giving our testimony, nobody's ever hearing about it. People are none the wiser, and abusers keep being able to abuse, and then their wives and family members and friends and fans become flying monkeys and excuse their behavior. So yeah. Oh, okay. I think the freezer's beeping. The freezer's open. I have to be able to close it. I have to put duct tape on it, and then a magnet, because there's yeah, coffee sounds lovely. When I saw it, I was I was so excited. Yes, and related organizations then suffer effects, correct? Then people think a whole group is bad, when it's not the case. Yeah. Wacky AI, Ryan, not Ryan Daigler. Me having to specify. Me channeling the professor vibes today. Okay. Let me see. Sorry, someone's on a motorbike and sound like they were like near the end of the driveway, so just want to make sure. Okay. Here we are in her, so I've read some of this. I have that. Let's see how it looks. Let's see how it looks up. I have read the beginning of this. I have read the first 29 pages. I've read in the description in both YouTube and Rumble, which I'm live on 5 platforms right now. If you need the links, it's in Rumble. There's 2 live streams I've done before where I verbalized the first 29 pages. So I'm going to be starting from page 29 because I'm just following where I did. I feel bad that after the long intro, I'm not starting from the very beginning, but I did already verbalize that. And my goal, and this is what my goal was back in October, was to be able to, a lot of people, where it's being found that nowadays more people are listening to information rather than reading it. So I want to be able to have her thesis listenable, because this information needs to put people. So just so they can listen easier. People are working like more hours than ever. So yeah. Okay, let me see. Go to page 29. Do I actually have it over here? Oh, I already have it. Can you see it? Oh, okay. Whoops. Okay. Oh. Perfect. Perfect, actually. Okay. So maybe let me see where this is just for me to know. Okay, it's zoomed in. I need to be aware of where exactly this is. So tools. Oh, I wish I have it easily up. Sorry, just trying to see how I can do this to... Okay, so where we're starting at is page 29. The link to this thesis, as well as to the first 2 live streams of me covering this, is in the description of this live stream, which will be available after the fact to watch on YouTube and Rumble. So as well as her as well as an interview with her, as well as the thesis, and then all of my links. Okay, so 2.3.4, issues with current research tools. Another factor that has prevented a comprehensive, nuanced understanding of people of dark personality is the use of self-assessment tools to gather data. Studies have shown that self-assessment tools to be less accurate than other informant reporting, particularly in the case of undesirable characteristics. Carlson et al., 2013. In addition, definitional vagueness and inconsistencies is discussed throughout the literature, Rothman and Kolar, 2012, as an issue preventing clarity of the dark personality conceptualization. Considerable use of jargon, such as the words as conscientiousness and meanness, example, Collision et al., 2018, Selbum et al., 2021, to describe high-level concepts that have meaning only among some mental health professionals and personality researchers, so not laymen, guys, also make it difficult to create shared understanding and have further prevented comprehensive, nuanced insight regarding people of dark personality. As recently as 2019, personality researchers have been attempting to define important distinctions in people of dark personality. For example, the distinction between successful versus unsuccessful psychopaths, intended to differentiate between those of dark personality who are higher and lower functioning, and or outside versus inside jail, has been debated. Person and Leinenfeld, 2019, page 209. Combining non-alike items in assessment tools, such as traits and outcomes, without clarification, Linham and Whittaker, 2007, which has been done extensively in the creation of dark personality models, has further confounded the collection and interpretation of data in this field of study. Short versions of assessment tools designed to prevent user fatigue, which are potentially too simplistic to represent the richness of the concepts, Morris et al., 2017, have been used extensively by the personality research community to collect data on people of dark personality. Morris et al., 2017, argue that the depth of malevolence in people of dark personality may not be reflected in the data collected by use of these basic assessment tools. 2.3.5, issues with study populations. Much of the data used to inform dark personality assessment tools developed by personality researchers have been drawn from populations that are not fully representative of those in the population who violate social norms and harm others. These include the criminal justice system, example, Hare et al., 2022, college students, example, Fulton et al., 2010, and general community samples, example, Crow et al., 2019. Data from those of dark personality in the criminal justice system are skewed towards more overt forms of antisocial behavior. College samples have a higher proportion of women, Paul Huss and Williams, 2002, where men are more likely to have dark personality disorders, M. Johnson, 2008, Scheme et al., 2011. Data from college students lack heterogeneity. Example, Deschamps et al., 2017. Oh, sorry. It's different how I have in there, so you guys have it. Okay, yeah. Research. That'll always show me where it is. Research with the general population using a platform developed for this purpose, such as Mechanical Turk, also called M-Turk, also engages a higher representation of women, Chandler et al. 2019, and assumes people of dark personality volunteer to participate in general community surveys, report honest feedback, and have the capacity and motivation to accurately convey their depth of malevolence. So, guys, psychopaths, especially those that are high functioning, they're smart. They're not gonna, why would they admit that they're psychopaths? Why would they check yes on the self-assessment tool? It's crazy that these self-assessment tools, the one by hair is the number one used, which is they have to admit. That's assuming that they'll admit. That's ridiculous. They lie all the time. That's like one of their number one personality traits is lying, is compulsive lying constantly to keep their facade and look always like the good guy. Some are more overt. For example, like Andrew Tate. Some outright say it, like Nick Fuentes as well, outright says that he's a narcissist dark triad. So for example, some will say, but that's rare. That's actually very rare. Why would they admit? It outs them. Unless the rare situations, right? Convey their depth of malevolence. At the least, such assumptions need to be explored in more depth and more critically. Assessing accurate data on those high-functioning people of dark personality outside the criminal justice system, Mullen-Sweat et al. 2010, who are cautious to engage only when they believe there is no risk to exposure of their malevolent side, or where they can position their malevolence in ways that seem socially acceptable. Berezki 2017 has also presented a substantial challenge. This has led to collection of data in the general population on the traits of people of dark personality, for example, lying, manipulation, rather than identification of strategies for data collection specifically from people of dark personality outside the justice system. That was just another car going by. Outside the justice system. A neglect of data from practitioners working with people of dark personality and their targets' victims, as well as people with lived experience, in favor of laboratory simulations, for example, Buckles et al. 2013, that may be less reflective of real-life behaviors, is also considered a key blocker to comprehensive and nuanced data on people of dark personality. I realize that having the coffee is, this stream, especially now, is based on me speaking. So each time I have to take a sip, it is preventing the stream from moving as fast as possible. Sorry for that. 2.3.6 Researcher-centric issues. Another potential impediment to understanding people of dark personality is that pockets of personality research communities are at times deeply publicly competitive and argumentative rather than consultative and collegiate. Demetio et al. 2020, Olver et al. 2020. This is, I'm stopping speaking from it for a second. This is a big problem as well. This is a big problem, kind of reminds me of what I was saying. Them wanting it in all the different specific, even though narcissism's the same as psychopathy, then it's people debating over that instead of just consulting and trying to get the information out to people. They'd rather us be fighting amongst each other. They'd rather people be butting heads than just bringing out the info. You know, this phenomenon not only polarizes the field, which works against creating a comprehensive understanding of people of dark personality, but also may stop researchers with innovative ideas from engaging in productive discussion and putting forward new suggestions that may further clarify the concept. The seemingly unshakable view among personality researchers of the superiority of high participant numbers and quantitative data has also served to limit or contain research outcomes. This preference for quantitative data techniques is exemplified by the lack of willingness to use similar approaches to the work of Mullen, Sweat et al. 2010 with high-functioning populations. Results from this research provide intriguing data that challenge existing models of psychopathy, but collected from only 147 research participants. The work of Mullins, Sweat et al. 2010 was a pivotal piece of personality research in the field of dark personality that sought to identify the attributes of higher functioning people of dark personality using a new and innovative approach to research in the field. The researchers collected data from psychologists with an interest in law, from attorneys, and from clinical psychology professors to obtain descriptions of individuals with whom they worked with and who were considered psychopaths successful in their endeavors. It was the first substantial data collected on people thought to be of dark personality who were not perpetrators in the justice system. I'm not speaking from the thesis now. Most psychopaths are outside of prison. Just reiterating that fact. Most are not within the justice system. A lot are part of the justice system, preventing fellow psychopaths from being properly put behind bars. Going back into it, the researchers argued it would be difficult to sample enough individuals within a respective profession to find the rare psychopath, and once identified, the psychopathic person would be unlikely to be forthcoming with accurate data about themselves. Why would they admit? This is what's problem with so much of the current diagnostic tools that are available. Why would they admit? Why the hell would they admit? They have to be very stupid. Or, and most of them are not. Most are not going to admit that. They're compulsive liars. It's such a faulty technique, and it's so much of these diagnostic criteria to be able to is based on them being honest. One of the main traits is that they're compulsive liars. Huh? The researchers, going back into it, the researchers argued it would be difficult to sample enough individuals. Would be unlikely to be forthcoming with accurate data about themselves. Mullins, Sweat et al.'s data gathering technique allowed data collection about people of dark personality who would otherwise have been difficult to access, such as a college dean, university president, police detective, mayor, and a director of a medical center. A key piece of data from Mullins, Sweat et al.'s 2010 research showed an inconsistency with Harris' 2003 widely embraced assessment tool for psychopathy. This is the main one. The PCLR, developed from the model contained in Appendix B Psychopaths in Mullins, Sweat and colleagues' study, did not demonstrate irresponsible or impulsive behaviors. They argued that this group should still be classified as psychopathic because they had the key traits of psychopathy, including dishonesty, exploitation, low remorse. So guys, here these are some of the traits of psychopathy. Dishonesty is like the first one mentioned. And then expect them to be honest. It's so flawed. And you could argue that it's psychopaths that put these things into place to be so that ones outside of prison are never properly diagnosed, nor are people made aware of the depths of the psychopathy, you know? Good night, Sabo. Thank you. Will do. Have a good sleep, Sabo. Have a good sleep. I'm so happy that you're in the academia system and that there's good people like you and like Dr. Karen Mitchell that are, because in your field as well, there's psychopaths, in all fields there are. So it's good that there's good people within these fields. So thank you for your work. Yes, Moose, you must have not been here at the beginning. Sabo Matthew says good night from Twitchland. Moose, yeah, I talked about this actually. I did cover this at the beginning. Yes. Psychopaths hiding under neurodivergency or autism when they're not diagnosed. A guy I had relations with openly online identifying with the neurodivergent and autism label when he himself is a dark personality. This is especially in the younger age group. In the younger age group, like my age group, I'm 1996, 28, because it's also a vulnerable community, and then questioning them of that, saying, well, are they or aren't they a dark personality? Then it's like, why are you questioning me? Why are you questioning me? It's a perfect cover. So you try to use it as an excuse. And hide behind when they themselves are not autistic or neurodivergent or on the spectrum. Their dark personalities hiding within a vulnerable community and using that as an excuse for their behavior, when most of the traits of autism and neurodivergent is not the same as psychopathy at all. Usually it's the ones that are intellectual and that have a serial killer-esque, because they have the same kind of mindset as attention to detail to obsess over something, like how they learn all about their victims and obsess over it to a perfect degree to be able to exert control. Different than hyperfixation, but they will cover it as that. See, because that's a perfect cover. Again, I hate that they're doing that. That is a common tactic. And actually, Ryan Daigler, the guy that we're covering today, is hiding within the autistic label. Garrett, hi. Hi, Garrett. Thank you so much for the 48 bits. Thank you. I just turned off the alert box because I don't want it to distract from the stream, but I really appreciate it. I really appreciate the support to the stream. Hope you're having a good night, Garrett. Sorry it's not lighthearted today, but trying to educate today. Really wanted to. I've been wanting to do the stream this week, so I'm happy to. Moose, I'm so sorry. Yeah. See, a lot of psychologists are taught from these flawed methods and the flawed DSM. I'm so sorry, Moose. I'm so sorry. And that reminds me, because I remember you saying how you were part of a gang, you grew up within that. So then they think just because someone was in a gang that therefore they must be when that's not it. You know, there's a lot of good people that just have unideal life circumstances. Doesn't mean, and then this is the differentiation too of those behind bars, those studied versus those not. I am doing good. That I can confirm. I am doing well. Work in the voice. Work in the voice. Okay, I'm gonna jump back in. They argued that this group should still be classified as psychopathic because they had most of the key traits of psychopathy, including dishonesty, exploitation, low remorse, minimizing self-blame, arrogance, shallow affect, and callousness. Potentially, a breakthrough in thinking was possible from this study, which used smaller numbers and informant reporting techniques. The breakthrough in thinking being that not all psychopaths are impulsive. But the research has neither been replicated nor broadly acknowledged. Hare's general response to the challenges of the PCLR measure, so again, just to so people are aware, Hare's is the one that's the PCLR, which is to get accurate data, it's betting on psychopaths being honest to the test. That's flawed right from the start because one of the number one traits of psychopathy is dishonesty. So, Hare's general response to challenges to the PCLR measure and the items it contains is reflected in this statement. And the quote unquote, there's an extensive literature attesting to the reliability and validity of the PCLR, as well as increasing evidence that it generalizes well across a variety of populations and contexts. End quote. Hare and Newman, 2008, page 2020. Page 220. Page 220, sorry. Mullen, Sweat et al., 2010, also did not go on to replicate this research or investigate avenues of research that explore the findings further. Another potential barrier to a comprehensive understanding of people of dark personality may be the pressure to publish in the academic world. The dynamic may preclude researchers who engage in time-intensive qualitative data gathering techniques potentially being able to deliver greater clarity regarding the nature of people of dark personality. Biggerstaff 2012, who I'm going to ruin this name, Grigoropouloulou, and Small 2022. Oh, I don't think you guys can see that. Oh, sorry. I'll keep that up so that you can. A mismatch exists in the academic literature between extensive narrative about dark personality characteristics, such as drive for control and power, predatoriness, and vindictiveness, and models and assessment tools created and or promoted by the same researchers that do not contain these attributes. Babiak and Hare, 2006, Hare, 2003, Mathieu et al., 2013. This mismatch may be the result of data about these attributes being collected after the researchers' models and assessment tools had been published and already had considerable traction. Hi, Dave. Hi. How are you doing? I got caught up on your live streams today. I saw you go live right before I started stream, and I hit with a thumbs up. How did it go? I'm doing a serious stream, focusing on psychopathy. Leading expert Dr. Karen Mitchell. How did your stream go? Did you complete it? Moose. Yes. I'm reading out what Moose is saying. Like most people in Hell's Angels, people think all of them are bad, but no, 80% of them just had no choice, either because of their family or living situations. Correct. Yet they'll be like, they're all psychopaths, not realizing that most of them are in like academic professions. Okay, Dave, you beat the witch. That's the final boss, I'm assuming. But you couldn't find this one jiggy you missed. You're considering it beaten. I say it's beaten as well. Dave, I say it's beaten as well. I say you got this. I say pretty damn good for like your first game you've ever your second game you've ever played on stream, and doing so well. So please don't beat yourself up about it. Let me make sure that my mom's not here, that I need to unlock the door. My dog, you hear Bijou barking. Yeah, I'm not sure. No, my mom's not home. Moose, I'm really glad you shared that point, because that's a great point. Because that's a very, very good point. It's so true. And again, it's dark personalities that are in professional positions of power love that. Love people just blaming marginalized communities. They love that, because then the eyes aren't on them. And then only everyone who's a psychopath would be in a gang or in prison or really outwardly rude and weird. No. Most are higher functioning and are the guy or girl next door. Okay, Dave. No, I remember you saying that. I don't know if I got to that part because I was back in the one before that. But I watched some of the newer one, as well. But the moment you needed 4 more, or was that today? No, that was the other one, right? Found out where they were, then you lost a life. No, it was just unlucky. It was just unlucky. Aw, no, that's fine. This is your first time ever playing it on stream, Dave. You did so good. And remember, the people that get the most views and stuff, they fail so much more than they win. Don't beat yourself up. Don't beat yourself up, okay? Don't beat yourself up, though, okay? I say you did amazing. I see that it looked to me like you were doing very good. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it as good, so... You got all of them now except for one. Dave, you're fine. You did amazing. And as you stream, because I know for this for myself as well, I don't feel, it's kind of hard on myself, but I don't feel as bad when I lose or if I'm taking a long time. For example, I think about it like with the bosses or whatever in Assassin's Creed. Gotta lose sometimes. I'm not gonna get it the first try every time. Not realistic. So don't need to hold ourselves to that standard, but I understand the anxiety and stuff of that. I'm giving you a pat on the back. I say you're doing amazing. Please keep streaming. Whoops. Okay, I'm gonna get back into the thesis and read some more. Okay. Yeah, Hare's quote. The pressure to publish. Yeah. I'll go to this. Okay. Just do what you're comfortable with right now, Dave. Just do what you're comfortable with. Don't push yourself. Even though I'm excited for you to do the either heart gold or crystal Ironmon or whatever the hell it's called. Please don't push yourself. Do right now. This is how I was when I was first getting into streaming too. Because I felt really anxious at first, and it was really hard for me to feel motivated to click live, and I would feel really anxious about it and be like, I don't want to embarrass myself, I don't want to do bad. What helped me is just doing things that I'm comfortable with and that I genuinely want to do. So do that right now. See, fuck everything else. I'm doing what I want to do. This is my off time, and I'm going to do what I want to do. Nice. The weekend, do 5 hours if you feel up to it, but don't push yourself too hard. Take it as it comes. But you're doing amazing. Chris, hi. Thank you for popping in. Thank you for popping in everywhere. The emotes, the goofy emotes. Thank you for popping in. Do you have work today? Chris? Is this an on or off day? You're not sure yet. You're looking for the feeling. Yeah, don't push yourself. Don't push yourself, but also don't overthink it, but also, follow the feeling. I say yes to living decks or shiny hunting or literally anything you want to do. As I said, people like your personality. It's not just about the gameplay. You're very inviting. You're very, you have a good personality, Dave. You're very inviting. So don't stress. So don't stress. Okay, I'm gonna get back into the thesis. Get some of these words out. Okay. A mismatch exists in the academic literature between extensive narrative about dark personality characteristics, such as drive for control and power, predatoriness and vindictiveness, and... Is that my mom now? Sorry, I have the... Maybe I should just close the window, but it's getting hot in here. No, it's not. Okay, okay, sorry. And assessment tools created or promoted by the same researchers that do not contain these attributes. Babiak and Hare, 2006. Hare, 2003. Mathieu et al., 2013. This mismatch may be the result of data about these attributes being collected after the researchers' models and assessment tools had been published and already had considerable traction. There may be other reasons why these attributes are not included in key models. The study outlined in this thesis intended to explore and gain greater understanding of this issue. The professional requirement to provide an approach, worldview, or lens, quote unquote, by which research is conducted may be a further barrier to gaining comprehensive and nuanced insight into the attributes of people of dark personality. For example, in the behavioral research area, in relation to coercive control and domestic violence, a feminist theory lens is sometimes used in the collection of data and collection and analysis of data. E. Katz, 2016, Morris, 2009. Themes explored in feminist theory can include discrimination, objectification, especially of a sexual nature, oppression, patriarchy, and stereotyping. To apply this lens to an examination of coercive control data might limit observations and may also create a false idea that only men have the characteristics of people of dark personality. One substantial barrier to a comprehensive and nuanced understanding of people of dark personality is the current siloed approach. Wow, I like her wording there. To data gathering and discussion. Despite experienced research into the attributes of people of dark personality in many fields, personality researchers rarely work with or reference research in the many behavioral research fields. I'm going off the thesis and just speaking now. This is a big problem. The hyper specific specificization. I'm gonna just close the window because my dog's barking so much. Sorry. The way that they want people just to be very, very, very specified in one industry or one specific thing and not interacting with the others of very similar stuff, of similar. If it's different, then they say don't collaborate with. This is a problem with some of the academia stuff, the current way it is, because then they're not interacting with each other. And if it's just hyper-focused in one thing and not looking at it as a whole and looking at other fields to see the commonalities, then these problems arise. Okay, going back in. Rarely work with or reference research in the many behavioral research fields. Likewise, behavioral researchers rarely reference research from the personality research community or other behavioral research fields. This is unfortunate, as the depth and breadth of data on people of dark personality in many fields is substantial, as evidenced in the areas of leadership. Ashforth, 1994, Littman-Blumen, 2005, Palman et al., 2021, Tepper et al., 2006. The military, Erickson et al., 2015, Harms et al., 2011. Fixated threat/stalking, Jung et al., 2021. S. Miller and Smolter, 2011. Religion, Dale and Alpert, 2007. Forensic Psychology and Psychiatry, Firestone et al., 2000. Non-Forensic Psychology and Psychiatry, Falkenbach et al., 2018. Intimate Partner Violence, including coercive control and the impact on children. E. Katz et al. 2019, E. Katz 2022, Lehman et al. 2012, Stark 2007, 2009, Stark and Hester 2019, Pedophilia and Ebhibophilia. That's another thing where they try to give different names currently in the way they call it for in the academia research. Children of different ages, they give it a different name. It's children. They're going after minors. But see that the specification of that to try to be like, this one's not as bad. It's the same. They do either or. They're just what they have access to at that time. That's from Dillian et al. 2021, D. Turner et al. 2014. Law Enforcement and Criminology, Chopin and Beauregard 2019, Porter et al. 2000, Porter et al. 2003, The Not-for-Profit Sector, P. Smith et al. 2009, Management Consulting, Law, Accounting, and Organizational Psychology, McCallick and Ashkenazi 2020, Valentine et al. 2018, Gender Economics Theory, Carbone and Black 2020, and Politics, Chen et al. 2020, Heppel 2011, Paulman et al. 2018. Oh, you guys couldn't see all that. Sorry. Okay, let me put it up like that. There is clearly considerable work being undertaken intended to contribute greater understanding of the shared attributes of people of dark personality. This work is taking place in many different fields of study, both in the personality research community and in the behavioral research community. So it is happening, guys. And this is just what I'm going to say again. I'm going off the thesis. We need to stay positive. Change is happening. We're learning more than ever. Remember that psychopaths only make up 10% of the population. We have the advantage. We have the numbers. We're 90%. Yes. Moose, yes. Yes. This is why I'm going to answer your question, but your question reminds me of why I hate that they changed, it used to be, I think, psychopathy. They changed the diagnosis to the acronym. I hate the acronymization of everything. That's another way to take the brain to compartmentalize it and make it seem that's legitimate if it's an acronym. But the acronym of ASPD, which is antisocial personality disorder. And that's what psychopathy is under, as well as sociopathy, which sociopathy shouldn't be in there at all. They shouldn't be in the same together. Yet narcissism is a different thing when that's actually exactly the same when we're looking at the brains as psychopathy. They're putting it under the label of antisocial. Antisocial is not one of the main traits of abusers and of psychopaths. It's really not. A lot of people keep to themselves, especially in this day and age, especially after COVID, especially victims of abuse who are anxious and have agoraphobia because of the trauma they experienced outside in the real world. No, being antisocial does not make you a psychopath. I hate that. It's that. And the wording of antisocial, that's put in place clearly by a dark personality in a professional position of power, in my opinion. So no, nothing wrong at all. This is one of the false narratives that I hate that's currently being promoted in academia. But people like Dr. Karen Mitchell and other people are making this differentiation and calling this out, as well as laymen like me with lived experience. Okay. Yeah. So, but stay happy because work is taking place. That's, I forgot that's what I was saying about the considerable works being undertaken. That's what she's saying from the thesis. It's not all down and out, guys. We're learning and people are making huge steps, but we need to not stay silent. Let's keep bringing it up. Let's keep talking about it. Love that people are bringing awareness, researching it, changing, the problems that are in. Okay. Back in the thesis. Coffee down the hatch. To step outside one's field of research, however, when one might be at the top of one's chosen field, in the interest of developing a comprehensive, nuanced model representing people of dark personality, may not be perceived as offering professional or personal satisfaction or value. Perhaps the extent of work required to increase familiarity with the extensive personality research and behavioral research repositories might seem overwhelming, driving researchers to quote-unquote stay in their lane rather than collaborating with researchers from other fields. The many factors discussed in this section have clearly impacted the ability of researchers to create a comprehensive, nuanced understanding of people of dark personality. The plethora of vastly differing and conflicting ideas published by personality researchers is a testament to this. They're not communicating with one another, leaving people confused. This actually reminds me of, can I bring it up? Let's see. Remind me of this. Reminding me of this was crazy. By the way, I don't know if you guys can see this right now. Yeah, this is crazy. I'll talk about this when we go on Twitter in a few hours after discussing this. This creepy pedo guy that I called out. This was an ad. This was on the ad. He's Canadian. He's in Windsor. He's in Ontario. Another psychopath that's a content creator. Mr. Beast. I've covered that before. But what I wanted to bring up is, where is it? This. If we're talking about it in current situation, they want you confused, quiet, and grateful for the bare minimum. Yeah, right, Matthew? Right? Right? Did he think this would be well received? Did he think this would be well received? Dude's stupid. Dude's a fucking idiot. Dude's mask has slipped. And he's why is this an ad? Why is this an ad? Why was this an ad? And then I liked go fuck yourself, he's saying. Trying to find her boyfriend. Why are old men giving dating advice? This is giving Drake to Millie Bobby Brown. Why is he saying that? Why did he tell his 15-year-old daughter that if he was a boy her age, he would have totally thought she was hot? He's outright saying he thinks she's hot. And he told her that. If I was a boy her age, he's just saying that. He's outright saying he thinks she's hot. That's not... Why is he talking to me? Why is this an ad? This is why I said, are you... Because this is how it works, actually. Are you... Is he trying to find abusers for his daughter from this ad? This is actually insane. This is actually insane. I was shook at how brazen he is. I was shook at how brazen he is. And how stupid he is, honestly. How fucking stupid he is. Out in the open like that. Out in the open. Thinking everyone's just going to say, great job. You're such a good dad. Yeah, fuck you. Okay, wrong thing. Yeah, I can't believe it. I'm shook. I'm shook by it, Moose. I'm shook by it. I'm shook by that. Shook by that. I did want to cover that. I guess I just did. We'll bring it up again at the end when we're going over Ryan's stuff, Ryan Daigler's stuff. You're rehabilitating Marilyn Manson now? Saying Marilyn Manson, he's not bad. Everything he does is, he fucking raped his girlfriend, and he was 20 years older than her, and she was a teenager, and did very sadistic stuff, tying her up, making her cry, hitting her. I don't know if he cut her as well, but just a little sneak peek into Ryan Daigler's mindset. Hey Rigby, serious stream today covering psychopathy and delivering this thesis. So a lot of you guys listen to me yap on, but it's educational, bringing awareness. I agree, wacky AI Ryan. So for the record, I'm not speaking to Ryan Daigler right now. This is YouTuber wacky AI Ryan. Marilyn Manson is messed up. Yes, he's an evil individual. He's an abuser, psychopath, dark personality. Very evil. The fact that Ryan Daigler is... Yeah. Okay, I can jump back in before I just start going in Twitter and everything. 2.3.7, the differing and conflicting ideas of personality researchers. Given the points in the preceding sections, it is not surprising that while the three most well-known conceptualizations of people of dark personality, psychopathy, Machiavellianism, which is dark triad, and narcissism, have been widely tested and some found valid and reliable, they are also actively disputed in the literature. Some researchers propose the three conceptualizations are one entity and that existing assessment tools are too simplistic and ineffective in capturing the malevolent core. Moshagan et al. 2018, Murris et al. 2017, Paulus and William 2002, and D. Jones and Figueredo 2013 highlight the shared attributes of the three conceptualizations, but they still believe that they're distinct entities. Guys, jumping off the thesis here, they're the same. Those three are the same. And she goes on to discuss this even more detail. Just a little spoiler. Just a little spoiler. Buckles et al. 2013 write that the dark triad is in fact a dark tetrad with quote-unquote everyday sadism included as a fourth dimension, while Frum, 1964, conceives the conceptualization of quote-unquote malignant narcissism to represent a severe form of narcissism that includes sadism. It all includes sadism. She goes on to say this, but I'm just kind of breaking it down for you. Some researchers believe violence and criminality are not core attributes of people of dark personality, but rather behavioral manifestations at a higher level attribute. Cook et al. 2004, while others focus on the positive applications of dark personality traits such as fearlessness, logical thinking, and composure. Durand, 2019. They have dark personality, which is psychopathy, Machiavellianism, dark triad, narcissism. Especially the high functioning ones, the psychopath next door have very good, what is it called? When they wait to put it off. I said it before. Delayed, Can't remember it. Delayed, like satisfaction, delay, whatever that term is. If I remember, I'll say it later on. Delayed gratification? Is it delayed gratification? Yeah, delayed gratification. They are really good at waiting. They're really good at pre-planning. They're really good at pre-planning. But it's not a positive thing. It's things they use to their advantage. It's things they use to their advantage. To be able to keep their facade under wraps so that people will, what? He couldn't have done that because in the public he's such a nice guy. What? But she's a loving mother. We always see her spend time with her kids. They aren't aware. They aren't aware at all. Because of the education that they've been taught and the current measures in place. Thank God Dr. Karen Mitchell is talking about this problem. And changing, updating the dialogue. Glenn and Selbum, 2014, postulate that Machiavellianism and narcissism are subordinate traits or features of psychopathy. Person, 2019, writes that measures of Machiavellianism reflect psychopathy and narcissism. Person, 2019, writes that measures of Machiavellianism reflect psychopathy and narcissism. Further, several types of narcissism have been identified, the most discussed being grandiose narcissism associated with high self-esteem and interpersonal gregariousness, and vulnerable narcissism associated with pervasive negative affectivity and distrustful and anxious attachment style. J. Miller et al. 2022. Shafty, 2019, postulates that narcissistic, back to the acronyms, narcissistic personality disorder and antisocial personality disorder share the same core, as they have higher levels of similarity than difference, including a tendency to be tough-minded, glib, superficial, exploitative, and lacking in empathy. There is also considerable variation in the focus and knowledge of researchers in the areas of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Researchers generally focus on one of the constructs only, which tends to result in a limited awareness of or investment in the other constructs. Some researchers focus on the dark triad, which is a subset of people of dark personality who are non-incarcerated, non-forensic, and or non-clinical, meaning not in jail, not in the criminal justice system, and or not in treatment. So that's just their life standing. It doesn't mean they're any different, guys. That brings a fragmentation to data collection and a limited ability to see the bigger picture. We need to focus on the similarities, not differences that don't matter. That don't matter. Hi, Neil. Welcome back. Yeah, you were really tired. No worries at all. No worries at all. Hopefully you're feeling better now. Okay, Ryan Skywalker on TikTok, not Ryan Daigler, which I have in the title of this video. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. We're covering psychopathy today and psychology and leading expert Dr. Karen Mitchell and how people are trying to, one person specifically, but also other people working in collaboration to try to defame and sabotage her because she's over the target. So speaking about that and bringing awareness to her incredible thesis and work that is state-of-the-art and leading expert in. So it's a lot of me talking. Luke Ski. Okay, so first-time chatter, you just joined. I addressed this at the very beginning, and this full video will be available on both YouTube and Rumble after the fact. I'm live on 5 platforms right now, as well as all the links in the description to this thesis, as well as to Dr. Karen Mitchell's Twitter. And my other 2 videos, I'm reading the first 29 pages of this. I am a layman. I am not a doctor. I am reading out Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis. What I am, though, is 9 years of lived experience with daily communication with psychopaths. So, oh, the freezer's open again. I gotta go close it. Yeah. Bringing awareness. Bringing awareness. Verbalizing a doctor's words. Okay, I'll be right back. It's not closing again, the freezer. One sec, let me go fix the duct tape and the magnet. Actually, I'll fill my water while I'm at it. Sorry, guys. It'll be a second still. Okay. Okay, back. Back, guys. Okay, Luke, you're familiar working with a psychopath. I'm so sorry. It's not easy. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's like, literally the best you can do is collect evidence and bring it before a body, one of the bodies, or find a new job. It's really tough that way. It's really hard because otherwise they'll keep going. It's really tough. You resigned. Okay, you did. You decided to leave. Thank God. That's literally most advice given. Like, she's not the leading expert like Dr. Karen Mitchell is, but what's her name? Ooh, I love her. If I open YouTube, her stuff might pop up. Dr. Ramani. She says how literally the best thing you can do is to leave the job. Okay. Back. I'm sweating again, guys. I'm sweating. It is warm. It's +4. It was +17 Canadian units. That's really rough. It's like, they think that's like 56 or something. It's very warm. Maybe even more than that. I don't know what that is. I need to actually get better at math to do the I agree, but I'll read this out, Matthew. I agree. But I'll go over it one sec. Wait, what was I doing? What was I finding? I said I was sweating. I lost my train of thought. Oh, okay, but what I did do is get a granola bar so that I can stay sharp while I'm doing this, so that I can... Yeah, mine were pedophile abusers. So yeah, 9 years of daily communication. Yes, Matthew. Okay, so I'm chewing with my mouth open. I'm sorry. No, not too much information at all. Don't worry. I want to openly discuss that. Not discussing is what keeps people not aware. I'm a victim of pedophile abusers, of pedophile psychopaths. I'm okay saying that. And us as victims should feel no shame. I want to talk about it. I can't right now, temporarily, can't give my full testimony, but I can say that, and I'm so happy to be able to say what I can of the truth. I don't care, Luke. I'm a victim of pedophile psychopaths. Yes, this is Twitch, and we're talking psychology and life experience and parts of my testimony. And I'm okay with that. I know what I feel comfortable with or not. Okay, Matthew, I agree, though. There seems to be an, okay, you used a big word here that I might not know. Academic, academic predilection to hyper-focus on more and more specific parts of a research subject that make a thesis or a paper easier to definitively argue. That seems in your mind to be clouding the bigger picture. Having more definitions and acronyms, that was me adding words to your thing there, within a subject just makes it easier to come up with exceptions and arguments. Exactly. And I believe it's intended that way. I believe the system's set up that way. Yeah, not as good as homemade. I haven't made any, but this was my last one. My last one, so I need to make a batch. I should make a batch on Sunday. Moose, it's that to me seems to be intentional of him, and he's playing the system, buddying up with his changing his to be able to save his ass. And that's what it seems like to me. Luke, what is your intention of saying that? What are you trying to get across with that statement? Correct, Moose. Correct. Correct. I don't use much meta nowadays. Okay, Luke, so you don't. I would prefer to not be distracted, actually. I am fine with the seriousness of the topic. Don't worry. I'm good. I've done a lot of healing, which I'm so proud of. And I specifically have it planned that after I'm going to cover some DBT, which is the therapy that really helped me when I was shaking 24/7 and suicidal, which I'm not, and DBT anymore at all. And DBT is the only proven method to stop suicidal tendency as well as heal trauma. So I have that at the end for if to debrief, to de-escalate any stressful emotion that I may have. But I'm feeling really good right now. I feel really just happy to be speaking about this. But also, I'm just eating my bar right now. Thank you, Matthew. Yes, I agree. Yeah. This will be serious. Like, this is a serious stream. I am trying to get across in the stream title. I do get, though, I think, Luke, that you have good intentions, so it's okay, but I'm comfortable sharing what I'm sharing. Being silenced is the worst thing. They want us to shut up. They want us to stand down, kneel, and shut up. Because that's how people are kept unaware. If we don't share the things that we've been through. And the experience we have, and the depth of their depravity and psychopathy. Sorry, I'm eating this. But it literally, if I'm not talking with my mouth open now and we're just like chatting, when I go to edit through all of my voice delivery of her thesis, they'll be seeing me with the mouth open. Even though they'll be mainly listening, I'd rather eat it now. Okay. 1 sec. You want to ask, you're asking me, in one sentence, what it is in one sentence. You know it's not going to encapsulate my experience or everything. Psychopathy, okay, is the same as narcissism, and it's a brain prefrontal cortex and amygdala defect in which they have no empathy, only care about themselves, are sadistic, get joy from the downfall and harm of others, and cannot change, and have a very convincing public facade so that they can get away with the evil things behind the scenes. Most are not openly honest about it. It is basically like true evil. It's true evil. It cannot be changed. Most people are unaware. This is a run-on sentence, even though if I were to write that down, there'd be a lot of periods there. It's not one sentence, but that's the TLDR. It's a TLDR. Okay. Oh, you know what psychopaths are? You mean what happened to me? I think I already gave it in one sentence. I think I already did when I said that, and you didn't want me to talk about it. And you had just said, this is Twitch chat, don't be talking about that. So I'm kind of confused now why you're asking me to go into more detail and say in one sentence, even though I already did it in one sentence. You were unhappy with how I said it in one sentence. But I was a victim for 9 years, daily communication with pedophiles. They exploited me, raped me. That's the sentence. Okay, let's get back into it. Let's get back into the thesis. Okay, Luke. Okay, Luke. The title of it is Psychology. If you're just looking for some fun, it is a deep stream. And like Matthew above said that we're here for the serious topics tonight, and the stream title should be a hint. And I'm so confused. Now you're going against what you just said. But you're here for fun. It's getting deep real quick, and you don't really want that, but you're also wanting me to further explain on something you said you didn't want me to explain. Okay, let's start reading the thesis. There is also considerable variation in the focus and knowledge of researchers in the areas of narcissism, Machiavellianism, and psychopathy. Researchers generally focus on one of the constructs only, okay, I've said this, but which tends to result in limited awareness of or investment in the other constructs. Some researchers focus on the dark triad, which is a subset of people of dark personality who are non-incarcerated, non-forensic, and or non-clinical, meaning not in jail, not in the criminal justice system, and or not in treatment. This brings a fragmentation to data collection and a limited ability to see the bigger picture. There is, too, the important issue of researchers using continuums of normal personality to assess people of dark personality, which was already discussed in Chapter 1. Over the past 3 decades, there has been a global trend towards using dimensions or continuums of normal personality rather than categories to assess people for personality disorders. Wiggins and Pincus, 1989. And this approach has substantial support. That's how I feel too, Moose. That is how I feel too. That's what it's just weird. Yeah, I agree with that's what I'm getting as well. And it would make sense for you to deny it, right, Luke? But hey, you said you're not here to learn or listen, and this is too deep for you. But you wanted me to explain more, but then you said, no, you actually don't. So, sit back and relax. Sit back and relax and keep your mind open and enjoy the information education. Hi, Josiah. Hi. There is an enormous body of literature that demonstrates the value of the 5-factor model, FFM, for understanding general personality. The FFM compromises 5 overarching dimensional traits: neuroticism, extroversion, openness to experience, agreeableness, and conscientiousness, that are used as a valid model to understand an individual's personality features, including people of dark personality. The Neo-Personality Inventory Revised, NEOPIR, it's another acronym, Costa and McRae, making it harder for people to understand what the hell that means, making it more difficult for laymen to understand this stuff. I hate those. I hate all of the acronyms. But that by Costa and McRae, 2008. A model measure developed from FFM uses 6 facets for each of the 5 personality factors to provide a more nuanced understanding of an individual's personality. Okay, my mom's home. Okay, subliminal. I'm reading and absorbing. Yeah, depending on the society. Depending on how the society's going. I'm not sure if I'm 100% understanding. But how, do you mean subliminal, how a lot of people are fooled? And how a lot of people aren't really aware? Most people are asleep. Like, oh, you weren't here when I said this. My dad said this when I was hanging out with him on the weekend. I'm like, Dad, this is said so well. He said 90% of people are asleep. 4% are aware. And the 1% is... 4% is aware and is trying to convince the 95%. And the 1% is trying to shut up the 4%. Lowering the bar. Mm-hmm. Fair, yep. Luke, if you've had that experience, you are fine to share your experience in chat. But, okay, should I go back in? My mom and my sister are... I should unlock. Hey guys. Sorry. Yeah, no worries. No, it's okay. Evie's happy because my mom and sister are home. Mary doesn't leave that often, so when Mary comes back in the house from being out, Biscuit's like, oh my god, I thought you were gone for good. Okay. I'm gonna keep going. Into it. Facets to provide a more nuanced understanding. For example, the trait neuroticism has several questions that assess an individual's presentation on 6 subfacets: anxiety, hostility, anger, depression, self-consciousness, impulsiveness, and vulnerability to stress. This continuum approach to identifying people of dark personality may not, however, be nuanced enough to adequately discern the personality characteristics of those with dark personality. Dillian et al. 2021. Shelder et al. 2010 assert, quote unquote, mental health professionals think in terms of syndromes or patterns, not in terms of deconstructed subcomponents, or in terms of 30 plus separate trait dimensions to be rated. Clinicians see coherent patterns of interrelated processes where untrained persons may see confusion. Page 1026, end quote. Shelder et al. 2010 make the important point that our objective in attempting to identify traits is clarity, so that people of dark personality may ultimately be identified and treated. If this is indeed possible, it's not possible. It's not possible to be treated, though. And those around them and in broader communities can be protected. Identified. We need to identify. And this was what's helping. Yeah, some very rare biscuit noises. Yep. Usually she's quiet as hell. Yeah. If models are not relevant to the work of practitioners, then of what use are they to the population at large? Multiple researchers have discussed the need for new, different, and more adequate forms of data collection to gain deeper insight into the people of dark personality. Hilbig et al. 2015, Kowalski et al. 2021, J. Miller et al. 2017, Mures et al. 2017, O'Boyle et al. 2015, Vizier and Carlson 2011, Whittaker and Boyd 2009. In 2019, the late Samuel Chandler Dobbs professor Scott Linenfeld, a past president of the Society for the Scientific Study of Psychopathy and a prolific researcher and co-creator of the first model/measure to assess psychopathy across forensic and non-forensic populations, Linenfeld and Andrews 1996 and Linenfeld and Widows 2005, provided the following comments during my fact-finding discussions with him. So she talked directly with him. She talks directly with the creator of all of the current tests, actually, in her thesis. This is why she's and went and met them in person. This is why she's a leading expert. So this is his quote. I think the psychopathy literature should slow down. One of my biggest criticisms is that a lot of papers are being churned out without a lot of thought. We are all rushing to publish lots of papers, myself included. I think we need deeper philosophical and conceptual analysis of what these different traits really are. There are analytical versus empirical considerations in science, and we rush too quickly to empirical questions, which are data-based. Which are data-based, but there are analytical questions too, which are more conceptual. I think some of these measures, like my own, which is Psychopathy Personality Inventory, revised, or PPIR, and Bob's, Emeritus Professor Robert Hare's Psychopathy Checklist, revised, or PCLR, that's the one where these are the ones that expect psychopaths to be honest when filling out the test, which one of the number one traits of psychopaths is compulsive lying and being dishonest. So you see the flaw in that. Have been helpful, but to some degree, some of these measures have hindered the research because most people start with a particular measure. S. Linenfeld, Personal Communication, 19th of April, 2019. And then there's to the degree of 1. End quote. Luke, that basically means those that are incarcerated and those psychopaths that are outside of prison, which majority are not in prison. That's what that means. This discussion with Professor Linenfeld was a key driver in the formulation of the research approach devised for this PhD research. Other researchers have also discussed the need to refine, simplify, and clarify, rather than to continue researching overlapping contradictory conceptualizations. K and Arrow 2022, Kowalski et al. 2021. A deeper and more aligned international understanding of those who actively violate social norms and harm others, it is proposed, will result in the ability to understand and recognize patterns of behavior in people of dark personality, allowing early detection or prevention of harm, resulting in greater quality of life, decreased morbidity, and greatly reduced premature mortality rates. Basically, psychopaths killing or encouraging, coercively controlling victims to kill themselves. Before moving on to the chapter about the research approach, it is important to highlight some findings from the literature relating to the attributes of people of dark personality and specific areas of contention. Correct, Luke, correct. They manipulate 100%. They're only in prison if they fail. Correct. Correct. This is why Dr. Karen's research is so important. Because it will help people identify psychopaths outside of prison, which majority are, and the high functioning ones, the ones that are succeeding currently, the ones that are succeeding. 2.4 areas of contention regarding attributes of people of dark personality. The topics addressed in this section represent attributes that attract a high level of contention based on a review of the literature. They include the fundamental nature of those. Okay, and then we go into this. Okay, Luke, I did cover this. Earlier in the stream. I'd recommend you watch the entire stream after the fact, which will be available on my YouTube or my Rumble, which is the same user. Actually, Rumble's Char Winslow, and YouTube is Charlotte Winslow. But I did cover it already, and but as you know, I'm a layman who has covered it. If you search sociopath or sociopathy on Dr. Karen Mitchell's Twitter, which is also available in the description of YouTube or Rumble videos, she gives her professional opinion. So yeah, I'd recommend that. Okay. Topics addressed in this section represent attributes that attract a high level of contention based on a review of the literature. They include the fundamental nature of those of dark personality. Muris et al. 2017. Control, Power, and Dominance. Dalling et al. 2009. ECATS 2022. Impulsiveness versus Strategic Orientation. Hicks et al. 2004. D. Jones and Paulus 2011b. The Nature of Sexuality, Forth et al. 2021, Sarin et al. 1994, Transparency and Information Usage, Anand et al. 2021, Grooming and Impression Management, Becker and O'Hare 2007, Sadism, including deriving pleasure from causing harm, pain, discomfort, and humiliation to others, Blotner and Makros 2023, Hott et al. 1999, and Instrumental Aggression, Blaise et al. 2014, using aggression to coerce, to get a point across, to intimidate, is what that means. In addition, victim vulnerability, including target choice, is included as it has attracted more recent attention in the literature. Wheeler et al. 2009. While there are several other issues that could be included in this section, there are the key issues that reflect most controversy in the literature. On to the next part. 2.4.1, the fundamental nature of people of dark personality. Here's a quote. Machiavellians and narcissists may be more of an interpersonal irritant than a threat, from Paulus and Williams 2002, pages 561 to 562. This isn't the full quote, but I'm stopping here. Immediately, I'm not trusting Paulus and Williams. Immediately, that's telling me that Paulus and Williams are psychopaths themselves. Like, that's clear. To continue the quote, psychopaths are shameless in their actions against others, whether it is murdering someone in a calculated, cold-blooded manner, manipulating law enforcement during an interview, or claiming remorse for actions but blaming the victim for the crime. Babiak et al. 2012, page 4. Charming, aggressive, carefree people who are impulsively irresponsible but are good at handling people and looking out for number one. Whittam, 1976, page 675. Soul murder is the deliberate attempt to eradicate or compromise the separate identity of another person. The victims of soul murder remain in large possessed by another, their souls in bondage to someone else. Mind control, essentially. Not like you're literally like telepathically making them Stockholm Syndrome, being under the control of an abuser. So that means in the Schengold 1989, page 2, end quote. Luke, they don't have a conscience. They don't have empathy. Josh, yep, sadists. I love, this is crazy. This is a brilliant quote from her here. This is a brilliant quote from one of the past experts of psychopathy. Access to have empathy for someone else. Luke, it's interchangeable. Lack of empathy, no conscience, same thing. To answer your question. Thank you for helping out, Matthew, with your words on the topic. Okay, if that quote was ended, but this, guys, if you look at the screen, people are watching this after, the way that Dr. Karen Mitchell quoted that and took their words where they slipped up and admitted their, oh my God, the way the psychopaths in the, wow, and these are the people that are that have created the measures that are used to identify psychopathy when they're psychopaths themselves. Goes back to what I was saying. It's a defect. We don't know exactly from what, though, Luke. We don't know from what. The science isn't there for what. All we know is that it can be shown, and it is permanent in MRIs, which I covered earlier in the video if you want to watch this video when you go back. Yeah. Okay, to go on to the next one. This is insane. What a great quote. Karen! Ms. Mitchell! You really got him here. You really got him here. You really got him here. Okay, let's continue. Yeah! Yes, Josh. You know a soul murder, as do I. Sucks. They're not just irritating. They're just kind of irritating. Psychopaths are just irritating. They're just kind of irritating. That's all it is. Okay, Mr. Sweeping under the rug, yet you're a professional who's supposed to be an expert on it. Okay. Correct. Psychopaths are always a threat. Correct. Okay, let's continue. These quotations from researchers all describe people of dark personality, yet they are a very different nuance, indicating inconsistency regarding perceived malevolence of people of dark personality. For example, Paulus and Williams, so that's the ones that they said it's just irritating, discuss Machiavellians and narcissists as quote-unquote interpersonal irritants, end quote, indicating they inflict only mild discomfort. Whereas Schengold, 1989, the way that Paulus and Williams were ended here, the way they were ended here, the way she's ending them right here. I just really like this. I feel gleeful. Whereas Schengold, 1989, discusses people of dark personality as murderers of the soul, implying a far more substantial and deep harm. Whittam, 1977, describes people of dark personality as quote-unquote carefree in a newspaper advertisement, whichever one, inviting non-institutionalized people of dark personality to participate in a study, page 675. Whereas Babiak et al. 2012 describe their actions of harm as cold-blooded and them as shameless. Page 3. There seems to be an incongruence between these descriptors. What I'm seeing is the person who's saying it and some of these people that are saying it being psychopaths themselves and giving themselves away with the way they sweep it under the rug and give a positive spin to it to try to undermine the harm. That's what I'm receiving from this. Correct. Psychopaths cause real harm. Correct. They always do. Like them, they always do. Yeah. Being irritating doesn't mean that someone's a psychopath. Morris et al. 2017, page 183. In their meta-analysis of the dark triad research literature, question whether dark triad traits are sufficiently distinct and argue that the way they are currently measured may be too simplistic to capture the malevolent core of people of dark personality. Potential reasons for lack of consistency in understanding malevolence in people of dark personality discussed in chapters 1 and earlier in this chapter include the accuracy of assessment tools, the difficulty of exposure of malevolence in those who are higher functioning, and the siloed approach to research. Coercive control is a widely recognized form of intense, long-withstanding, and usually inescapable psychological, quote-unquote, violence. Bishop and Beniston, 2017. Coercive control, which engages behaviors common to psychopathy, Machiavellianism, and narcissism, and is considered a criminal act in domestic relationships in countries such as England, New Zealand, and some states of Australia, is rarely referred to by personality researchers. M. Dutton and Goodman, 2005, Robinson et al., 2018. Luke, yeah, you're gonna love Dr. Karen Mitchell's Twitter, because a lot of these questions she has, but I'm happy, and I did mention it earlier in stream, but you weren't here. 10%. 10% is the rough estimate we have, which means people who have empathy, we outnumber them by 90%. We just need to make the 9% aware. There also seems to be an arbitrary delineation in the dark personality literature regarding the severity of malevolence between those incarcerated and those outside the criminal justice system. Higher functioning people of dark personality are generally attributed more sanitized versions of... Oh, I like how she said that. Oh my God, this is really worded really well. 10%. Yeah, it's 10%. You hoped for 3%, but it's 10%, yeah. There also seems, higher functioning people of dark personality are generally attributed more sanitized versions of attributes and behaviors. Their facade is better, basically. This can be observed, for example, in the literature relating to people of dark personality and sexual behavior. Example, Jonathan et al., 2010. Inconsistency in the literature relating to the fundamental core of people of dark personality is an issue that needs to be addressed if we are to gain a deeper understanding of people of dark personality. 2.4.2 Control, Power, and Domination. The pursuit and enjoyment of power, control, and domination is discussed as a fundamental attribute in people of dark personality by some personality researchers. Babiak et al. 2012, Carbone and Black 2020, Dahling et al. 2009, Ecclesar and Bolelli 2020, D. Jones and Paulus, that Paulus guy again, 2009, the way he did admit it. See how so Paulus is giving some correct info, but then gives lies, like how I was talking about Todd Grande, who I bought his book because I thought at first when I was first researching, I was like, okay, he's saying a lot about it. He must know a lot. He's a professional in power. Then I realized he's a dark personality. See how we can be fooled, though. Don't blame yourself. Hi, Warfare. We're covering psychopathy today. We're covering psychopathy. Uh, if someone has to ask the question if they're a psychopath or is asking it publicly, but then they could do that if, now that I'm saying this, then someone could, then psychopaths listening could take this and use this. So this is why you have to be careful. Someone asking if they're a psychopath, if you have to ask if you're like, oh no, I wonder if I am, that has empathy behind it. Therefore, therefore, you're not a psychopath. Psychopaths, no, they've known since they were young they're different because they've had to craft a very good facade, especially those who aren't imprisoned. Thank you, Garrett, for the 32 bits. Thank you for supporting. Is he? Oh, wow. Really? Really, Matthew? Paulus? And let me make sure that I... Yeah. Ah, wow. Wow. Paulus is a... Richie's the one that said they're just irritants. Is a University of British Columbia, so Canadian professor. Wow, interesting. Yes, yeah, the empathy of wondering if you're hurting others. Like, oh no, am I that means. Because a psychopath, like, wouldn't openly, unless they're doing it because they know that's, am I one? I don't know if I'm one. They write the facade, but... Garrett, no problem. Happy to bring awareness. No one's really aware of this. Oh, you were challenging me there. I didn't know you were challenging me here, Luke. I didn't know you were trying to challenge me here. I thought you were asking a question. That you were genuinely asking. Okay, let's continue. 'Let's see. Where was I? Oh, yeah, we're back in control, power, and dominance. Okay, so I stopped at Paulus because I was like, oh. 2009. Hi, Neil, welcome back. Hello, mums. Okay, no, buddy, no thank you. No thank you. Bye. Okay. Paulus, 2019. Kajonius et al., 2015. Reber and Vetter, 1994. But is given little, if any, attention by others. Hershey and Janesk, 2015. In an article about narcissism. Having to do some blocking here. Seems like I've ruffled some feathers. Mood, Josh, mood. Mood. Nice. You got dinner, Neo. Nice. What did you get to eat? I made sure to eat some. To keep myself strong. Garrett, you're over on YouTube. Nice, Josh. Nice. Let's go. Happy Friday, guys. Guys, sorry it's a serious topic on Friday, but it's because Friday just chattings. I hope you guys are learning a lot. You've had nothing? Garrett, make sure to feed yourself. Nice. Italian sub. Dope. Vegetarian pizza. Nice. Sounds like W's. Okay. Given little, if any, attention by others. Hershey and Janesk 2015. In an article about narcissism and career success, do not mention the words control or power in the descriptive induction. It is only mentioned through the second page of the article that a quote-unquote desire for power, page 206, is mentioned, and then only briefly. And then kind of just skimmed over and moved on to the next. It's just, okay, on to the next. This isn't a big thing that we're going to bring awareness to. That's what they're saying, but that's wrong because this is a main thing, the control, power, and dominance. Okay, just to break it down for you guys. You've learned a lot. Okay, good. And Dave, let's fucking go. Let's fucking go. You've got the classic. You've got your classic. Totino's pizza with hot fries. What Osmongold tried to do, but you did better. Let's go. Let's go. Let me open the window. Let me open the window. Mine isn't as fun. I just had a granola bar. Cause I'm sweating. I'm sweating. I'm fucking sweating. Glad you're enjoying. Glad you're enjoying, Josh. It's been a hot minute since the last time I did I guess I did like call outs and stuff before then, but specifically psychology, specifically Dr. Karen Mitchell, the thesis. It's been since October, my birthday month. I love that I was in my birthday month covering this. I was like, my birthday can be a hard time. So me focusing on bringing awareness, getting the word out. Nice, Neo. You got a lot of words down. It sounds good. It sounds good. I hate that I can't try it, Dave. I hate that I can't try it because it's not vegan. But I trust it's good. Okay, let's continue. When I started getting into this started ruffling feathers, so I love that. Let's continue. The psychopaths started speaking out and we're mad, so let's continue. The ones that are not as covert and are lower IQ and are giving themselves away. Only briefly. Hare, developer of the most highly utilized tool to identify psychopathy, the PCLR. Guys, this is the one where he expects the psychopath, which their number one trait is being dishonest. To be honest, which makes it a flawed test to begin with. So him, with Hare's colleague, Jones writes, individuals with a high score on the PCLR are grandiose, deceptive, superficial, manipulative, effectively shallow, lacking in empathy, guilt, or remorse, irresponsible, and impulsive, with a tendency to ignore social conventions and mores. D. Jones and Hare. 2016, page 580. The words control, power, and domination are not mentioned. DeShong and colleagues, 2017, in an article on Machiavellianism, do not mention the words power, control, or dominance in their introductory descriptive paragraph, but do include all of the following. Quote, an avowed belief in the effectiveness of manipulative tactics in dealing with others, a cynical view of human nature, an immoral outlook that puts expediency above principle, cynical, pragmatic, misanthropic, immoral beliefs, emotional detachedness, angenic and self-beneficial motives, strategic long-term planning, manipulation and exploitation, deceptive and duplicity, suspicious of others, cold and calculated approach to life, forego short-term goals for long-term ones. Less likely than individuals high in narcissism and psychopathy to become aggressive when provoked. May commit theft when there is little to no chance of being caught. Elevated personality dysfunction, experiencing positive effect when exposed to sad stimuli, and negative affect when exposed to a neutral stimulus. Lower trait emotional intelligence, lower empathy, elevated alexithymia, whatever the hell that means. Let's Google it. Oh, Neo, this is how you want me to read your book. Okay. You're like, I see the vision of when you're reading my book. Okay, yes. Noted, Neo. Will do, Neo. Will do. Okay, let me Google what this word means. Elevated in their difficult, so it's really tough for them to identify, describe, and communicate emotions. That's what that means. And Josh, I'm so glad I am. I'm so glad that I'm covering it again, and I'm going to be covering a lot more often. I'm going to start reading it more. It's important. People aren't aware of it into the depth. I'm so thankful for Dr. Karen Mitchell. She's amazing. The fact she's being sabotaged, they're trying to sabotage her right now. Me standing behind her, reading her thesis. She's incredible. Dr. Karen Mitchell is changing lives. She's changed mine. She's incredible. We love her. They do have trouble expressing emotion, but describing the emotions, their feelings. There's what I think that the alexithymia means. Negative workplace behaviors, unsupportive leadership, and counterproductive workplace behaviors. Page 218. According to Zinn et al., 2011, in contrast, power and control is crucial to people of dark personality as it empowers individuals to manipulate people and situations so they can achieve their goals that are often associated with status or material wealth. Verbecki et al., 2011, D. Wilson et al., 1996, and with less tangible outcomes such as pleasure and superiority. Moshagan et al., 2018. Dowling et al., 2009, in their assessment tool for Machiavellianism, the Machiavellianism Personality Scale, MPS, included, quote-unquote, desire for control as one of 4 high-level factors. In Kirkman's 2005 in-depth study of women who had partnered men living in the community who met all or most of the criteria for psychopathy based on women's reporting using the Hare P scan, Hare and Herv, 1999. 60% of the men did not commit physical violence, but engaged in coercive control, emotional abuse, and psychological torture, including the implementation of rules and punishment, character assassination, and controlling eating and sleeping. Women in study reported the creation of a climate of fear that terrified them and served as means of domination or control. So are you guys getting from this the fact that higher functioning ones will abuse in ways that are not always physical, which is a surefire way to be able to document, But still then they can manipulate their victim, especially if they are suffering from the Stockholm Syndrome, to not document that. But look how this is harder to. So it's easier for them to get away with it and not face jail time. Yes. Hoa, someone has to be the voice of reason. Thankfully, we have the good doctor for that. Yes! The good doctor, Dr. Karen Mitchell. We fucking love you, bitch. Bitch, we love you. Sorry for swearing. She's amazing. Like, she's saving lives. The awareness she's bringing. Yeah, Luke, if you go look in the other two videos where I covered this, at the very beginning, we cover the other two videos where I have verbalized the first 29 pages. Um, the first 29 pages, it goes over all of the different previous to her thesis tests and stuff, scales, tests, and such. That's in the previous live streams, yeah. We love you, bitch. We love you. I like it because that's how I talk to my sister. They're like, bitch, you're amazing. And like my best friend like that to me, like, bitch, you are stubborn. You are amazing. You are keep on going. Like, it's a term of endearment. I swear. No, but Dr. Karen Mitchell is amazing. Like she, and the way she's ending all of the, like, just like calling out, but in such well thought out, nothing they can do to pull it apart way. God, she's just so good. One of the good doctors, exactly. Oh, no problem. I'm gonna read this out. Hoa said, "Thank you for sharing this information. It's given me a new perspective relative to this topic. Happy to. This is where I need to." Matthew, that was the same experience I had when I was reading it and becoming aware of Dr. Karen Mitchell's advice and information and thesis. Same. Due to the brain defect, Luke, due to the lack of prefrontal cortex and amygdala activity, and lack of empathy, and all these other these are all the reasons why they do what they do. They enjoy it, right? Hopefully, you'll be more. That question will be answered in full detail as I continue on. Okay, let's keep going. Behavioral researchers discuss control in great depth and breadth. Plant et al. 1996, in their paper on research into child sexual abuse by Roman Catholic priests, discussed power and control as a key issue in the dynamics of sexually abusing clergy resembling incestuous relationships. Just to stop this for a second and just to put in my input here, both of the pedos that came after me very much did that same kind of thing and liked the idea of incest and that whole kind of concept and it being like that. Okay, getting back into it. Hornstein, 1996, describes abuse of leadership in communities as that where the key objective is the control of others, primarily using fear and intimidation. Ashforth, 1994, asserts that the core driver of petty tyranny in organizations is when one, quote-unquote, lords his or her power over others. Page 755. The distinction of informational power is discussed in the behavioral literature as a source of control. Lemon et al., 2012. ECATS 2022 describes the devastating impact of coercive control on victims, survivors of intimate partner violence, explaining how it undermines a person's ability to have their own needs met without fear and anticipation of a psychological harm. Monkton Smith 2020 discusses power and control as the ultimate driver in situations of domestic violence, including coercive control. Stark's 2009 work discusses coercive control as a liberty crime that erodes personal freedoms and choice, resulting in a state of subjugation in the victim. Steele, 2022, in their book on cults, says, quote, cults are systems which utilize coercive control, whereby their truth is the absolute and only truth and no opposing view is tolerated, end quote, page 7. Steele discusses strategies used to control in cults, including isolating, restricting food, criticism and confession, sleep deprivation, claim to higher power, gaslighting, and testing. Overall, a drive for control, power, and dominance appears to be a key feature of people of dark personality, considering research from across the personality and behavioral research communities and across different fields of study. Nevertheless, the attribute is not included in some of the key assessment tools intended to identify people of dark personality, such as the PCLR, Hare 2003, and the NPI, Raskin and Hall 1979. The PCLR, guys, by Hare is so shit. It's so shit. It's so, and the way it's the most utilized one and people take it seriously. It's betting on them being honest. It's betting on a psychopath being honest. Hare, I got some words to have with you. Hare, did you specifically make this to help fellow dark personalities, Hare? Just wondering. just asking the question. Gaslighting is the worst. Yeah. Yes, it is, Luke. Vico, hi. Welcome. Sounds good, Neo. To be honest, I don't know if we'll get to Jackbox today. I don't think we'll play any Jackbox today, so you know. When I was made aware when I was scrolling Twitter this morning that of the sabotage attempt against Dr. Karen Mitchell by Ryan Daigler, which I'm going to cover, and then I'm going to go over some of DBT therapy, so it's, the stream is too full. The stream is too full today. I wouldn't say so, Neo, no. I would not agree to that. No, actually. And the evidence doesn't point towards that. It's just that most of the population is not educated, that isn't educated or haven't had firsthand experience with. Okay. Overall, a drive for control, power, and dominance appears to be a key feature of people of dark personality, considering research from across the personality and behavioral research communities and across different fields of study. Nevertheless, the attribute is not included in some of the key assessment tools, intended to identify, such as the PCLR Hare 2003 and the NPI Raskin and Hall 1979. The subject of control, power, and dominance would benefit from further research to understand whether it is indeed a key feature of people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice. Another area of considerable contention in the literature is the feature of impulsiveness. Impulsive 2.4.3 Impulsiveness versus strategic orientation. The true psychopath is in a sense the least impulsive of them all. I love this. This is by Cartman in 1948, page 527. If they were acting on their impulses, they have very good control, especially the high functioning ones. Guys, they're thinking, they're not saying it, and not acting on the things that they're thinking. The things that they're fantasizing about, guys. They can't, in our current society, for the most part, they can't out in the open act on what they're desiring and thinking. The true psychopath is, in a sense, the least impulsive of them all. Well said. And I love how this is shown in Mr. Mercedes, the TV show. When he's in the... God, it's so good. In the scene when he's in the diner, Brady Hartsfield is in the diner, and then the guy, I can't remember who he's with, is pissing him off, and it flips to what he wishes he could do, and then what he does do, which is just nothing. Cubs. Cubs, hi. That's okay. That's okay. It'll be available. Missed part of the class. I like it. I like it. Got some food. Nice. What kind of food did you get? I did. So, you know, I don't know if you're here. I did eat. I did eat. But when they do see the opportunity to get away with one of their impulses, they will act upon it. If it's situations right, that they wouldn't. You know, but they're not perfect. And they let their mask slip a lot. But you have to be aware of it. Otherwise, people who have empathy will make excuses like how I did before I was aware. What kind of food did you get? Cups? Okay. One of the key issues of contention in the personality literature relates to whether those of dark personality have an impulsive short-term or a strategic long-term orientation. Okay, I like how you're wording this, Joshua. I don't know why I said your full name there. Opportunistic parasites. Well said. Well said. Oh, that sounds good. That sounds good, Cubs. Chinese dumplings. Doublings. I don't know, that didn't come across, but Dr. Karen Mitchell puts this out so well. It's so great. She's so great. The way that Ryan Daigler is trying to come after her. Not if I have a say about it. Not if Charlotte has a say about it. They were okay. So they were kind of mid. So then you stopped at the store and bought some steaks. You're like, they're okay. Nice. Hello, Lighthouse Ryan. Okay, sorry that Wacky Hi Ryan was or is here as well. And I'm like, I'm so sorry that the guy that is in the title is named Ryan as well. You guys aren't the bad Ryan. Ryan Daigler is. Let's continue though. Long-term orientation. This issue is argued primarily in the psychopathy field, where an overwhelming amount of literature maintains psychopaths have an impulsive. Where an overwhelming amount of literature maintains psychopaths have an impulsive short-term orientation. Hare. He's the same one who made the PCLR. You're in and out. Okay, Wacky. Hi, Ryan. Hi. Hi. Like, oh, fuck. She's ripping on a Ryan. I have to leave now. Aw, Neo. Wholesome. Let's go. Let's go learning. A Friday night of learning, guys. Yeah, that's not true, Luke. Either you are or you aren't. Yeah, it's not a scale that way, no. But learning a lot on a Friday, guys. Friday, you're doing something like really educational, really you're putting your brain to work. We're absorbing. This is a productive Friday. Aw, Neo. Don't manifest that it'll be tough, though. Don't manifest that. But yes, you'll protect them. Okay, let's continue. Hare, so impulsive. Hare, 1985, 2003. Hare and Newman. The way she keeps saying Hare. Oh my God, Paulus is back here. Oh my God, he's Canadian. The fact he's Canadian. Thank you for that tidbit of information, Matthew. The way she's ripping on, the way she's bringing them up again. So true. Neo Cub saying everything will be okay. Hare, 1985-2003. Hare and Newman, 2008. Hart and Dempster, 1997. D. Jones and Paulus, 2011. B. McCord and McCord, 1964. So those are the ones that saying no. They're impulsive. They just have short-term goals. They're not looking at the long term, which is false. And those ones have had false info before that they've shared. We don't trust. I've already broken that down. Poitras and Hall, 2011, comment that, quote, the assertion psychopaths are impulsive has become almost a mantra in the literature, end quote, page 121. The PCLR Hare 2003 includes impulsiveness as one of its 20 key traits. The psychopathy personality, that's the one that it expects them to be honest, which dishonesty is one of the traits. The psychopathy personality inventory, PPI, Leinenfeld and Andrews 1996, includes quote-unquote carefree non-planfulness. Page 496 as one of 8 factors. What that is there is the psychopaths ripping on the ones that got caught. And not identifying themselves with it, saying only they didn't plan. They were carefree. You getting caught doesn't mean that that's the definition if someone's psychopath. The high functioning, which is most that are outside of prison. Luke, so I've said a lot of these scales are false by psychopaths like Hare and Paulus, and also expecting for people to be honest, but also socioeconomic backgrounds, IQ, and everything else can determine how it presents itself or manifests. But it's the same brain defect, abnormality. So true, Neo. So true. Okay. I'm going to try to really get in here and not respond for a bit, if that's okay, guys, so that I can really get the information out. Non-planfulness, page 496, as one of 8 key factors, as does the revised version, PPIR, Linenfeld and Widows 2005. Carefree non-planfulness represents impulsivity with lack of concern for long-term consequences. Some personality researchers, however, assert psychopaths are considered and strategic. Levinson, 1996, Poitras and Hall, 2011, Wells, 1988. A study of 125 Canadian criminal homicide offenders found that 93.3% of the homicides carried out by psychopathic offenders were instrumental. That is, quote, associated with premeditation, motivated by an external goal and not preceded by a potent effective reaction, end quote. Woodworth and Porter, 2002, page 436. Mullins et al. 2010 found that high-functioning psychopaths were not irresponsible or impulsive. Babiak et al. 2010, in a business study that involved collection of performance review and 360-degree feedback data on senior people, found that participants with high psychopathy scores held high-ranking executive positions in their companies, had been invited to participate in management development programs, and did not exhibit impulsive behavior. So what are we learning? It's a myth that psychopaths are impulsive. When they do, because many go to the grave never being caught, if they overtly harm on the record and then get put in jail and stuff, that's rare that they're immediately following their impulse. Because remember that they're constantly thinking about these things. They're constantly thinking about these things. So they're the least impulsive of all because they're not usually acting on these things, the deepest evil things. Cubs, you mean like they plan to survive until death and have like the best time they can? Ian, hi. Yes. 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 Yes, that it's changing from leading experts, Dr. Karen Mitchell calling it out and ripping on it in such a professional, good way. We love her. But it has been in so many tests, still used though. And, yeah. I'm not sure what you mean Cubs by that. They if they were very impulsive, then they would do the utmost worst things all the time. But the fact that they have to hold themselves back not to get caught shows how non-impulsive they are. Correct, Matthew. That's what helps with our current society and everything. That's why they're able to, and they just want positions of control, so naturally are drawn to that. And they premeditatedly plan, so yeah. Yes, Josh, they're like cats playing with while killing mice, yep. They plan, yes. Yes, Cubs, yes. They plan methodically for murder, yes, they do. It's premeditated, yes, correct. The person that's saying they're impulsive, this is wrong information that was given by him. But he's the same one that says, that created the test, which is still the #1 used test to identify psychopathy. Saying that the whole point of it is they have to be honest, and psychopaths are notoriously not honest. That's one of the main traits, so yeah. I'm losing. Okay, I gotta get back, guys. I keep stopping. Oh, you're saying that comes naturally because of their personality. To get away with it. If they're in a society or in a position where they can brazenly be that way, they will. But because of our society currently Cubs with laws, but if you see in like some areas of the world, like where Sharia law is present, how they're doing it out in the open. It depends on depends on the societal they are good at pre-planning because since they've been little, they know they're different, so they've had to adapt, and they've seen that that's not accepted and that they have to hide that. And correct, they built that structure, correct. Yeah, correct, Cubs. Yep. Neil, please stop going back to that, okay? You know my opinion on that. Neil. Getting back into it. I'm gonna try to not stop in the chat so much. I'm in the thesis. Cartman, 1948, asserts there are 2 types of psychopaths, primary and secondary. Behavioral manifestations are similar in both types. However, secondary psychopathy is driven by an environmental influences such as poor parenting, whereas primary psychopathy is seen as idiopathic. Blackburn et al. 2008, Drislane et al. 2014. Some authors contend that secondary psychopaths are impulsive, while primary psychopaths have a strategic orientation. Yildirim and Dirksen, 2015. Other personality researchers also discuss 2 different types of psychopaths, one being more impulsive and the other more measured. Baby, that comes down to just if they have a higher IQ. That's just what and are higher functioning. That's just what it comes down to. One more. Babiak et al. 2012. Hicks et al. 2004. Wells, 1988, argues that psychopaths only appear impulsive because we do not understand their worlds, and that they are indeed strategic and goal-focused and execute swiftly when an opportunity presents itself. Woodworth and Porter, 2002, agree that, quote, it may be that impulsivity in psychopaths has less to do with a lack of control than with conscious decision-making that depends on rapid consideration of the gravity of consequences, end quote, page 443. That just answered a bunch of questions there. Her thesis, which I'm delivering, Matthew, is the main, is the breadth of it. Is the breadth of it. It's 562 pages. And, yep. Mm-hmm. What year did she post this originally? When did she finish it? These are the different type of tests, by the way. That's at the beginning, which I've covered in the other videos. 2024. So this was one of her most recent works, but she is working on a book as well. Only starting to do interviews. I have one linked, but there's another one. And Twitter's the main social media she uses. I think she's a bit, because she's from the older generation, she's a bit out to date with like the trends and like social media and how to utilize it and stuff. So Twitter is like where she's actively responding and answering questions that are already answered in the thesis, but that people ask. And that she goes out of her way to respond to. Yep. Okay. But she is working on a book. She also has a website. The Calmore Institute. It took her years to put this together. Now she's finally getting it out into the world and bringing awareness. Because it's a lot of work she did. She met with all of these professionals. The amount of work she went through. This woman is incredible. This woman is an angel. Dr. Karen Mitchell, you are an angel and you're saving lives. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue. I guess it sort of appears impulsive because you don't understand when an opportunity presents itself. It's like a conscientious decision. That the way she answered it there, the way it's answered, the way the questions that you guys are asking are then answered. This is why we're reading the thesis, guys. The questions are answered within. According to some researchers, Machiavellians have a strategic orientation. Christie and Guys, 1970. D. Jones and Paulus, the one we don't trust. But see, he's being truthful here that they have strategic orientation. See how they give some good info, like Dr. Todd Grande, but some false info? Others consider Machiavellianism the same construct as primary psychopathy. Lee and Ashton, 2005. Mikoski et al., 1998. Narcissism has been found to be positively correlated with impulsivity, says D. Jones and Paulus, the one we don't trust. Even though above Paulus said that they have strategic orientation. Oh, okay, he's trying to say that narcissism is different because they have impulsivity, but it's not true. It's not true. The way that he lies, we don't trust Paulus at all, guys. But I like how she's quoting him to pick out the holes in his argument. We love that she did this. Narcissism that's what he said. D. Jones and Paul is 2011. B. Vizier and Funder, 2006. In the behavioral literature, the research points to the actions of people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others by conscious choice being considered and strategic. Some of the research that reflects this, for example, includes Thompson's 2020 work on cults, Walsh's 2013 research on elite sport and the actions of Lance Armstrong, ECAT's 2022 research into coercive control in domestic relationships, Rain and Kent's 2019 work on child sexual abuse in religious settings, and Chapman's et al.'s 2019 paper on black swan spinal surgeons who kill and maim with malicious intent. The subject of impulsivity versus planned approach is one of the most fiercely argued issues of contention in the dark personality literature and warrants further exploration. 2.4.4 Sexuality and Sexual Expression. One of the manifestations of dark personality, this is a quote, one of the manifestations of dark personality in me is an ambivalence towards sex and sexual orientation. We don't observe social norms, we don't have a moral compass, and we don't have a fluid definition of what is right and wrong. Thomas, 2013, page 241. They know enough, though, that what is right and wrong to not do in public. They're not dumb, right? They're not dumb. He's playing kind of dumb there. He knows it's right and wrong. But then we go to see he's a lawyer. Thomas, pseudonym, is a former law professor who purports to be of dark personality. See how they lie. Thomas, 2013, authored a book on her. Oh, okay. Female. Okay, guys, female. See, there's female psychopaths. They're just as awful. Thomas. Okay, I thought Thomas was a first name, so then seeing her is like, Thomas, last name. Okay, is a former law professor. There's a lot of evil female lawyers. Is a former law professor who purports to be of dark personality. Thomas, 2013, authored a book on her experiences of and attitudes to the world and others, entitles Confessions of a Sociopath. See how she's hiding behind the sociopath label when she's actually a psychopath, going by her own description of herself, of which sexuality is a key topic of exploration. There is a literature base in the personality research field regarding sexuality and people of dark personality that covers sexual expression, sexual promiscuity, sexual deviancy, and sexual criminal behavior. Harris et al. 2007, Mikoski 2001, Porter et al. 2003, D. Turner et al. 2014. However, a consensus view of how sexuality plays out in people of dark personality is not apparent. In the non-forensic, subclinical dark personality literature, discussion regarding sexuality includes infidelity, multiple casual relationships, sexual promiscuity, exploiting others in short-term social contexts. Foster et al. 2006, Jonasson et al. 2009, poaching those already in relationships, Jonasson et al. 2010, voyeurism and exhibitionism, did I say it right? Yeah. Van Bommel et al. 2018, and using sexuality as a manipulative weapon during gamemanship and for goal attainment, Brewer and Abel 2015. In incarcerated populations, the personality literature focuses on people of dark personality and coercive sex. Sarin et al. 1994, pedophilia, Porter et al. 2009, D. Turner et al. 2014, incest, Firestone et al. 2000, intimate partner violence, Kunha et al. 2021, and mixed child molesters rapist, Porter et al. 2009. Porter and colleagues 2009 found that offenders with histories of both child sexual offending and adult rape had the highest levels of psychopathy, with 64% of such offenders admitting, 64% they're saying admitted to having high score, which is pretty good to somehow get 64% of them to admit. There might have been a reward for they'll lower their sentence if they admit. having high scores on PCLR. Rice and Harris, 1997, found that sexual offenders who were both sexually deviant and psychopathic were most likely to offend. Despite prolific amounts of data regarding people of dark personality and deviant sexuality, the difference in assessment tools in this area is profound. Only one statement of the 154 statement PPIR self-assessment tool relates specifically to sexuality. Quote, "The opposite sex finds me sexy and appealing." What the hell? Linenfeld and Widows, 2005, page 3. That's the only one in the thing. Wow. This PPIR is shit, guys. That's the only one that's relating to sexuality. Do you think that the opposite sex finds you sexy and appealing? If you say yes and rate high, that means you're... It's so bad. It's so bad. It's so... And this is a professional assessment. See how it's been infiltrated. See how the academia has been infiltrated. And we're so thankful good people like Dr. Karen Mitchell are now creating such well-comprehended theses. Linenfeld and Widows, 2005, page 3. Of the 20 traits of the PCLR, 2 relate to sexuality. One is promiscuous sexual behavior, defined as multiple partners, impersonal, casual, trivial relationships, simultaneous multiple relationships, frequent infidelities, prostitution, willingness to participate in a wide variety of sexual activities, and coercive sex, including potential sexual assault charges. Hare, 2003, page 41. The other is, quote-unquote, many short-term marital relationships. Hare, 2003, page 44. In the behavioral research areas, there is a large base of data and research on people who actively and malevolently violate social norms and harm or disadvantage others by conscious choice and antisocial sexual behaviors. Dale and Alpert, 2007, in their work on child sex abuse in the Catholic Church, argue that, quote, guilty priests are child predators who differ little from other child predators. It's just their cover. Page 60. They're just using the religion cover. They're just using the cover of that. They're hiding within that vulnerable community, which is mainly made up of good people, but then they are going to infiltrate. Right, Josh? So, psychopaths run psychology. Great. That's a big problem of it. That's a big problem of it. Would work similarly, Cubs. Would work similarly. One thing that does need to be, that I will mention, but I know that this just is how psychopaths are. Some have a preference, but all don't. Okay, psychopaths don't have a care for gender. They don't. Sometimes they kind of prefer one, but they would rape and sadistically destroy either gender. It doesn't matter to them. So technically, they're bisexual or pansexual or whatever. They're just psychopaths. That doesn't mean that everyone who's bisexual or pansexual is a psychopath, but all psychopaths are, if that makes sense. Hi, Little Library. Hi. We're covering psychopathy specifically today. Psychology leading expert Dr. Karen Mitchell, reading out her thesis. Yeah, that's why they put it with voyeurism, neo, yeah. For a layman, Matthew, to be able to engage in dialogue, she's only on Twitter, so I'd say Twitter. But she is a leading expert, right? So it's like she's the top of her, so she can't entertain all people, right? Just due to her high standing and her, but yeah, no, she does respond to laymen. Like, honestly, so respond to some people that, like, she calls them out and she's so good at it, but she does go out of her way to respond. Like, she will. But Twitter's the only one she really has right now. She is starting to do interviews and stuff, but Yes. Yeah. 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 Exactly. Uh, exactly, Matthew. You wonder if having been incarcerated made them think admission would give them an argument after being caught. Correct. Yeah. They're already caught. And a lot of the time they say if you admit to certain things that they'll lower the sentence or lower punishment, so they'll take that, right? And they'll think, oh no, I'm admitting, I'm helping, I'm educating, I'm helping bringing awareness, even though they'll still lie about it. So, but yeah, that's why they would admit after being incarcerated. Yep. Okay, I have to pee again. Where did I forget where I stop. I forget every time where I stop. Okay. Large disadvantage. Child parody. Yeah, that's just their cover. Okay. I'll be right back. Gotta use the bathroom, guys. We're making progress. We started page 29. We're on 46. It took me 2 streams to go from page 0 to page 29, so we're making good progress today. Maybe in an hour or so is when I'll move on to deep diving into Ryan Daigler and then the DBT, but BRB. I don't really need it. I don't need it, but I'm gonna pour more coffee. I'm gonna pour more coffee though. Okay, back. Hello. Oh. Hello. Novi Bog. Hello from Russia, you say. You're damn beautiful like an angel in heaven. Thank you. Then you say 666 falling. Oh my god. That's a cursed but very fitting. But very fitting. God works in mysterious ways. Very fitting number for my stream for the first time in like half a year almost. Covering psychopathy. Wow. Interesting. Thank you for following, though. Welcome. I stream 5 days a week, 7 to 9 hours a day. Welcome. And thank you for the kind comment. Got my coffee. As I said, I don't need it. Like, I'm pretty awake. I'm pretty awake. I'm having too much. I'm having too much coffee, guys. It's fine, though. It's fine, though. It's pulling me through. Thank you, Novi. Thank you. Thank you. Well, hopefully you'll enjoy the educational info I'm about to drop. We're covering psychopathy today. Dr. Karen Mitchell's leading expert in psychopathy thesis. Putting words to the... You wild woman. Me with my coffee cups. I'm having more than usual today. More than usual. We're downing it. Too much coffee, but I'm having it anyways. I'm enjoying it. Yes, right? This is actually from Amazon. I got it years ago. I don't know if they still have it. I don't know if they still have, but right? It's like a planter thing. My mom had one and I broke it and she was so upset. So I got a set of 2. So I rebought a set of 2. I gotta get planting soon too. I thought that today with it being plus 17. I thought, okay, I need to start putting stuff in some pots. I look tired. Okay, then that excuses my coffee. That excuses me having this cup of coffee then, Novi. Thank you for that. Okay, let's continue. Okay. You need seedlings. Me, I need to plant some of the same cups. I think I actually might this weekend. Like, I feel motivated. Thank you, Novi. Let's continue. In the behavioral research areas, there is a large base of data and research on people who actively and malevolently violate social norms and harm or disadvantage others by conscious choice and antisocial sexual behaviors. Dale and Alpert, 2007, in their work on child... Oh, yeah, we said that. Child sexual abuse in the court. Okay. Oh, wait, no. Oh, yes. Okay. Sorry. Lyman et al., 2012, in their checklist of controlling behaviors, CCB, in abusive relationships, they include sexual abuse as one of the 10 subscales that includes the following elements. Physically forced me to have sexual intercourse, pressured me to have sex when I said no, reassured or forced me into other unwanted sexual acts, oral, anal, etc., treated me like a sex object, inflicted pain on me during sex, pressured me to have sex after a fight, was insensitive to my sexual needs, made jokes about parts of my body, and blames me because others found me attractive. Page 926 to 927, end quote. Diane, 2018, examines cults from the legal, criminological, and sociological aspects in relation to sexual abuse of adults and purports conditions created in cults make it almost impossible, the coercive control, for people to refuse sex if requested or demanded by the cult leaders, with the cult leaders themselves or with others. Stopping for a second here to put in my lived experience. My second abuser, who used kind of Buddhism and Buddhist leaders as spiritual abuse to me. I burnt the book. I set the book on fire. But he since but he told me to read this book, basically to teach me better to disassociate from abuse. And in the book, the guy writing it, who considers himself like a Zen master or something, says in it how there's nothing wrong with a Buddhist leader having sex with their students. So very interesting. Very interesting. That's just from my lived experience, an example I have that I'm willing to share right here. Okay, Ryan Wacky AI, not Ryan Daigler. 2005 scientific paper showed up on Facebook by David Mazieres and Eddie Kohler. What's it about? I love that the algorithm, because psychology's in the title of my stream, is like science. Okay, science recommendation. Let me continue for now. Request with the cult leaders themselves or with others. If requested or demanded by the cult leaders, with the cult leaders themselves or with others. Lalick, 1996, discusses daily control of sexuality and sex lives in cults and overt abuses such as arranged marriages, forced sexual activity with the leader, and rape. Aruga et al. 2020 researched what they refer to as powerful perpetrators in the broad population who use position, reputation, wealth, and or power to become influential members of their organizations to gain access to children. There is substantial data that support the point that people of dark personality have deviant sexual interests and behaviors, but how the overarching attribute might be comprehensively defined in a way that captures the breadth and nuance of the antisocial sexuality attribute is not clear. In addition, incarceration is a constructed delineation that relates to sample population choice. However, some researchers attribute greater depth of, quote, immoral, antisocial sexual behaviors to those who are in jail. They admit to it more. Just if they're in jail, they're going to admit to it more because there's more reason for them to lower sentence, to say that they're helping educate, so that they're just, it doesn't mean that the ones outside don't have the same immoral or engage in the same immoral tendencies. There may be other factors that preclude the incarceration of some people of dark personality engaging in, oh my God. She literally just said what I said. Oh, wow. Exactly. There may be other factors that preclude the incarceration of some people of dark personality in engaging in equally as immoral, antisocial sexual behaviors. It is hoped this research will provide greater understanding of the manifestation of sexuality in people of dark personality across the human population. Transparency and information. Quote, never tell anyone the real reason you did something unless it is useful to do so. O. Boyle et al., 2012, page 558. Yeah. Cubs, the psychopaths are in all forms of society. All forms of society. They take different masks depending on what they choose. Wherever they choose to hide within. It's not like for example, Cubs, it's not like that just Catholic churches have sexual abuse. So does Buddhism. So does every other religion, you know? That doesn't mean everyone is, but we have to keep our eye out, right? But I'm helping teach, hopefully, to get educate people, to bring people aware. What the hell? What the hell, Wacky AI Ryan? What? Wow. A 2005 scientific paper showed up in your Facebook. You're the one that I said, interesting. You're saying it literally just says, get me off your fucking mailing list over and over. And it was automatically accepted by some open source scientific journal. Wild. Wild. Wow, interesting, Josh. You're saying Buddhism is so creepy like that. Your sister was in a relationship with a Tibetan monk. I think it was Tibetan that, oh my God, I almost said his name. Oh my God, I can't, okay, I can't do that. I have to be careful. I'm glad I didn't. That was the kind. She married him so that he could gain citizenship. Psychopathy reasoning is so backwards. Yeah. How could transparency not be given importance in dark personality research? They're never honest. They're never honest. Oh, Neo, I won't be delivering any writing. I'm delivering the thesis right now. Put in the writing room. Put it in the writing room 100%. Really? Really, Cups? There's earthquakes in a specific area. Targeting pedos? That sounds like a good thing. It sounds like a good thing. Sounds like a good thing. Are they using the Nikola Tesla technology for... Are good people using it behind the Nikola Tesla technology for this? Because I'm saying W. Underground tunnels. And the earthquakes fuck that up. I like the sounds of that. I like the sounds of that. We need to use high tech and information for good things. For taking down evil. The same concept. Being used for good instead of bad. Being used for good instead of bad. Whoever's behind that, God bless you. Wow. I wasn't aware at all. Okay, sounds good, Neo. Sounds good. Sounds good. Transparency. Transparency and information. 2.4.5. Never tell anyone the real reason you just enlisted was. Okay, you'll link me. Okay, yeah, please do, Cubs. As long as it's okay to share. As long as it's okay to share, and like we won't out people that are good. We don't want to out the good people and they get in trouble for doing something that is you could say morally right. Morally correct. Okay, I'm going to continue. Transparency is another issue that is given considerable importance by some researchers while being ignored by others. Okay. Thailand is the #1 place for child pornography creation in the world. In the whole world. Right outside of China, okay. The tunnels were exposed because of it. The victims that died are now resting in peace. That were... This is a really good, like, Cubs, this is a really good article, the way it... Yeah, Cubs. Good people. The good people. The good people just have to be aware and then act from the place of goodness. Like how Dr. Karen Mitchell is. We outnumber the evil 90% to 10%. We just have to be aware. And then act vigilantly from there. Wow. Sad a lot of people. This is a really good article, though. It is the #1 place for child pornography in the world. And if it deleted some underground child pornography creation torture chambers. Allowing it to happen, yeah, Cups. Wow, okay. Alright, well, I'm back in. Yep, Bangkok and Thailand. Not a coincidence. I'm not going to use the word cheese pizza. Unless stream did just get taken down on YouTube. Are we still live on YouTube? Nope. We did not get taken down. Then, yeah. Under education, so no, it's fine. To watch out, yeah. Okay, thankfully it didn't get a takedown. Putting pressure on Cups. Sounding more W. Sounding W. Okay, let's continue. Let's continue the thesis. Transparency is another issue that is given considerable importance by some researchers while being ignored by others in relation to people of dark personality and their actions. Personality researchers point out that the Machiavellians are highly proficient at concealing their true intentions. Brzezinski, 2017, Sibor, and Brzezinski, 2012, are also effective at covering their actions and minimizing risk of exposure. Guys and Moon, 1981. Self-disclosure is done strategically to achieve goals. Brown and Guy, 1983. Machiavellians are less likely to engage in altruistic behavior except as a tactic to get what they want. Becker and O'Hare, 2007. In one Dark Triad study, Machiavellianism scored highly on intrinsic social religiosity, showing that Machiavellians may use religion to achieve personal goals. Aghababai et al. 2014. Bibiak and Hare highlight a complex set of behaviors in higher functioning psychopaths that involves clever impression management and secrecy. In our current society, they have to do that. They found corporate psychopaths manipulated their networks in a preferred one-on-one capacity to gather data, enhance their own reputation, spread disinformation, and create conflicts and rivalries to prevent others from sharing information that might uncover the deceit. Wells, 1988, points out that higher functioning psychopaths use a range of covert strategies to maintain secrecy and often engage in more coercive antisocial behavior than being openly aggressive, a premise supported by other authors who similarly highlight the utility of passive and indirect aggression. Ineresen et al. 2007, Ertelli and Vincenti 2017. Psychopaths can react strongly when their plans or motives are made transparent. The way he flipped. The way... The mask was completely down. That's what they don't want. It's the last thing they want. So if that's made transparent, it's just complete. They are so mad. That's their anger. That's when you see their anger. Really just uncontrolled. They always control it really good, but when it's made transparent, they're so mad. They often punish those who expose them and put considerable effort and energy into this endeavor. Wells, 1988, which discourages further exposure. I like how she added, which discourages further exposure. They want us silenced. They want us silenced, Karen. Cubs, a lot of children, due to the war in Ukraine, have and Russia, that war, so many Ukrainian children have been abused. Yeah. Correct, Matthew. The anger can also be argued as a tool, like mentioned earlier, for suppressing those who expose them, as an intimidation tactic, strategically, yep. But yeah, having to use coded terminology to mask what I'm talking about is fucked up. It sucks that the silencing of social media, the YouTube Google, yeah, definitely, he did not mean it in any bad way, Josh. Know that he had no bad intent. It's been normalized in society. It's an acronym. They have it under an acronym. So the way for it to be accepted, and it's become normalized. And yes, BDSM is a playground for psychopaths. It's like a gang of psychopaths exist. What's good is if they do openly admit to being a sadist or in that community, because then they're outing themselves inadvertently. And then you can use that against them in a court of law. So it is good that way. It's good, but the fact that they use it to normalize it. No, Neil. Nope, not you. Nope. It was just Josh's first comment after yours, after you said, no, I'm just telling you to watch out. No. Oh, no, okay, Matthew on Twitch. No, he's just saying it's fucked that we have to use coded language. That we have to use coded language. Skinny, hi. Hi, Skinny. Hope you're doing okay. We're covering a stressful subject. Thanks for popping in, though. Matthew's saying controlled anger for emphasis and throwing up a quote-unquote emotional smoke screen. Yeah. I really hope the war stops, Cups. I'm so thankful that my Nana's family migrated to Canada when they did. That's fair, Josh. You wish that BDSM was not normalized in any way, though. That's completely fair. Okay. So, wow. The way they... True. Need to get all the kids and women out. Yeah. Yeah, Cubs, true. No one's holding you to contempt, so don't beat yourself up over it or even worrying. I'm not thinking about that at all. No one's mad. Okay, let's continue. Behavioral researchers in the fields of, for example, cults, domestic violence, toxic leadership, elite sport, and religion also explore the area of covert activity, hiding true intentions, secrecy, and maintaining the silence of others by those of dark personality, as well as extensive tools to gather data about others. Harvard and Lefebvre 2020, ECATS 2022, Steele 2022, Rain and Kent 2019, Walsh 2013. There is considerable discussion regarding the use of intimidation to silence people, isolation and punishment of potential exposures, use of personal information against others, and maintaining a distance with or destroying the reputation of parties who may be able to expose the truth. The sabotage. The existing assessment tools do not appear to give the attention to this issue that it deserves. The ability to achieve goals through sophisticated and complex manipulations of people using fact and fiction, the prevention of exposure of deceit through pitting people against each other, the masquerade of authentic motivation, and the ability to maintain secrecy of motive are discussed throughout the literature, but in a way that is dispersed. This subject requires deeper examination of clarification of how this attribute manifests in people of dark personality, which would also be useful in the ultimate reduction of harm from people against dark personality. This study is intended to gain greater insight into this area. Um, 2.4.6, grooming and impression management. Sophisticated and complex impression management, or quote-unquote grooming of others by people of dark personality, has been confirmed through several research techniques, including self-reports, informant reports, peer reports, and immediate manager reports, and is well established in the personality research literature. Becker and O'Hare, 2007, Fenimore and Cimentelli, 2016, Ikes et al. 1986, D. Jones and Fallis, okay, him actually saying something true, 2019. The Truth and the Lie. Techniques for impression management include attributing blame for nefariousness to the victim. Babiak et al. 2012, avoiding any form of transparency regarding manipulative and underhanded techniques. Well, 1988, promotion of an image of perfection, capability. Oh, I like the word capability being used there. Promotion of an image of perfection, capability, and strength, while concealing vulnerability and weakness. Sherry et al. 2006. Because they're thinking that's how you win. And a complex form of gaining and giving information in one-on-one context that undermines threats and builds on their reputation. Babiak et al. 2010. The facade. The facade. Despite a well-established base of research, some researchers demonstrate a different interpretation of this concept. Shepard and Socherman, 1997, suggest people of dark personality are domineering, purveyors of strength, and would be unlikely to display weakness as a strategy. A review of the research suggests people of dark personality play whatever role they believe optimal for grooming and influencing. They adapt. Acting helpless is one of them. I find that women do this one a lot. But my ex did that. D. Jones and Fallis, 2009. In a paired exercise where people high in Machiavellian traits were found less likely to cheat and encourage their partner not to cheat either, Berezki, 2017, proposed Machiavellians were avoiding being manipulated. However, some of the literature would suggest these actions are about impression management rather than avoiding manipulation. Maybe they just never got caught. Maybe some of them in those examples just have a wife that's completely under their control that they can rape anytime they want. And they're like, well, she's not outing me. This is safe for me. So I'd rather do that than start a new encounter. Which, see, that's a situational thing. Doesn't mean that, okay, all psychopaths are doing it that way. See it how it's an adaptation? That's from Gunthor's Dotter et al. 2002. Some researchers confirm the importance of the maintenance of longer-term relationships or marriages in higher-functioning people of dark personality as a means of hiding their true nature. D. Jones and Pallas. So he's admitting there. Pallas is admitting there. 2011a. It is plausible to extrapolate that people of dark personality may preserve other structures for personal gain and personal pleasure, such as religion and not-for-profit organizations. Giving this. Giving Dr. Beast, giving Mr. Beast, giving Jimmy Donaldson, giving, isn't it, what's his true name? He goes under a bunch of names like Ted Bundy. Just Googling his name. Mr. Beast's real name. James Stephen, but goes by Jimmy Donaldson. Giving James Donaldson. Fuck you. Giving him. Okay, back to it. Dr. Beast, I was giving it, I accidentally started giving him way more credit than credit due, and he's not a doctor, so Dr. Beast. Okay, Moose, you've just ran into some information this wild. Apparently there's new all-white parties in Hollywood run by a guy named Michael Rubin. Wacky AI Ryan, not Ryan Daigler. So you typed the word psycho in the emoji list on your phone and you got 3 results. 3 doctor emojis, Black Swan events, psychologists, psychiatrists. Those are positions they are drawn to. I'm glad, Moose, that they found the name of the guy. I'm glad they found the name of the guy. And hopefully we'll be taking it down. He's been outed, so I like that. Fuck you, Michael Rubin, and your KKK party. Okay, let's continue. and personal pleasures such as religion and not-for-profit organization. Not-for-profit. James Donaldson. Plant et al. 1996. P. Smith et al. 2009. Similarly, those of dark personality might work to maintain and preserve a corporate structure. Oh, honey. Okay, I gotta... she's still out there. Oh, sorry, I didn't realize my mom didn't bring her in. Okay, I gotta go bring Bijou in. Thank God it's warm. Oh, Bijou! She has a lot of hair. She is 75 pounds. It is warm out, so she should be fine. But Bijou! Okay, let me finish this page, and then it's... Oh my God, and then we'll be ending and starting next with sadism. I wish I could cover that too. That's so important. Okay, I can cover that too. Okay, one sec. We'll cover a little bit left. We'll cover a little bit more. We're covering a little bit more. Yeah. Matthew, you're saying it's wild how overt race-based politics is becoming. It's another pitting of people against each other, like political sides, so that people can blame one group instead of realizing that psychopaths are in every single group. Okay, I'll be right back. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. Okay, you want to go in the living room? Okay. Here. You're a good girl. You're a good girl. You're very good. You're very good by staying by the house. Good doggy. Okay, guys. Okay, I'm back for good. I'm back for good for now. Biru, biru. Neo. So, we've been live for 4 hours, 45 minutes. And after this, it's 10 p.m., so I'm going to switch to covering the second part of the title. We're just on the first part of the title, which is delivering Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis. And then we are going to be going into, after this, into calling out Ryan Daigler, and then into DBT therapy. Some DBT therapy. This is what helped me when I was in my most traumatized state. And I wanted to have it at the end today to help calm me down. But honestly, I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very good. I'm feeling very empowered. Feeling good. Feeling good. Her thesis is incredible. She's an incredible woman. She's an incredible woman. Hi, Matt V. Hi. Okay. Am I understanding as well? All what? Wearing all white. I thought it was all white people. I'm wrong? We understood that wrong, Moose? Because wearing all white. Okay, so it's not about the color of their skin. Sorry. Sorry for making it about race. I understood it wrong. Diddy gave a bad rep wearing all white on the 4th of July and having a good time. Share stream. Hi, Garrett. Hi. You're getting sleepy. Trying to help others. No problem, Garrett. Thank you for the bit. Oh. I got another drink to sip on, guys. I got another drink to sip on. Okay, I'm back again. Let's get through it. Let's get through the sadism part. Close it off then for now. Go into the Ryan Daigler. And then who's trying to defame, discredit, and sabotage Dr. Karen Mitchell, the writer of this thesis. The leading expert. Not looking good for you, Ryan Daigler. He's okay, so TLDR Moose, who he is he is a layman. He's a layman, like me that way. The other stuff isn't like me. He, is a narcissist educator. He's not actually an educator. He's like an influencer. He has a Twitter page where he types things about narcissism. But he praises, excuses Marilyn Manson, and is trying to defame and is putting personal information out of Dr. Karen Mitchell and her family. So yeah, I want to cover that. Because he was trying to push her into silence. and he kept going on like nothing happened. And she's had coordinated groups of people working together to sabotage her. When you're over the target, that's when the shit's flung. So yeah, TLDR. Garrett! Garrett, have a good night. Have a good night. Have a good night. Yeah, the artist, the abuser, the abuser, the sadist, the abuser, but the artist, yeah. Strange, Neo. You know what that is, Neo? Okay, sometimes, like, immediately when you end stream, that's just the most amount that has been processed, because the video has to process. That's the most amount that's been processed, for people to be able to go back in right at this moment in time. But certain hours, like, sometimes it's not till the next morning that the stream is fully be able to, You know what? It's because Marilyn Manson is very charismatic, and has a great facade, and can fool other men. You know, bros won't always believe that their friend, because if M&M's had really bad relations with psychopathic females, Marilyn Manson says they're just lying and really convinces, then they can be convinced. But the fact that Ryan Daigler goes out of his way to, which we will be covering, to praise Marilyn Manson and Johnny Depp, and like literally any man that is that there's documented abuse of, he's out here defending. And trying to bring down Dr. Karen Mitchell. This is just an example of some of his Marilyn Manson, what's her name? Is her name Erin? I can't remember her name. His victim, he was a sadist. He was tying her up. He wasn't innocent, actually. In the UK, he was found guilty, Moose. But the good PR team he hired in the US, I myself on the record in court said, I was like, women can be liars too. Women can be psychopaths too. And I regret this. I said that I used Amber Heard as an example before I understood all of the information in it, because of the really good PR team Johnny Depp had. Yeah, in the UK he was found guilty. That's a whole thing for another time. But because that has contention. A lot of people don't understand the depths of that. But Marilyn Manson, he's an abuser. Evan Rachel Wood, thank you, Josh, thank you. He tied her up, whipped her, lots of evil stuff, lots of really bad stuff. When she was a teenager, and he was much older, a super abuser. Ryan stands behind him also. Mm-hmm. We stand with Evan Rachel Wood and Amber Heard. I do. Anyways, let's keep going. Okay. To continue, yeah. Here we are. That's fair, Cups. That's fair. The PR team was very, very good. The PR team, which other abusers have since hired, is very, very good. I was convinced as well, so I understand. That's why I didn't want to bring up Johnny Depp right away. Marilyn Manson, though, we know he's evil. So yeah. That's it, confirmed. No discrepancy about. If you look into the case. Marilyn Manson. Okay, but to continue. Some researchers confirm the importance of the maintenance... did I say this already? Yes. Okay. Similarly, those of dark personality might work to maintain and preserve a corporate structure, thereby creating values for shareholders and themselves if they have options in the company. As a source of power, control, and wealth. Kessler et al., 2010. Josh, no, not in the UK, just in America. There was so I don't want to get into a deep dive of this, Cubs, but there's no perfect victim ever. There's no perfect victim, and if you're abused for years on end and you finally start fighting back and defending yourself and saying, fuck you, you're an asshole, fuck you, then you know how you're a fucking idiot. You're gonna try to say that I've been abusing you all this time? Like, see how, she's like, what the fuck? So then he starts recording that, and then that's only showed. Right. But anyways, that's not the matter of discussion, though. I don't want to get too into that, because I know that that's a really polarizing topic, honestly. And I myself, was like, I blamed Amber, so I understand. But media, remember how media and buying of PR teams and and no perfect victim ever. And how a victim's every move will be held to scrutiny, and if they finally start fighting back. But anyways. Never mind the clubs that Depp owned and widely went to where, like, sex acts would go on and stuff. Anyways. Yeah. I understand, though. I'm not mad at anybody if you think otherwise. Because there's a lot of layers to that. It's a muddy case. It is a muddy case, but there's no perfect victim. Anyways, okay, let's go back into it. You guys understand. Options in the company as a source of power, control, and wealth. Kessler et al., 2010. Berezki, 2017, discusses, quote-unquote, pretended altruism, page 108. Okay, what does altruism mean? I understand. Don't worry, Cubs. Okay. Discusses pretended altruism. Pretending the belief in or practice of disinterested and selfless concern for the well-being of others as a strategy used for impression management. According to Becker and O'Hare, 2007, Machiavellians may be more likely to enact organizational citizenship behaviors that maximize their likelihood of garnering attention for their actions. Bringing me back to Mr. Beast, honestly. Bringing straight back to Mr. Beast. Maximize their likelihood of garnering attention for their actions, page 253. The PCLR's corporate derivative, the B-Scan 360, conflicts with some of the literature discussed in this section. The B-Scan 360 includes the attributes unreliable, unfocused, impatient, and no planning. Matthew et al., 2013, which prohibits those of dark personality from successfully maintaining the position of chief executive officer, CEO, executive, or board director. So straight up lies. Matthew et al. Matthew, I guess, et al. Means or around 2013. Another untrustworthy guy. Spinning the narrative wrong. Grooming is discussed intensively in the behavioral literature, including in cults, child sexual abuse, coercive control, and domestic violence, predatory behavior, children, and many more. Cusack 2022, Rain and Kent 2019, Wiener 2017, Winters et al. 2017. Once again, the grooming of others, flying monkeys, creating flying monkeys, to support a person of dark personality, to inadvertently, okay, kind of different, but still, to usually flying monkeys are to maintain their facade and to stand up for them, but this is to advertently attain their goals, and their use of impression management techniques are not consistently addressed in the literature or in existing assessment tools, current assessment tools designed to identify people of dark personality. 2.4.7 Sadism. Conflicting ideas are evident in the literature on sadism, and these ideas are argued vigorously by several researchers. Hare et al., 1999, positions sadistic personality disorder, SPD, as a separate, not true, conceptualization to psychopathy. It's a symptom of psychopathy. Hare, he's the one who made the PSLR, which relies on psychopaths being honest when he knows that they're inherently dishonest. Hare and his colleagues define SPD, and his colleagues, using the attributes included in the DSM-3. Okay, does it? It means and others. Okay, thank you, Matthew. Thank you for knowing the term of that better than me when it comes to the academia. Et al. Means and others. The other research students, the other, co-workers. Okay, thank you. 1999. Hare and his colleagues, Hare et al. Define SPD using the attributes included in the DSM-3, including, quote, gets others to do what he or she wants by frightening them through intimidation or even terror, and, quote, is amused by or takes pleasure in the psychological of physical suffering of others, including animals, page 574. Sadism has never been a trait or feature contained in the PCLR. This is crazy. It's a symptom of psychopathy. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Cubs, you're saying, it means etc., etc. Okay, it's healthy, yeah, basically, etc. Okay. And his buddies. It's a symptom. See how putting everything in a different thing is, it's like the micro to try to keep people. Which one is he? It's the same. It's the same. It's one overarching dark personality type. Yes, yep, and they get sadistic joy through purely psychological means as well. Sadism has never been a trait or feature contained in the PCLR. Insane. I don't trust her at all. Love that she worked with him and interviewed him for this, though. I love that. The lengths this woman went to make a concise, comprehensive, accurate thesis. Oh. Karen, never shut up. Karen, never shut up. Don't shut up. Please keep bringing awareness. They find joy in our silence because that means they won't be exposed. Yeah. Right, Josh? So going by that, that's saying someone that's a psychopath might not be sadistic. Yeah, right. Ted Bundy is a psychopath. And yes, they're all sadistic. What? Matthew Hare is also Canadian? Oh, sorry world? Sorry world! Sorry guys. There seems to be a lot of evil researchers in professional positions of power in Canada. I know that firsthand with my experience with my abusers, so... That's wild that the two worst are Canadian. Okay, this is what I always say, though. They're always like, Canadians are nice. Canadians are not nice. Overall. There isn't more nice Canadians than Americans. Canadians, the psychopaths that are evil, are just more covert. They just hide better, so no. Americans are just kind of more overt. Because Canada's more like Europe, where they have ages of consent at 14 and let pedos out in like 2 months. In a really cushy hotel, more so than a prison. They support each other. Correct. Yes, Josh, that shows the coordination in between the psychopaths to create a society in which they succeed. Correct. You're correct. Wow, the wind's really getting crazy. The wind's really getting crazy out there. Glad I brought Bijou in when I did. The wind was not like this like a half hour ago. Sadism has never been a trait or feature contained in the VCLR. That's insane. I'm not surprised, like... Yeah, yes, Josh. That shows the coordination in between psychopaths, and then you say, we need to acknowledge that. Societally, we need to really realize that so much has been compromised. The coordination of professionals in power that are psychopaths. In academia, this is why we need good people like Dr. Karen Mitchell. You know, this is why. Wow, it just started pouring over where you are, Josh. Wow. Weather's going crazy. Weather's going crazy. Okay. Buckles et al. 2013 claim sadism is an attribute that is only found in a subset, all of them, of people of dark personality. They add quote-unquote everyday sadism to the dark triad as a fourth dimension, calling it the dark tetrad. Buckles and colleagues' research, through which they added everyday sadism to the dark triad as a separate trait, was based on experiments conducted in a lab. The first involved participants selecting one of 4 available activities, and one that included killing insects. Sadists were said to be those who chose killing bugs at greater rates than did other participants. The second experiment involved a computer game in which college student participants were able to deliver the white noise blast, which was equated by the researchers to a willingness to deliver pain. Okay, let me fully grasp this. So they're saying if the ones that chose killing bugs at a greater scale, those ones are the sadists. Do they not realize that all psychopaths are sadists, but some of them, they're like, I'm in a research study right now. I'm gonna look like I'm not as bad as the rest and choose not to kill all of these bugs. That's not considered. Wait, we've only had 1 day of rain so far, Cubs. So probably, honestly. Crazy that ads like that are allowed on YouTube, Neo. But remember to skip past them and don't keep watching them, because that makes them pop up more. And then you'll keep saying, why did this ad pop up? And then... Okay. Sadists were said to be those that were... Yeah, I've said that. Okay. Studies of people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others in... Sorry? I'm delivering the white noise blast here, guys. Studies of people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others in real life, however, show that sadism is likely to be an attribute common to all people of dark personality. Duh. Why do we have to work that through their heads, these professors' heads? Because they're dark personalities, trying to make an excuse for and saying there's different levels of, so they can excuse themselves. Think, if I'm smart enough and I don't do that, therefore I'm not as bad. You're still as bad. You're just playing the game. Fuck you. In a study by Porter et al., 2003, on the relationship between psychopathy and the perpetration of sexual homicide, 82.4% of the psychopaths showed some degree of sadistic behavior in their homicides. Hott et al., 1999. Homicide is sadistic. Does that need to, like... Holt et al., 1999, investigated the prevalence of sadistic traits in 41 violent, psychopathic, and non-psychopathic inmates at a maximum security prison, and psychopaths were found to be significantly more sadistic than non-psychopaths. Some researchers assert sadism is common to a much higher proportion of people of dark personality than claimed by Hare and colleagues 1999 and by Buckles and colleagues 2013, while others assert sadism is potentially an attribute common to all psychopaths. Bultner and Mokros 2023, Kay and Arrow 2021, Roy et al. 2021. Research undertaken by behavioral researchers in fields such as cults, intimate partner violence, and corporate organizations, for example, shows that people of dark personality engage in behaviors to create fear and terror in others to maintain control and are amused by or take pleasure in the resultant suffering. Ashforth, 1994. Burris and Lech, 2016. Thompson, 2020. There are clearly very differing views about whether sadism is I can't believe that! That's insane! There are clearly very differing views about whether sadism is a shared attribute of those of dark personality. To build on the academic knowledge base and to assist with harm prevention, this was an issue of value to explore in the research for this PhD. She had to call out the ones that aren't... that are saying, like, fuck you, hair, phallus, everybody else that I don't know the exact name of because I wasn't able to keep track of in my brain each and every one which said which thing. Fuck you. Fuck you. Hair and phallus, you were the most obvious. So you get the lowest rating in your own score. Yeah, so many military histories of so many countries, you know? So many countries are compromised. Basically all of them. The government's, Matthew and Rain, a decent amount out your way. And you're digging it. We might be getting some tonight. You don't drink a lot of soda, you swear Zevia is more carbonate. I am burping. I might prove it. Do I need to start having some Diet Cola and then I go back, watch my streams, and see how much I burp in comparison? Oh, sorry. I started hearing, like, white noise. I actually started hearing white noise frequency in my left ear there. NC Native, hi. Homicide is sadistic, ... But homicide is just death among friends. Yeah, right? There's also nice homicide that's not sadistic. Like, I didn't see the Psycho. Yeah, Neo, of course serial killers are psychopaths, yeah. And serial killers, same, like, the psychopath next door has the same kind of brain as serial killers. Not all psychopaths become serial killers. But they're the same. Not all of them actually enact that out, but they get joy, would get joy, and think about all those things, all this. It is the same. Some don't have the opportunity to, or the intellect to. Interesting, Neo. Interesting. So, the person writing the movie tried to push a narrative of it being cured, which is not possible in real life. Interesting. Their pussy's basically in relation to what? Pussy? Pussy? Hair pussy? Phallus? What was his name? What was his name? Paulus. Okay, sorry. Paulus pussy. Pussy. Yeah, but no, McNative, this is true. Dominatrix, that is a lot of female psychopaths choose that. A lot of female psychopaths gravitate towards that. Yeah. Yeah, probably most. It's the same as a male dominant, right? These are true. Sorry, wrong word. Wrong word. Paulus. Yeah, Paulus is the name. I think. Do I have it wrong? Is it Paulus? Going back up. Paulus. Yeah, Paulus. Okay, 82.5. Try 100%. Correct, Josh. Yep. The small differentiation, that is just them hiding it or not. It's ridiculous. One overarching dark personality type. All the same. Kind of brain defect. No, Neo, sounds like they were trying to push the narrative of it being able to be changed and that people would convince him to. Whereas, someone who, isn't a psychopath would, like, never kill people, would never, like, if they had been shamed and misrepresented, just because then people were like, I don't trust him, they wouldn't go and kill to be able, if they were cured, right? Anyways, that's my opinion from the limited info I have. Yeah, the definitions and the not looking at the bigger picture and the fiddling between things that differentiations that aren't differentiations. Yep. Exactly, yeah. True Cubs. If they were that easily convinced to kill, they were just one step away from. Correct. I like that. Okay, let's continue. I love Dr. Karen Mitchell, like, bringing all these examples. I love her so much. Studies of people who actively violate social norms and harm and disadvantage others in real life, however, yet show that sadism is likely to be an attribute common to all people of dark personality. In a study by Porter et al. 2003 on the relationship between psychopathy and the perpetration of sexual homicide, 82.4%, yeah, of psychopath. Okay, I already covered that. Yeah, okay, I covered that already. Okay. Holt et al., 1999, investigated the prevalence of sadistic traits in 41 violent, psychopathic, and non-psychopathic... Did I do this already? Inmates at a maximum security prison. The psychopaths were found to be significantly more sadistic than non-psychopaths. Some personality researchers assert sadism is common to a much higher proportion of people than claimed by Hare and colleagues, 1999, and by Buckles and colleagues, 2013, while others assert sadism is potentially an attribute common to all psychopaths. Correct. Okay, I did do this. Research, okay, sorry. I'm repeating myself, please. Okay, Matthew, you're right. I actually got to the, I did do that entire thing, and it wasn't even on the screen. Apologies. True Cubs. So they're about to, or planning to. We're thinking about. Okay. There's clearly differing views. Oh yeah, and then I start going, I'm saying, what the fuck? There are differing views. I don't know if I said this though. To build on the academic knowledge base and to assist with harm prevention, this was an issue of value. Yeah, I did. To explore in the research for this PhD. Which is extremely important. Yeah, they're saying, yes, Josh, they're saying 17.6% were wholesome murders, not sadistic at all. Some just delivered more pain before the death or after, and some just killed and left it at that and didn't really like make marks into them or bite them or, you know. Which in some of them it might be because they had to do it quickly. Doesn't mean it wasn't sadistic. Anyways. Okay. And Matthew, you're saying a movie is not really a good reference for understanding serial killers, especially Hollywood. Maybe good food for thought or opening the right doors, but not really good reference material. A lot's held back, especially I always say this, that in a fiction, a lot's held back to make it palpable for the normies, so, and people who aren't aware of psychopathy at all and are just watching it for the entertainment value. Yeah. I really like Mr. Mercedes. I really like the way the Miss Mercedes, the TV show. You guys know my opinion that I really like how it's represented there. You guys know I'm hard to impress. A crime of opportunity. It just popped up like phallus on the previous page. It literally just came out. I was like, isn't phallus made up? I've been saying phallus this whole time and not putting it together. No, but this is kind of a McNative joke, actually. McNative, what is it called? Checkmate. Checkmate. Cubs, you said Silence of the Lambs is really well done. Okay, sounds very it sounds like the movie's very unrealistic, Neil. That's what sounds extremely unrealistic and not representative of reality. You've been checkmated! I finally got You're always coming up with good jokes. Okay, should I Matthew, so psychopaths as a whole are damaging human beings, but mass media does sensationalize it, and compartmentalizes it to the viewer to make them think, wow, this is really rare. Oh my God, they're a certain scary boogeyman, and it's obvious from people to see, when that's not how it usually is. Okay, I don't know this word. I'm gonna have to Google it. Oh, okay. Like the lack of, like, I guess you could say that it's like the lack of emotion. The lack of emotion they have. The lack of emotion psychopaths have. But that is a damaging trait. Even though it might not be interesting for the psychopath to experience, it's still a damaging trait, yeah. But, wait, that's not a bishop. I'm not sure how chess works, to be fair. Insipid. I might be kind of misunderstanding though, Matthew. Okay, so we're back. Okay. Ryan Daigler. Okay, Ryan Daigler. This is the first one I have. Okay, so, and this has been, Dr. Karen Mitchell is not afraid to, because, okay, as we see, guys, okay, as we see, there is, as we see, there is so much misinformation in the narcissism, psychology, psychopathy, sphere, that she's not afraid to, if she's seeing other academics or other just laymen like Ryan Daigler, bringing awareness, quote unquote, she's not afraid to, say, actually, this is how it works, to correct it, to bring awareness, and she never does it in a mean way. She's never doing it, look how she even preemptively says, you know, I support your work, Ryan, but this post of yours is profoundly, incorrect. So let's go through. I don't want to, I'm afraid, does he have me blocked yet? He's still following me. He's still following me. Still following me. He hasn't seen this. He hasn't seen my, this yet. Cause I didn't tag him. So this is what he said. This is what he said. And he likes using the term, Ryan Daigler uses the compartmentalized, over little differences, different meanings of, to try to differentiate between. This is him saying, malignant narcissists really don't think ahead. They think they do. No, they do. Many get away with it. You know that, Ryan. You're doing that. When they're abusing their victims or trying to get away with something abusive, they attack first, cripple their victims, and think they're thinking 2 steps ahead. But they this is him ripping on other ones that are more overt about it. See how they rip on each other this way? And they see it as superiority. This is what I'm noticing is a thing that the academics or laymen that are hiding in plain sight, trying to bring awareness to it, like how my pedo abuser was going the day before, was in a children's charity board, was going to, before the day he got arrested, going to a child internet safety, which is where he first found me and exploited me on the internet before he got arrested. I'm seeing that these people, when they're describing, and the academics especially, doing the different levels of, there is no level of, it is just one overarching. It seems like it's a way for them to say, you did worse, like you failed. If you're doing that, that means you failed, and you're only a psychopath if you fail. Like, it's a way of them, it's literally sadism of them to others, because they only cooperate with others if it's in their advantage, right? Okay, so let me continue with what he's saying. Cripple their victims thinking they're 2 steps ahead, but they underestimate their opponents or their victims because they're narcissists and they can never really see what other people are capable of because they don't want to see it. And that don't want to see it, huh? Can you guys? Oh, you guys can't see all of this actually. Here. You guys can't see it. Okay. 1 sec. Okay, yeah. Okay. Here. Sorry. Okay, sorry, I didn't realize it wasn't on the screen. Because they don't want to see it. So when their victims rise up and don't roll over quietly, like the narcissist was expecting them to do, they don't see it coming. They don't see the possibility that their victims will retaliate in a way they weren't expecting. It never ends well. Okay, so Ryan Daigler, is your downfall happening? Is your downfall happening? And the victims are speaking up and calling you out. They do see it coming though. He's posting like nothing happened and acting like it was premeditated. He gathered information on her and then used that to her advantage and learned about her. This is what they do. They learn a lot about their victims. They love doing it. So that they know where to hit where it hurts and how to perfectly manipulate and stay ahead. So so that if you do retaliate, they are thinking ahead. Hey, see, he's spreading misinfo. And then it goes to Dr. Karen Minshall's response. You know I support your work, Ryan, but this... Oh, should I do it in the Australian accent? That adds a bit of humour. You know I support your work, Ryan, but this post of yours is profoundly incorrect. There is a great variation in how strategic malignant narcissists are. According to research, I don't know if this is even proper. It depends on the intelligence, impulse control capability, exactly, socioeconomic status, and other factors. Many of them are way ahead of their victims and cannot be outsmarted. In fact, they have even done studies on... Sorry if it's kind of goofy. Maybe I won't do this one from her. I will, and then I won't do this accent anymore. In fact, they have even done studies on theory of mind and whether dark personalities can actually read other people's minds because there's so many steps ahead. The reason I'm raising this is because there's danger for people in assuming they can retaliate and win. Caution is required. That's incredibly wise of her and correct. And she was extremely nice about it. And she even started it with, you know I support, but I have to say this because this is just incorrect. The way that she's so kind about it. And then he hits back with, Karen, the only times you've ever made any comments on my posts anymore is to tell me how profoundly incorrect I am. I never hear from you any other time. And the 2 last times you've done this, the point you made was irrelevant to the post that I had made. Meaning what you were stating was not what I was posting about. Again here, I'm not encouraging anyone to retaliate against their abuser, but antisocial personality disorder, look how he really likes the DSM because they like the little differences of and the way it's set up by psychopaths in power. But antisocial personality disorder is marked by impulsive behaviors. I'm sure you know that. And that's what's so interesting is it's not. And I've seen this quite a lot. And they certainly do plan ahead strategically, but the fact remains they're also incredibly impulsive. You could say, I guess, that he's being impulsive here, reacting like he is brazenly. But for the most part, has a really good facade. But for the most part, I liked a lot. He made me and her trust him. I was following him. He was following me back. I retweeted a lot of his posts. I didn't realize. I saw other people though. I did see a couple. Posts talking about him and how he is a narcissist in disguise hiding in plain sight. And I didn't know, and I didn't unfollow him then. But then now that I've seen that he's the one trying to sabotage Dr. Karen Mitchell, it's confirmed to me that the people that previously were warning us were correct. So interesting. So that's the first thing. So this is him quoting, and this is him standing up for what he did. So I'm not going to put it on the screen, Josh. I'm not going to put it on the screen. Let me get it up. These are the posts that you need to report. Actually, this is a perfect time. Thanks for bringing it up. I posted it in the Discord. I'm not posting this on the screen because it's private information. It's private information of her family, and he knows that her daughter does not want to be shown publicly. And he shared a screenshot of that she shared with him privately in a DM. He shared that as a humiliation ritual to do harm to her family, because he knows that Dr. Karen Mitchell's daughter would be upset and it would sabotage their relationship, because Dr. Karen Mitchell, I'm not sure if it's her husband now or if if they are technically divorced yet, but he's a dark personality as well as her mother was. So please, this is the status. Please report this. This is the one especially. Report all the ones in the thread. Now that she's calling out, and everything she says is really nice and normal, is great advice. Her opening her heart up to him. And then him publicly posting that now. Showing fucking nothing of what he said. Except for the thing he does show from himself is won't say anything. Okay? Question mark? That's a little bit of what he said that he did share, which is kind of funny. Because even that little bit exposes him. So please report that. And he's been bad naming her. Okay, so let's continue. This is him now. This is Ryan Daigler. What's it called? This is him making excuses for Marilyn Manson. He knows what real evil looks like, and everything he does is just performative. No. Yeah, he's an apologist for Marilyn Manson. Yes, Josh, yeah. I just thought this was I remembered him posting this and thinking, why the fuck is he glazing Marilyn Manson like this? He wouldn't be so shocking. They hide in plain sight. He knows it because you do it yourself, Ryan. And now I'm exposing you. If I go over to, let's see as well. Okay, so this is also what I retweeted. This was when this was months ago. I think almost a year ago. Okay, sadly she privatized it. Sadly she privatized this. She had to privatize it because she was probably getting hate. But anyways, he was going out against this girl and really hating on her. And Ryan Daigler should not have, it sucks because this morning it was available. Hopefully people who needed to screenshotted it. He should not have the platform he has. He is a danger to victims and survivors of abuse. I urge everyone to report him for harassment. His account needs to be suspended. The way he's really snippy. The way he's really, and is sadistic, and is out in the open and is hiding in plain sight and is spreading misinfo. Did you guys see this today? Was this on the screen when I was reading it out? I hope so. So these people that have warned from, where was it? This was March 26, 2024, a year ago. There's been signs since then, but... And I remember seeing this as well, and... thinking, really? Because he comes across really nice, and he's spreading awareness. See how that's the perfect cover? And then someone says, holy shit, you're rehabilitating Marilyn Manson now? And then laughs and says, I just checked your account and I already had you muted for some reason. The fuck is that ad? Bow to the queen. Well, don't worry, darling. Emma's here to save the day. Oh my god. Him glamorizing Marilyn Manson. This is where I searched this. This was crazy. This was me searching his account. This is crazy. Making sensational, outrageous accusations like that is horrible and irresponsible. You're probably more of a predator than Marilyn Manson is. The fact you're trying to push these allegations against people. It's documented proof, bro. It's documented proof, bro. And she was how many years younger than him? She was a teenager, and he was doing like extremely sadistic sexual acts, rape against her. You fucking idiot. You fucking idiot, Ryan. You're being outed. People see it. People see it. See, but says some true things. Some true things to make people trust. It's like how we're you seeing with hair and Paulus and Paulus. I thought you said all of them are impulsive, Ryan. I thought you said all of them are impulsive. Oh yeah, because you're talking about yourself there. Skibidi Riz gets cooked with glazing. You're trying to talk like the young folk. Me using glazing. Okay. Those are the main things, as well as the ones I shared in the Discord that contain personal information that I don't want to put on the screen, because the fact he's sharing that personal information is fucked. Wow, Josh, she was only 18. Marilyn Manson's victim was only 18. Wow. Well, there we go. Just a baby. Yep. Brain isn't fully developed till 25. Got it as young as he could. Without to be able to parade her around in public. In plain sight. We love you. We love you. Okay, now we're back to Dr. Karen Mitchell. We love her. So this is who he's trying to bring down. All the words I'm writing. Follow her, okay? Follow her. This sensation, true, Matthew. The sensationalization of traits of psychopathy seen on screen are overt. And have to convey the impact they have on other characters to tell the full story. Yep. The insipid nature of emotional control and worming their way into lives doesn't have as much on-screen impact and de-emphasize the commonality. This is why I love how Mr. Mercedes does it. That's loving Mr. Mercedes because it shows, and the way with the gay woman, Lou Linklater, how she trusted him and how he was like friends with her, and how she couldn't believe, and how the way he worked into her life. I really like that one. But yes, and for majority of it, the on-screen impact, yeah. It just, as I say, it makes it seem like it's a massive outlier, but it's not. People should be able to have like reasonable dialogue, like, No, Cubs. It's not because she's blonde. It's not because she's blonde, Cubs. It's not because she's blonde. No, I love her words. She's the leading expert. Breaking it down. Has the most experience. The way she interviewed, as you'll see if you read the full thesis on the off time, she also she interviewed hair. She went all over. She did with all of these experts, interviewed them, worked with, broke it down. The amount of experience she has is insane. And as someone with a lived experience, I can corroborate what she's saying and how heard I feel by her words. So see, you guys that were asking this is, she reiterates this a lot. Because people are constantly asking. She covers this as well as she does in, does she in the thesis? I can't remember. But yeah. Cubs, you're teasing me. Mm-hmm. So go on her page. We stand with her. We don't stand with the guy who's then putting personal photos of her family, DMs, but not showing his DM back. Ryan is a in plain sight narcissist, psychopath, dark personality. And then what's so interesting is if we go on his page, he hides behind, as I said, a lot of people in a lot of psychopaths nowadays, especially in like my age group and younger, are hiding under, he's doxing her, yeah, Cubs, yes, yeah, and he knows that she that her daughter does not want to be shown online, and he specifically put that out anyways, because he hits when it hurts. Doxing, yeah, that's why I'm not sharing those on the screen, because the whole point is we don't want him doxing people. Yeah. Mm-hmm. So he hides behind, I don't think he's diagnosed. I don't believe he's diagnosed. He's hiding behind the hashtag actually autistic. And this is a vulnerable community. And they go in vulnerable communities, trying so he can write off his actions behind that, and to just see, I have all this, I'm to be trusted. This is not saying, okay, I want to say this because it sucks that psychopaths are using and hiding behind neurodivergence and autism, because we want to bring awareness to autism, and we hate that psychopaths are hiding behind that label and neurodivergence. And I've heard them say, what do I call myself then if I'm not neurodivergent? You're a psychopath, motherfucker. You're a psychopath. Fuck you. What? what do I call myself if I'm not neurodivergent? Come on, it's not working on me. Okay, it's not working on me. It's not working on me. He's not a professional. He is just has a book. And I'm not going to click on it because I don't want to bring awareness to it. We're just raising awareness. Building a platform that he's monetizing when he himself is. And as I said earlier, a guy I had relations with did the same thing and publicly on social media saying that he's neurodivergent, saying, oh, I haven't been diagnosed, but, and acting like he's autistic, not acting, but hiding under that label and trying to use that as an excuse for his serial killer-like behavior and precision to hide behind that. It's not a hyperfixation. It's not a hyperfixation. Serial killer-like is not the same as autistic hyperfixation, okay? Okay? But they're using it and hiding behind it like that. So he's a scam artist, yes. Yes. Yeah, basically. Yes. I love that he's still following me. That's really funny. He will probably block me. I'm not blocking him because I don't care. I'm not going to block him. He probably will block me though. He will likely block me. Okay, but yeah. TLDR. The sabotage that they go to, the hiding in plain sight within vulnerable communities. Piss me the fuck off. Piss me the fuck off. It is a nice photo, yeah. Yeah, it's a nice photo. 1 sec, my mom's knocking. Just 1 second, guys. Okay, I'm back. I went pee as well. Bijou's in the room. Okay, I should have left on her. We like Karen. We stand with Karen because she's not the psychopath. She's bringing awareness. She's never done anything wrong. She never did anything wrong. And I am really proud of her for, even though you get backlash for calling out, they could say that's doing something wrong, that she's like calling people out, that calling people out, the people that try to sabotage her, guys, let it speak for itself. Let it speak for itself. The evidence, the kind of, the way Ryan Daigler speaks, the way he doesn't have all information out there. Coming after Karen, doxing her. Doxing. This is her website. And Matthew, you were asking, that's her website. She's new to social media, though. Oh, I guess she's been here a long time, but she's only really been in the public eye recently. Like this past year. Okay. And then okay, stream my song, stream Cargo. This is the stream we're on right now. Me just retweeting Lana. Her being silly. This, Kate. I covered this earlier. Let's cover it again. Okay, Lana. We love her. She's so silly. This is crazy. I covered it at the beginning, but not in depth. This, when I was browsing Twitter, after seeing the stuff from Ryan, sorry, some stuff in my contact, in my eye. This was an ad that popped up. This was an ad. Just went to talk to my 15-year-old daughter. She's kind of shy. Hides out in her room on her laptop and phone. Told her she's beautiful, and if I was a boy her age, I would have totally thought she was hot. Told her she ought to have more confidence. We had a great heart-to-heart. She knows all kids these days are socially awkward, having not grown up playing in the streets until dusk, but instead isolated behind a screen online. But she also knows boys have been demoralized and feminized. And it's hard to find a good masculine-based guys these days. I told her we're going to try out a new church on Sunday. Told her she should come, get dressed, look nice, hold her head with confidence, and boys will notice her. She needs the nudge. This was an ad. This guy paid for this to be shown. That's why I said, LMAO. Wow. This is an ad, and this is creepy as fuck for a father to tell his 15-year-old daughter, quote unquote, if I was a boy your age, I would have totally thought you were hot. Then this begs the question, why is he advertising this? This is a serious question. Is he trying to find abusers for his daughter? Is he letting other men know she's going to be here? Guys her age, that have been demoralized, and I don't think she'll like that kind, and been feminized, not like us. Why is this an ad? Why? This is where she'll be at our church. The fuck? This is actually insane. Is he a pimp daddy? Pretty much, yeah. It sounds like he's wanting to pimp out his daughter or wanting to put it on display. It's weird as fuck. I was like, what? Huh? What? This speaks for itself. The fuck? And then Yes, yeah. Yes, Matthew. The idea, like Ryan Daigler, of quote-unquote having a brand and associating yourself with various vulnerable communities, it just gives you an associative license to hide your actions. Exactly. Yeah. Then he has flying monkeys. Okay, okay, guys. For the record, true. We don't want to dox people. Thank you, Neo, for saying this, because my one abuser did try this. I am not saying, I do not harass these people. I'm on the record saying, don't harass these people. Don't dox these people. even though they openly say where they're from. And this guy, and that's why he's saying where his 15-year-old daughter's from, which is wild. Where he's from. And trying to hide behind the Christian identity. Most Christian conservatives, Canadians I know, are not talking about their daughters like that. That's weird. That's really weird. And this isn't politics. This is you being a pimp daddy. Giving pedo. What the fuck? But yeah, for the record, we want to stay away from these people. We don't want to associate with these people. We don't want to associate them. Do not do what they do. Do not do what they do in an attempt to make an impact. We want to stay away from them, but we want to bring awareness. So don't go hating. Don't go, what you should do is in the Discord for the trusted people, if anyone else wants, I can give the link to please what's it called? Report the post of him trying to dox Dr. Karen Mitchell and her daughter, which he knows that she doesn't want to be publicly shown, and he's doing it anyways because he knows it'll hit where it hurts. And he, stay away. I unfollowed. And I'm not adding him. I'm not trying to get his attention. I don't want his attention. I don't want his attention. But I want to make people aware. So we don't interact with these people, but we bring awareness to make people stay away from. Okay? The whole part is to bring awareness and to keep people away from people like Ryan Daigler and this motherfucker. This incest, this weird ass incest guy. That's really good. That's really good. That's really good. Yes, Cubs, true. People are very trusting, especially people who have already been abused before. No, Neo, I'm really glad you said that, because exactly my abuser, because I didn't specifically say, even though I never said go attack him. I never said that. I just said what was done to me. I just gave my testimony in the name of who abused me. And I never told them to go contact him. I actually said how he's dangerous for people to stay away from. Because I specifically didn't say, I am not asking you guys to. So I'm saying it now for this. I'm not asking you guys to go and harass this guy. I'm asking you to bring awareness. You can make posts not adding him. I shouldn't even say that because people get mad. But like how I'm making posts just bringing awareness, saying what is going on. This guy is dangerous. Stay away from him. Don't be engaging with him because narcissists will try to spin it. There's no point engaging with him. Stay away from him. Unfollow him. Bring in their awareness if you want to. But please, those of you who have it, please report his doxing post, please. Thank you. Thank you, Neo. For the record. No, that's very important. But back to this guy, yeah. Hello, my own daughter, why don't you make yourself up to appeal to the male gaze and find yourself a masculine guy? Because I think you're hot enough for it. It'll totally be a confidence booster. The shit is that? Hello, my own underage daughter whose brain is developing its own social synapse paths. Gotta amend that earlier statement. Legit. Disgusting motherfucker. Hi Orby, serious stream. Hi, how are you doing? Fair Moose. Better that you have no contact. Hello, Wiz on Kick. But true, great point, Cubs. How he comes across professional, has a great facade. has a great public facade and identifying with certain communities and misrepresenting psychopathy to fit his narrative and excuse his certain behaviors. But slipping up. Yeah, Orby. Okay, good. You're doing well. It is still good night. I'm actually really proud of how well I'm handling this. And right after this, we're going to be going into DBT. The DBT therapy book by Marsha M. Linehan, which I want to have to end it off to be able to calm myself down and educate people about DBT, because that helped me so much. So we're going to go on to that. Yeah. No, it's been a great night. Very important. It's been months since I started vocally delivering Dr. Karen Mitchell's thesis again, so I'm really glad I am. Really glad I am. Yeah. Okay, in YouTube, please follow Karen. Someone to interact with, to follow and support and read their thesis. And even if you don't have Twitter, I think you can read the page. I don't know, because I have Twitter. Can you, or do you have to have Twitter? Do you have to have Twitter to be able to read it? I need to like educate Dr. Karen Mitchell on social media. Like, please make an account on this other one. Please make a YouTube account. Karen, we need you on more platforms. But Twitter is a great one because it's text based, and this is how to be able to engage as a layman with her. That's one thing that Twitter is unique in. Yes, there's threads and stuff, but Twitter's where everyone's at. All the others are kind of like copycat clones that still don't have the amount of viewership, and there is censorship still on and silencing. If you talk about anything too sad, they will silence it, which is kind of crazy that Big E has changed it to that. But being brutally honest about abusers and bringing awareness, and so many people already have their developed platforms on Twitter. I see why it's one she uses and why it's a valuable one, and why I like it myself. And it's good not to be in an echo chamber, and it's good not to be in an echo chamber. Anyways. Okay, yeah, you do need a Twitter account to be able to view it shit. Well, guys, make Twitter. I don't know what to say. Read her thesis. Read her thesis if you want to get more information. If there's questions you have, they're likely answered in her thesis. It's extremely comprehensive. Okay. Let me go into. Let me actually. Should I go into face cam mode for a second here while I just chat with you guys for a little bit, and then go into the DBT. But I'll chat with you guys. I haven't I'm not caught up in YouTube. I'm starting to get tired though, I think I'm starting to get tired. Okay. We've been live for 6 hours. Okay. Going up. I'm not sure, Neil. This is a topic that I have a lot to speak on, since I have extensive life experience with psychopaths. So I was interjecting a lot. I don't care how long it takes. I will continue to do it. I don't really care how long it takes. And I was mainly in it while going. I did go back and forth with your guys' comments, but this one I was pretty locked into delivering it. Yeah. Yeah, Marilyn Manson's 100% sadistic. Why do I feel like that dad isn't fit to be a dad? He isn't! And the way he's outing himself. The way he paid for that to be... Why the fuck are you paying for that to be an ad? At the very best, it's him saying, look, my daughter is amazing. She needs a boyfriend. She, such a good girl that doesn't know, that boys her age, aren't masculine enough, she needs a boyfriend. At best. At best. At best. Also, Royal, is Subliminal, is this you? Subliminal, is this you on Twitch? Or Royal DLX? If not, hello. There's another fella by the name of Royal, so I wasn't sure. I don't have the alert box on right now. I'm not sure. I haven't seen that one. Matthew. I haven't seen that one. Cubs, it's a full moon tonight. It's a full moon tonight. Full moon. Right, Josh, the way the post purposely walks the lines of appropriate and vastly inappropriate is insidious. We're speaking about, what's his name? Adamental Politics, the guy talking about his daughter. And he does music. And literally, wow. Wow. Okay, let's do a deeper dive into this guy, actually. Let's look at his page a bit more. I'm in the mood to fight lately. You're in the mood to try to pimp out your daughter. Wow. And look how he's trying to hide behind the Christian community and try to say, well, it's because I'm a Christian. No, get out. Get out of here. Get out of here. Out of our churches. Fuck you. Oh wow, the Zen. The way this is reminding me of my Canadian abuser. Wow, weird Zen place. I've become really Zen. Don't put up with people's shit. I'm not putting up with your shit. You become savage. I've become savage. As a reflex, in the face of disrespect or attacks of any kind. I don't let it get to me anymore. Get out of our churches, pedo. Back to it. And I'm wondering, the people, I hope it's some people that are bookmarking this to show people like, what the hell is this? But there's guys that are bookmarking this to take note. And then if his dog, he's letting them know she's on her phone. Guys like, okay, she's online. Can we find her social profiles? Forgan, hi, thank you for rating. Hi, thank you for rating. Thank you for rating on Rumble. Hello. We are doing psychology today. We're calling out, we're talking about psychopathy, and this pedo guy, which this popped up as an ad. This popped up as an ad. Anyways. Guy's gross. But that wasn't actually the main topic of this. This just, and he's trying to make it politics. He's trying to make it politics. You're gross, bro. You're gross. And then this guy is the main problem that this is about. When. Of if it'll happen, but when. And the fact that, yes, yeah, and boys as well, correct, Forgun, correct, boys being, taken advantage of as well, Yes. Yeah. But this was the main problem. But this guy is like just, I'm shook that the main thing popped up. Where is it again? I have it on my page. Stream my song, no, stream my song. This. And then I said, LMAO, this is an ad? Since it's been legalized, I guess, Matthew, it has been shown to help mental health, right? It has been shown to help mental health. I know that Dr. Karen Mitchell is just starting to go into podcasts and such, and she's not that aware of the, like, internet world for the most part, so. Yeah. 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 Okay, back to face cam for now though. Back to face cam. Sorry, I'm still not caught up with everyone. True, Josh. I think he understands the scrutiny that post would bring. It's like a game to the narcissist. He likes to incite and instigate. He likes to rule the chaos because that's where he feels he shines. Correct. The way he's saying he'd like to fight and stuff. The way he's advertised. The way it's in plain sight. Yeah, no gaming tonight, Vorgan. No gaming tonight. This was a psychology stream. And then right away, I'm going to be going into DBT, a form of therapy. That's the only proven form of therapy that reduces suicidal thoughts. I'm not suicidal anymore, for the record, but when I was, it saved my life. So I want to do that. Yeah, I'm actually in. I'm not even in the gaming. Not even in the gaming. Yeah, it's so true. It's then again hiding in plain sight. Matthew. Yeah, DBT therapy. I can bring it up now. I could bring it up now. This was one, and there's been people that have, like, repurposed it, that have kind of, that have kind of repurposed it, written by, but the original woman who created is Marsha M. Linehan. Okay, let me see. Just gonna... Okay. This is the book. I have it myself. It's actually, like, it's the only documented, proven kind of therapy to stop suicidal thoughts, to help suicidal people, to stop people from committing suicide. And it's just incredible for people who have been traumatized. Okay, yeah, you're a vet. And there's, like, P8 or something at the Veteran Affairs Hospital for vets who are suicidal, but that's like a lockdown ward and they keep you there for a week. We have a crisis center that I was at here in Canada that I was at for about a month at a time each time, and it was hands-on like that, and that wasn't at that point that wasn't the DBT. That was kind of more like what you're describing, and that really helped me. They were hands-on, always watching to make sure, you know, that don't act on anything. As my healing, I did, this was really expensive, this DBT training, which is why I want to cover it on the channel for free. I went 8 times a month, and it was $1,100 a month for this. So I want to cover this live to be able to bring it to people for free, you know. But this book, this kind of therapy, is the only one confirmed therapy to help and stop suicidal thoughts. So true, Neil, about it's not even touching the fact that sadly doesn't Vorgan. It covers it. If I was Aboriginal, it would be covered. If I would, or I would have to wait 2 years, The only way to get in immediately, was for me to pay $1,100 a month. It's private therapy, even though there was a community aspect of it. It's a private what's it called, theory, private therapy. I don't know the means, so it wasn't under the governmental. Yeah, sadly. True, yeah, I hate MAID. Yeah, we were talking about that yesterday, yeah. They'd rather people die than put that money towards helping people. Actually, that's a great example. It's a great example. Clip the end of stream. I should edit this into 3 separate videos, honestly. I will. I'll try to. I'll see. Yeah. Literally, what Christian values allowed that guy to say, to tell his daughter that if I was your age, I think you're hot? The fuck? And then saying, yeah, by the way, she's going to be at our church. Boys her age don't like. And it's an advertisement, and I'm paying to get. They want to corrupt pure things correct. Mm-hmm. This guy is that guy was a full-blown self-exposed, yeah. Right, good. The ad popped up! The ad put it in front of Charlotte's face. Wow. An unsolved murder. Interesting, Josh. One sec, let me, I guess I can keep this up now. Cubs, by label it properly, do you mean, name it, do a really tantalizing, a really, polarizing, thing of the state of Canada's healthcare, mental health care. Is that what you mean, Cubs? Wow. Still missing? Wow. They were in massage therapy class together? Wow. I remember you talking about him. Josh, you're probably right. You're probably right. Like, we not having the exact, but knowing the kind. The label of the book, yeah. Specifically about DBT. Okay, fair. I can Google it. Both still missing, unsolved. The book, yeah. It's a very long book. So this is a lot. There's some parts I have covered. But should we just start from the beginning? Because I think the others were what's called privatized, because I was breaking down in them, because I was like crying a lot, because that was in the fall when I was like feeling really traumatized. Cubs, okay, tell you something you don't know. Per se. I've been really enjoying Assassin's Creed. I've been really liking it. I love Assassin's Creed. I glaze Assassin's Creed, but I genuinely really like it. I find the story to be really good. In Shadows, it's a really long game too. Okay. Probably, Josh. Probably. Okay, so this book, guys, to go into this, to end the stream off in a debriefing way, de-escalating way, this book, the therapy of this saved my life, is fucking expensive. It's fucking expensive. This is a free link here. Let me just like put it in all the chats right now. I'm just linking so you guys have it. This is what we're going over, so you can read it on your own time as well. Yeah, to be able to have gotten in without paying for it, I would have had to wait 2 years for this, Cubs. I've never played them all either. I got into it late. Origins being my first one and my favorite because I love the pyramids. Yeah, there's the link. So this is DBT skills and training handouts and worksheets, second edition. Yeah, and I was like, well, my only option is to pay for it, and they're like, this is their option you have to do, and I'm like, it's $1,100 a month, but it's all that's available, and I was like, okay. It put me into debt. Josh. It sounds to me like you've put the pieces together, that you've put the pieces together and solved it, per se. I wouldn't be surprised. Okay, but this is it. DBT skills, and there are people who have been like the pyramid code. How the pyramid code has been have had been repurposed by other people, stealing the name and giving other advice under the name of. The only legitimate one, and the first one, is by Marsha M. Linehan. Actually, in the UK, they are teaching the DBT by another person and doing it in an abusive manner to forced inpatient people. So only look at this version. It's crazy how other people take the name that someone else genuine did and rechange it and use the same name to fool people. I love this. I remember first reading. Okay, I'll read it out. I'm gonna try not to cry. When I brought this up before, I cried a lot. This is her words. This is Marsha M. Linehan's words. When I am on retreats, each afternoon I walk and wring my hands, saying to all the mental health patients of the world, "You don't have to wring your hands today. I'm doing it for you." Often when I dance in the hallway of my house or with groups, I invite all the mental health patients of the world to come dance with me. The book is dedicated to all of the patients of the world who think that no one is thinking of them. I'm considering telling you that I would practice skills for you so you don't have to practice them. But then I realized that if I did that, you would not learn how to be skillful yourself. So, instead, I wish you skillful means, and I wish that you find these skills useful and that they're put in front of us, which we are. So this is the woman, TLDR of who she is. Marsha M. Linehan, PhD, ABPP, whatever that acronym means, is the developer of dialectical behavioral therapy, DBT, and professor of psychology and psychiatry and behavioral sciences and director of the behavioral research and therapy clinics at the University of Washington. Her primary research interest is in the development and evaluation of evidence-based treatments for populations with high suicide risk and multiple severe mental health disorders. Dr. Linehan's contributions to suicide research and clinical psychology research have been recognized with numerous awards, including the Gold Medal Award for Life Achievement in the Application of Psychology from the American Psychology Foundation and the James McKean Cattell Award from the Association of Psychological Science. In her order, the American Association of Suicidology created the Marsha Linehan Award for outstanding research in the treatment of suicidal behavior. She is the Zen Master, so legitimate, going under the name Zen Master, not an abuser in disguise, and teaches mindfulness and contemplative practices via workshops and retreats for healthcare providers. Should I? I'll read this part. Oh, cool. I never played Rogue, but I do have it, and we will play through it. Make multiple good videos for this labeling wise so people don't have to wait 2 years like I did. Yeah. Always good to be skeptical. We actually covered Vorgan earlier on, how my abuser made me read a book of Buddhism, like spiritual abuse with that. He pushed on me in the compartmentalization with the Buddhism and Zen masters, and saying how and in the book said how Zen masters can rape their students and stuff. So yeah, no, it's good to be divisive, yeah, and skeptical. Yeah, it is. Yeah, Matthew, it's horrendously expensive, but we're all glad it was there for me, and I'm excited to be bringing this to the populace as well. Neo, no self-deprecation, okay? People do. We are our own worst critics. Remember that, and then bring this up. Bring up this link, Neo, and keep this for when especially for when you're feeling that way. Okay. Preface. Okay, has been an explosion of research on the treatment. My pilot and first DBT study focused on the treatment of highly suicidal adults. Demonstrating the efficiency. Suicidal adolescents as well. Different forms of torture for Gunya. Different circumstances. Not yet, not yet. Still suffering, but have came a long way. And I still cannot give my full testimony yet. So in due time. And this is why I like Rumble, because they don't silence victims. For when it's time for me to share my testimony, I know that Rumble won't silence me ever. Okay, diagnosis not required, but benefit from. The skills are helpful. Anyone can use this, TLDR. Aren't these skills your mother was supposed to teach you? I always say yeah, but for many people, their mother just did not, or was not able to get around to it. Check the facts, core strategy. Mindfulness were a product of her 19 years in Catholic schools. Her training in contemplative prayer practices, she actually first got the idea for this when she was praying in a small church. Her training in contemplative prayer through the Institute Spiritual Guidance. An emotional regulation skill. These skills come from many different sources and disciplines. Happy to present this and handouts and worksheets. Stay tuned for more. You are likely not to use all the skills I have included. Every skill works for someone and no skill works for everyone. The skills in this book have been tested with a huge variety of people. Adults, adolescents, parents, friends, and families, both high risk and low. I hope the skills are just what you need. Use your interpersonal skills. See the a dear man give fast skills in the interpersonal effectiveness to talk to your skills trainer or other teacher into teaching you skills not ordinarily covered if you want to learn them. If you should decide to venture forth on your own, I must tell you that we have no research. This is what it says. So for the record, must tell you that she's saying that we have no research on the effectiveness of this skills manual as a self-help workbook or self-treatment manual. But for me, the other option, and I guess just the other option, is to wait 2 years or pay $1,100 a month. So we can self-teach best we can with this book. And I'm going to try to help along the way from what I learned. There's stuff that I forget, and there's stuff I don't remember. This is part of my dissociation. So, but I'm going to try to, but I do get remembrance and of things. And when I was first taught this. And when I was first taught this as well, I was having to, court was like very constantly, and I was having to use these skills like and I was extremely suicidal. Anyways, but so in a more, but I did go through it, and I was taught by people themselves. So I'll try, as I'm a layman. I'm not a professional, and I have So for the record, she is hoping to write a self-treatment book in the future. Okay, we should look if she has yet. Meanwhile, interested in skill videos available through the Guildford Press, Lionhead Institute, and listed on the page of this manual. They themselves do not constitute treatment, but we know that many people have nonetheless found them useful, even though there's not collected data on them. On your own or with the help of a skills teacher, I wish you skillful means. Totally fine, Vorgan. Totally fine. No worries at all. No worries at all. No worries. No worries, mate. No worries. These are the acknowledgements. This is a TLDR. Well, basically, what do they call it? The content section. There is general handouts. I wish I remembered exactly which order was, because they jump around with it. They jump around with it when teaching it, which makes these kind of confusing to, self-teach, but we will do it. So basically what it is, there are general handouts, general skills, orientation and analyzing behavior, mindfulness skills, mindfulness worksheets, interpersonal effectiveness skills, interpersonal effective worksheets, worksheets for building relationships, ending destructive ones, walking the middle path, emotional regulation skills, changing emotional responses, reducing vulnerability to emotion mind to stay in wise mind, managing really difficult emotions, emotional regulation sheets, understanding and naming, putting words to your emotions, worksheets for reducing vulnerability to emotion mind, worksheets for managing, distress tolerance skills, handouts for crisis survival, reality acceptance skills, skills when crisis is addiction, distress tolerance worksheets for crisis survival, worksheets for reality acceptance when crisis is addiction. Introduction to this book. This book contains informational handouts and worksheets for people learning DBT skills. The overall goal of DBT skills training is to help you increase your resilience and build a life experienced as worth living. DBT skills are aimed at teaching a synthesis of how to change what is and how to accept what is. Skills teach you both how to change unwanted behaviors, emotions, thoughts, and events in your life that cause you misery and distress, as well as how to live in the moment, accepting what is. There are different sets of DBT skills, and no single training program will include all of the handouts and worksheets in this book. Your skills trainer or individual therapist case manager, that's not it, because we're just self-teaching. That's fair, Vorgun, especially because in society, men have been taught to suppress their emotions, so, and aren't talked as much, for men, so that's fair. But a lot of crisis things and, addiction, survival, acceptance, mindfulness, managing them, changing the emotions, understanding. A lot of it is emotion, the triggers, right? Getting triggered, and then how to work from there, how to build a life worth living. I don't know. This was 2 years ago or so, about 2.5 years ago, that I first, that I was in for, I think, was it 8 months or more, that I was in the program. So this is just me going through it with you guys, reading it out for you guys. We're not going to do all of it. I'm just, getting to the beginning of it to debrief this and de-escalate the stream from the stressful things of before talking about psychopathy and psychopaths and society, and then we're going into this to end it off to help people and for people who have been victims of or and such, anyone who's been through trauma. So yeah, these are the main 4 DBT skills modules: mindfulness skills, interpersonal effectiveness skills, emotion regulational skills, and distress tolerance skills. There's topical subsections of handouts and worksheets within each skills module as described below. Like, I was first taught this by a case manager, but I'm just, as a layman, gonna try to go over it with you guys to try to, as best as I can. I am Canadian, about yeah. Nearly every handout has often an associated worksheet for recording your practice of the skill, which I did do and which I would recommend doing if you're doing through this, which I'll try to show you guys. And when we do this again, this is going to be a reoccurring thing we do. I'm going to start planning my month of streams so that I have I'm really proud of myself, because I used to just not even really be in the moment, but just be in my head completely when really traumatized and just trying to cope. So I'm proud that now I create a schedule and do certain days when I'm going over this, which is one today, but I will have more in the future. And we're just doing this to end off the stream from the other stressful stuff, but yeah. These videos will be permanently available on Rumble and YouTube. Okay, yeah. Introduction C-section, summarize the handouts, their purposes, and the worksheets that go with them. That's how it's organized. General skills, orientation, and analyzing behavior. Orientation, that would be if we were actually coming in person and she had it on a Saucy, you're saying Charlotte when I catch you, Charlotte. Is that a threat? Is that a threat? Is that a threat, Saucy? True. You always want to join a book club. Seems like the best time to start. Stuff and having stuff in common, at least. And this is very educational. You know, it's nonfiction. It is. Yes, Josh. CBT, cognitive behavioral therapy, focuses on just changing negative thoughts and behaviors, while DBT combines the CBT techniques with mindfulness and a focus on emotional regulation and interpersonal skills, how to interact with others, particularly for individuals. Cool, Josh, and you've done CBT at the Veterans Affairs. This is it's based on some of the stuff, but has other skills. That's their username. Their username is SAUCTEE, and then their message was Charlotte when I catch you, Charlotte. So I screenshotted that. For individuals with emotional disturbances. So triggers, panic attacks, overwhelming emotions. Overwhelming, no, that's okay. YouTube has a very short character limit. Moose, is the audio out? Is the audio out? Is the audio out? Okay, well, I'll just type it here. They were saying, okay, Rigby, hi. It's good here. And I'm good. Moose, you're saying, no, you're good. Someone, on, okay. Vorgan, Josh, Vorgan on Rumble is saying, wait, they had this at the VA? Yes, on YouTube. Josh on YouTube, is a vet like you as well. And you said, can you ask him to log on to Rumble, tell me about it, because you're a vet too and you've never heard of it. So he's been taught CBT at and I just typed it out for you. Okay, yeah, Josh is in Florida. You're in the Northwest. Okay. So maybe different things depending on where, yeah. Okay, I hope you've been enjoying, Rigby. Hope you've been enjoying. Guys, I hope it's been a good stream. I'm glad that I'm ending it with this, because this is really, like, yeah, maybe your Veteran Affairs don't have it yet. Okay, Neo, you gotta go to bed. You know I'm ending soon, so Mama Data doesn't need to go and say hey. Okay. Have a good sleep, Neo. Have a good sleep, Neo. Have a good sleep. I would recommend this book for you 100%, Neo. For you. especially when you're feeling really overwhelmed. So maybe watch this later when you feel up to it. When you feel up to it. Hey Oak, I'm still live. Now in the end part where I'm going over DBT, the therapy. Ending, no, I've been live, Vorgan, this is the last part of today, but I've been live 6 hours and 51 minutes so far. Put the links in the descriptions. Yeah, let me put it. I don't have it in the... Okay, let me actually, then I have to go to Facecam for a sec. Let me put the link of it. Yeah, because this is the one I don't have in the description, actually. Okay. 6 hours, 51 minutes. Yeah. Well, I go live 5 days a week, 7 to 9 hours a day. We haven't even, it's 7 hours yet. 10 more minutes. I'm actually behind, doing less than usual. Oh. Okay. Okay, when you refresh, they said in 30 seconds it should be Matthew, you've had a therapist who helped you work through self-image issues and the depressive episode you had that led you to the darkest point of your life. You're surprised she never brought up DBT. Sometimes it's like, it depends. The source, where it is in Canada or in the world, not all have there might be, I think there is one in BC now. I'm not sure if on the island though, Matthew, if they have like a teaching center for the DBT where you live, because it is a specific private, since it's not a government regulated thing, so then it's not confirmed across Canada. It might be that your therapist wasn't licensed in it or whatever. It might be that, because for therapists on the record to teach it, I think you have to have a license or something. I don't know how it all works. That's why for the record I'm a layman. You're having a good time doing a dance party. Cool, cool. I do love music. I do love music. I'm not sure if I have. I don't think I have. I don't think I have, Oak. I don't think I have. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Yeah. Josh, you're saying it was basically the CBT for you in Veteran Affairs. It was in Florida. It was basically tracking your emotions and how thoughts and labeling can turn into negative thought patterns, which cause the unwanted feelings in a cycle. So with CBT, we plan how to inject a new thought pattern at the trigger points. How to stop the intrusive thoughts from controlling the entire life. Similar to this, but yeah, similar to this. Yes, exactly. So true. Yeah, Matthew. She was very helpful for your rebound and mental growth. Just that there are resources she may have been blocked out of accessing herself, correct? Because I think there's licenses and stuff. Yep. And it's just not widely taught. Yeah. Yep. Okay. Do I have it back? Yep. I guess. Oh yeah. I get there. It actually works that way. Okay. Now I really look like I'm the teacher, guys. I'm the teacher now. Not actually. I'm a layman. This is me just reading out the book. I already said that. Okay. Mine. Okay, mindfulness skills. The handouts and worksheets for mindfulness module focus on core mindfulness skills. These skills are central for DBT. They teach how to observe and experience reality as it is, to be less judgmental, and to live in the moment with effectiveness. They are the first skills taught, and they support all the other DBT skills. DBT mindfulness skills are translations of meditation practices from Eastern and Western spiritual traditions into specific behaviors that you can practice. No spiritual or religious convictions are expected or necessary for practicing and mastering these skills, though. Other perspectives on mindfulness include several subsets. Wise mind, practicing loving kindness towards yourself, self-love, worksheets covered on here focus on experiencing ultimate reality, sensing our intimate connection with ourselves and the universe, developing a sense of freedom. Balancing doing mind and being mind. The skillful means balancing doing mind and being mind. Sets focuses on balancing two seeming polarities, the yin yang, working to achieve goals while at the same time letting go of attachment to achieving goals. The handouts and worksheets for Wise Mind Walking the Middle Path cover skills for finding a synthesis of extremes. Because when we're triggered, especially, it goes into an emotional extreme. True, more government red tape. You have to have this. You can't be just a therapist that gets this book, reads it and tries to adapt it. You have to be able to officially teach it, and then you have to charge exorbitant fees. Yeah, it's all the things to kind of to monetize it, really. The licensing of I like that though, Vorgan. Only way to become a master is to get over being a novice. Okay, yes. No worries. I tried to. It was confusing for me, Vorgan, when I was saying it. So I tried to put emphasis on it. So, let's see. So being mind, being in the moment. So the differentiation and balancing of being mind. So being present in the moment, not being in your head and dissociating or in a flashback. And doing mind, where in sometimes if we're doing and completely just focusing on the task at hand and not at all being present of our how we're feeling. So being in the moment, balancing being and being present while also doing and not using the doing as a distraction. If that makes sense. Josh, you said as well, it's a little confusing. It's a little confusing, the same thing, the doing and being. When I was reading it too, I'm like, okay, I'm going to try to, if that makes sense. All about that money, yeah. Yep. Did she? I'm not sure if she has. Yes, being present in the moment versus looking in the past. in case she hasn't. I'm not sure why. I don't think she's a greedy person, though. She doesn't at all seem like a greedy person. She has quite a traumatic past and was like experimented on and put in seclusion by psychopaths and stuff. But maybe the bodies, the regulatory bodies have refused to let her release a self-help. Because they're like, only a professional can teach it for it to be. That could be possible. Sorry if I'm reading it too fast. Maybe I'll just, we'll just be able to get into the intro. Okay, this is what we'll read. So I will, that's what we'll get past. I was trying to cover too much too fast. We'll just go through the intro today. That's what you would put a bet behind. Okay. Stuck behind permit walls and embraced on a monetary scale instead. The present, just a pleasant interruption. The present is just a pleasant interruption to the past. Ah. That's a way to put it. The present is the present that we want to be in the present. We don't want to be regurgitating the past in our mind, which so often those of us who have been through trauma, you know, that's the after effects of. It's the after effects of. That's why this book is so great. Let me see, the being. Where was the being mind? Because that's where we need to start off back from. Okay. Yes, balancing, working to achieve goals while at the same time letting go. I know, I keep picking my nose. Me picking my nose. I actually putting my hands down. Me picking my, it's a form of self-soothing. It is. It's a form of stimming, of you pick dead skin, the picking. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Balancing two polarities, working to achieve goals while at the same time, you know firsthand yourself. Just different forms of the busying of the hands. Me. So yeah, we're okay. Working to achieve goals while at the same time letting go of attachment to achieving the goals. So working to achieve, okay, this is a problem I have, and Cubs, you definitely see this within me. You've brought awareness to this, and I know I see it within myself. I have trouble with this. Allowing myself to work to achieve goals instead of just being in my head and not doing it all, while at the same time letting go of the attachment to achieving it without being like, I have to do it perfect. Working towards that without being like, oh no, I'm working towards it, will I do well? And they say the handouts and worksheets for Wise Mind Walking the Middle Path cover skills for finding the synthesis of extremes. You get that too, Vorgan? Josh, you know my opinion on that. I say don't shave. Yeah, that's true, Matthew. Perfectionism is a curse of the creative. It is. It holds us back. Holds us back. And it makes us linger on many parts that it's like doesn't matter. It's like just do. But yeah, well said. Okay, you're giving an example, Vorgan. I'll wait for you to type it out and then I'll verbalize it. Yeah, Cubs. The way that like observe and don't absorb is so much like this. Is so much like these skills. That's one of the main things, like how I brought up wise mind, how it's being in wise mind instead of emotion mind. And then you can react from a place of wise mind. Yeah. Okay, Vorgan, this is your example you're giving. If you hold a glass of water for 1 minute, you hold a glass of water for 1 minute. If you hold a glass of water for 25 minutes, your hand starts to get weak. If you hold a glass of water for 10 hours, your arm will go numb. Yeah, the glass of water still weighs the same. So don't worry about the glass of water for 10 hours. If you worry about it for 10 hours, then you're numb. And if you worried about it for 1 minute, then you're over it. I really like that. I do need to stop picking my nose a bit more. I do need to stop. I need a stimming toy. I need to get a stimming toy. I think my sister has one. Need to borrow one of my sister's. I've normalized picking my nose. I pick my nose, so do you. 91% of people do. I'm just doing it in public. On stream. Which is really not commonplace. But I am a bit odd, so. But I pick it a bit too much, admittedly. That is really beautiful, Vorgan, though. Okay. As comedy coping. Vorgan, you're a fellow comedy coper? You're a fellow comedy coper? You accept it. Yeah, you haven't left from me picking. See, and you're like, that's just Charlotte picking her nose. Thank you guys for putting up with me and my quirks and all. Eccentric. I am eccentric. Interpersonal effectiveness skills. Handouts and worksheets in an interpersonal effectiveness module help manage interpersonal conflicts, so with other people, effectively, and maintain and improve relationships with other people. Ah! Do you think so? Nikola Tesla probably picked his nose way more than me. We need to connect with his entity to get the facts on that. I know that he really liked walking like I do. But I believe he has self-control that he wouldn't be picking his nose like me, actually. Hell yeah, Vorgun. Hell yeah. W. Comedy is so healing. Comedy is so healing. So healing. It's the lightheartedness. So yeah, help you manage interpersonal conflicts effectively and maintain and improve relationships with other people that you are close to as well as strangers. After a short introduction on goals and factors that interfere, there are 3 main sets of these forms. The first set is focused on obtaining objectives skillfully. These are strategies for asking for what you want without feeling guilty, saying no to unwanted requests without feeling guilty, and doing this in a way that maintains your self-respect and keeps others liking you. The handouts and worksheets for building relationships and ending destructive ones help you find potential friends, get people to like you, maintain positive relationships with others, and, when necessary, end destructive relationships. This module's handouts and worksheets for walking the middle path are about walking a middle path in your relationships and balancing acceptance with change in yourself and in your relationships with others. Back to Cubs. Yes. Observe, don't absorb. Observe the emotions as well as when observe other people's reactions. The handouts are in here, Josh. They are here. They are in here, which is now in the description here. But I'll link it for you again. They're in here. They are in here. Today, we'll only be able to get through just the breakdown of this, but I'm good. This is going to be a reoccurring thing. Foregun, yeah. We isolate ourselves. We isolate ourselves. I struggle with this myself. Josh says he does as well. Agoraphobia, you know, being afraid to leave our house, being afraid to reach out to other people. So this is developing the skills to be able to help that, combat that. Yes. You can watch people. You don't have to react and fall into the... It's a skill. It is a skill which you can train and not perfect, but you know, no one's perfect, but build. Walk in the middle path. Yeah. Okay, and then the next part, emotional regulation skills. The handouts and worksheets in the emotion regulation module help you to manage your emotions, even though complete emotional control cannot be achieved. To a certain extent, we all are who we are, and emotionality is part of us. However, we can learn to have more control. There are 4 sets of these forms. The first set covers understanding and naming emotions. Emotions serve important functions, and it can be hard to change an emotion if you don't understand what it does for you. The second set covers changing emotional responses. These handouts and worksheets help you reduce the intensity of painful or unwanted emotions, such as anger, sadness, shame, and so forth. They also tell you how to change situations that can cause painful or unwanted emotions. Reducing vulnerability to emotion mind is the third set. The strategies covered here increase your emotional resilience and make you less likely to become extremely or painfully emotional. The final set of handouts and worksheets deals with managing really difficult emotions. So when really in the heat of it. Next is distress tolerance skills. Sorry, the coffee, the too much coffee that I put down. I should have my, since I'll be going off soon though, so I'm not up all night, I'll take my, my bedtime, medication, since it's 1:30 a.m. The handouts and worksheets in the distress tolerance module help you learn to tolerate and survive crisis situations without making things worse. There are 2 main sets of these forms. The crisis survival skills set covers techniques for tolerating painful events, urges, and emotions when you cannot make things better right away. Coping in really difficult times when more crises appear in our lives. How to handle that. The reality acceptance skills set shows you how to reduce suffering by helping you accept reality and enter fully into a life even when it is not the life you want yet. This module also includes a set of specialized handouts and worksheets for when the crisis is addiction. Rigby, no worries at all. No worries at all. You can always watch this after the fact if you need. I'm glad you're feeling sleepy because usually you have trouble falling asleep. So get your sleep. Yeah, Vorgan, they tried to make you take meds. You tossed them. Do mine work? You're skeptical of meds. Always have been. Josh has the same opinion. Honestly, I have the same opinion for mine as well. I'm on a lower dose than I used to be. I tried going off them in the summer and too fast, and then I had a trigger of a life, something bad news I got, and then I started going into a really depressed shaking all the time state. So then I went back on some of them, but not as high a dose, and kinds that work for me, but not the kind that are not the addictive kind, and not not the addictive kind. The what are they called? Like Xanax style and stuff. Yes. Once you start doing it, you get better and better. Comes like TLDR, lots. um, Numbering of handouts in work and worksheets. Within this, within each of these books' 5 main sections, handouts for each module are grouped together first, followed by worksheets. Every handout has a number, some also have a letter. The latter are supplements to handouts with the same number. For example, Mindfulness Handout 3 is the main handout for the skill of Wise Mind. Mindfulness Handout 3A is supplementary and lists ways that Wise Mind can be practiced. Then in brackets, worksheets are numbered in a separate sequence as described below. Most, but not all, handouts have corresponding worksheets that can be used for recording skills practice. Associated worksheets are listed by number next to the handouts in the table of contents, as well on the handouts themselves. There are multiple alternative worksheets associated with many of the handouts. Okay, this is just kind of the technicals of it. That doesn't really matter. Skimming forward a bit, not all DBT skills programs teach all the modules or all the skills in each module. Even those that do cover all the modules will not necessarily use every handout and worksheet. You are, however, likely to use some worksheets multiple times. For this reason, the author and publisher grant you, the book purchaser, I have purchased it, permission to make photocopies. We've been granted permission of handouts and worksheets in this volume for my personal use. I'm using it personally right now. Oh, cops. You've had a hard life. You're an amazing person. You're an amazing person. I really appreciate you. I don't think I've ever said that. I've not properly said that to you, but you're lovely, Cubs, and you're very smart, and like the observe don't absorb, as well as you reminding me of my worth and value really means a lot. Okay, you're fine? Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. Sorry. If they can change your mind, wouldn't everyone be on them? So many are nowadays, but there's side effects as well. So yeah. It depends, you know, and everyone's different, but... So true, Moose. Xanax is really fucked, yeah. Yeah. They prescribe it and then act like you are going to abuse it. It's wild. It's wild. I think they okay. Then general skills, orientation and analyzing behavior. Introduction to the handouts. Okay, this is just going over basically they're saying what orientation should go. Analyzing behavior, the different general handouts. So they're saying for the orientation, which technically this is a layman version of, general handout 1, goals of skill trainings. Okay. So this would be the first handout. Goals of skills training, which I'll go over quickly. Wow. Yeah. And ones like that moose, like Xanax, can kill you when coming off it cold turkey. It does. Wow. It's really dangerous. The side effects of that one really has side effects has when is it not relapse when you're coming off it, it's addictive, so it has the relapse, the what is the word, same as like alcohol. Yeah. I can't think of the word. Withdrawal, that's the word, withdrawal. Withdrawal, thank you, Chance, hi. Withdrawal, yeah, that's the word, don't have, really don't have those kind. Yeah, be careful, with them. Haters gonna hate. I got haters too, Vorgan. I got the haters too. Fuck the haters. Thank you, Gubs. And yeah, they do try to push it. They push it instead of like therapy and stuff. They kind of just push the drugs. That is true. No worries, Chance. Doing good. Yep, doing good. Feeling really good, actually. Really proud of how I handled the stressful topics of this, delivered it. I'm doing better than I expected. I'm more controlled than I expected. So I'm really proud of myself, actually. They would, I guess, have well, I guess if they're having a higher dose, depends, Morgan. Okay, I'll go over the general handout one. This can be that you guys can, the dosage and the person, true. If you guys want to fill out one, this would be a good one. And I will verbally, you guys don't have to share this. You do this on your own. You don't have to share this. And this is in the description for YouTube and Rumble, permanently after the fact as well. You can print this out. I'll say the behaviors for me. I will, but let's go over it first. It was a joke. Comedy cope. Thank you, Chance. Yeah, I've definitely stayed in my power. The braids, yeah, I got them because my hair's oily, so got the braids. Thanks. Opioids, awful. I'm so glad I was never prescribed those. Yep. Who thought it was a good idea to yeah. I know. Yeah, moose. Okay, general handout 1, goals. So this is the general worksheet 1. Goals of skill training. General goal: to learn how to change your own behaviors, emotions, and thoughts that are linked to problems in living and are causing misery and distress. Specific goals: behaviors to decrease. Mindlessness. First example: mindlessness, emptiness, being out of touch with self and others, judgmentalness. Second, interpersonal conflict and stress, loneliness. 3, absence of flexibility, difficulties with change. Next, up and down and extreme emotions, mood-dependent behavior, difficulties in regulating. Next, impulse behaviors, acting without thinking, difficulties accepting reality as it is, willfulness, addiction. And then skills to increase: mindfulness, interpersonal effectiveness skills, emotion regulational skills, and distress tolerance skills. So, and then The next to fill out is the personal goals. What are 3 behaviors you want to decrease? And three skills that you want to increase. And they can take off of the examples there, or they can just be things that you're looking at yourself and thinking, I want to decrease that about myself, and I'd like to learn more about this. So skills to increase, Cubs, I'm quoting you, observe, don't absorb. I want to increase observing. Behaviors to decrease, I would say I like a lot of these, especially on absence of flexibility, difficulties with change. So, like, I want to not be afraid of learning the new stuff from my music, getting overwhelmed, decrease, acting in emotion. So, like, instead of absorbing, and I don't want to act on emotion. I want to go from, which I'm proud of myself, I did better today covering that stuff than I thought, without getting triggered. So decrease acting from emotion before first observing. And another behavior to decrease, self-damaging behaviors, such as me overpicking my nose or biting my nails, trying to be aware and being present, because when I'm doing those things, I'm not even aware of it. Like cracking my knuckles too. I don't even know it's happening, and I don't even realize it. And it can be damaging. And posture kind of goes into that too. Oh, I'm doing it. Wow. The way I didn't realize. Like, the decrease. Skills to increase. Self-love. Loving myself. Believing in myself. Increase in observing, not absorbing. Also to increase, something I'd like to skill to increase is saying no. Not feeling guilty saying no. And I'm standing my ground without feeling bad. Without feeling like I have to over-explain myself to be justified. Yeah. Okay, those are mine. You guys don't have to share yours, but this is the first thing. The first worksheet. The next one that it would go into is, they're saying, use this handout to think. Yeah, use this handout to think how you could personally benefit from the skills training. Which areas are you most interested in? What things do you see? Yes. Okay, Cubs, I like the specification. Observe emotions and don't absorb negative ones. Hi, JC. We're getting to the tail end, though. The next would be general worksheets. General worksheet 1. Pros and cons of using skills anytime. Pros and cons. This is like how Blazak was saying. And I told him this is in my counseling. That covers it all. TLDR comes. You have the TLDR of the DBT book. This would be general worksheet 1. So that would be the next one you'd move into. It's all in the link. Look, it's kind of down though, so thank God that on the, I don't know if you guys can see. No, you can't. I'm covering it. Oh, and even still there. Oh, it doesn't show it. On the website, it does show you can click to it. So this is easier than the physical book, actually. Okay. That's all we'll cover for today. That's all we'll cover for today, though. Soon I'm going to be like Bijou there. Then you're left with the positive only. That's totally okay, Vorgun. That's like in the next part it says, what do you feel like you can relate to? What do you feel like you can't? What are the pros and cons? What are some of them you like, some of them you don't? What do you think would work? What do you think wouldn't? What's something you can see? And you don't even have to base it on that, but just going by what is personal goals, behaviors to decrease, skills to increase. Or even behaviors to decrease, behaviors to increase. That are holding you back. Change your thought patterns, and this goes into it goes into that as well, Cups. There's one actually, it's near the beginning, which we will cover, called, where is it? I did this one before. Chain analysis. The chain analysis to understand the behavior, the thought pattern. You do a chain analysis to see where it came from and how to change it. Stress levels. So stress is an emotion. Yeah, you could say it like that. Whenever I say, or the book says emotions, replace it in your mind with stress. Because as I said too, stress is an emotion. You know, when emotion is said, it's not meaning crying, or for some, yes, but for some it's anger or stress. Being stressed, okay, you don't see it as an emotion, a body function, fair. But all and I don't know if you heard it when I said it, but we'll read it from here. But all, she's basically saying how all emotions they have a physiological purpose. Physiological purpose. Stress is a flight or fight response. The body seizing up, essentially, yeah. But yeah, anytime you see emotion, when you're reading it, for it to make more sense and for you to be able to absorb the information and use it for the way that works for your brain to make sense of, replace it with stress. And it works interchangeably that way. And true, the way you frame things. Which can be hard to do, right? Can be hard to see it from a positive perspective or flipping it, but that really does help. Weird. I haven't heard of this. The guy on TikTok that cosplays with what looks like a woman doll that he seems to do weird stuff to. You found it really unsettling and sadistic. You wanted to hear my opinion. I think, yeah, it's weird as hell. Glad I haven't seen it. And yet they got a whole generation taking it, yeah. And when it's pushed in pop culture, yeah. Yeah, stress in that situation, Vorgun, is a physiological response. You are stressed because something stressful is happening, and the stress is telling you to do something immediately to be able to, solve the severe problem. So it is a bodily response. It is a bodily response. And some of it, for example, in the handout and the guideline when it's saying when you're feeling those emotions or feeling that stress, when you're getting triggered after the fact and feeling stress or extreme emotion, or when it isn't always valid to the situation going through because it's a trigger and because the body moose moose it helps catch it for that. So the after effect, right? The after effect of those situations and the emotional trauma that does come and hit us in waves. Oh, I'm starting to get tired. Starting to get quite tired. And drink water. Drink water, yeah. Drink water, yeah. Drink water, yeah. Oh my god, okay, let me fill. I'm gonna down a bunch. Gonna down a bunch. Yeah, no. Don't worry, Vorgon. By emotional, it doesn't mean that that you should feel guilty. That you should feel guilty. Not at all that. Not at all that. Not at all that, because you did nothing wrong in that situation. So it's not that you should feel GC, I like what you're saying. It's not, it's and a lot of this is not for going through those stressful situations, having to go through it again, but the trauma, of the PTSD, of the memories being relived, and that effect that does have on the body. And then when we're feeling very stressed from that, how to manage that. Interesting, Moose. And since I brought up Marilyn Manson, you've been looking into it, and this is fucked. All because of statute of limitations, and that they can't find evidence that would be used against him. He won't be charged in any way because she wasn't filming it while she was tied up and it was happening. Because she wasn't able to film it while she was tied up. The courts expect you to be filming it, documenting as it's happening when you can't. Yeah, it's wild. When they've also groomed you to accept it, shut the fuck up, and take what they're giving, and yeah. The Stockholm Syndrome, never mind. And the fact there was such a large age gap. And she was so young and he was doing evil abuse. Yeah. Yeah. It's just technicalities that he gets off. Moose, yeah. Whoa! Matthew! Thank you for the 10 gift subs. Thank you for the 10 gift subs on Twitch. Thank you so much. Aw, thank you. Let's go. Reading them out. Let's go. See them all. Mad Fox is going to be so fucking excited. Thank you for supporting. Let me read what you said. Thank you. Can I read out what you said? Or I'll read out some of it. Thank you for saying thank you for being you, Charlotte. Putting myself out there, sharing my perspective / bringing awareness to important subjects. And then you said, you sticking it to the algorithm and forging your own path is a breath of fresh air. Keep on kicking ass. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Yep, trying to bring awareness to things that are important and not pandering to the algorithm just to get views, but instead doing stuff that I feel comfortable with doing. And that is really important. Thank you for supporting, Matthew. And sticking by the whole stream. Well, you got you're finally back safe, and you get a few good days off, thank God. Thank you so much for supporting. Thank you so much for always supporting. And encouraging me to keep using my voice and bringing awareness. Thank you so much. Thank you, Matthew. Thank you. Thank you. Prosecutor said, quoted, "We cannot prove charges of sexual assault beyond a reasonable doubt." Or they think that their lawyers couldn't. They don't. They think their lawyers are shit compared to the lawyers that Marilyn Manson would hire. Yeah. Thanks so much, Matthew. She, not the whole time of this stream, but she has been here for a while. Okay. Okay. They shake. Yes, yes, yes. This was, I think about this as well, JC, in tribal communities, when someone would go through a trauma and stuff, they would heal in the community, and they would be under people that are safe and that they feel trusted with, would sit by them while they would cry, shake all day. That my body naturally did that when I was in my worst, and when I do go back to getting really triggered and stuff, or have triggered, my body starts shaking, naturally, somatically processing it. And this is why exercise is so important as well, and helpful in healing. But also community of, after a trauma, being allowed the time to process it, and being allowed to yell and scream and wail. But in society, current society, we're bound to norms that sometimes, a lot of time, hold back our healing. I like that. Yeah, it's stored in the body. I've read stuff about this as well. I really like that. I totally agree. Looks like a great thread. Yeah, you have to hide it all in society, and then it's never processed, so it's never worked through. So true. So true. Okay. It's not accepted, exactly. It's not accepted. You're looked down upon. You're looked down upon. Yep. But we don't hold any shame here. Thank you. Thanks, Matthew. I've been putting in the work, and more folks need some Charlotte streams in their life. Yes, they do. Thank you for supporting. and gifting, and because yeah, it does bring people back to the stream as well, and just it really helps. So thank you, so that I can keep streaming. This was a good one. This was a very I'd say educational, going over a serious topic, but very important. Go through the situations. Yep, just to have someone safe by you. Okay, I'm really tired though. This was a great stream, 7 hours, 45 minutes. Wow, very pleased. He probably paid her money off the record. This is what I say, Kate. A lot of people end up taking the money even if rather they take the money rather than having to go through the trial case, because because it's so traumatizing. If you're a victim of someone, always go through with the trial. Don't take the money ever. Your voice is priceless. Never settle. But especially when the other person's really rich, they really try to coerce their victims to shut the fuck up, take the money, sign the NDA, and never speak about it again. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, JC, and then that works with like, especially with the internet day and age, being aware of so much traumatic stuff, like so many awful things at all times of the I'm getting tired. I don't feel like rating right now, if that's okay, JC. I'm very tired. I'm very tired. I'm just gonna head out. But send my love. Hope your stream goes well. I'm just very tired. I'm just very tired. I had a good stream. This was very important. I won't be live on the weekend, but I will be live on Monday. Not sure what I'll be doing. I'll try to update it though. Okay, guys. God bless y'all. And stay well. Stay well best you can. Links to everything is in the description. Okay. Have a good night. Thank you. And bye.